One fail. I couldn't help chuckling under my breath at Sasuke's predicament. I had heard the shrieking of his fangirls from outside the academy, and the din was only worse on the inside of the classroom. As far as I could tell, his fangirls had been fighting over who got to sit next to him, and then the Uchiha heir, apparently too distracted to notice the shouting, made the mistake of walking in. Now he was being slowly suffocated from an acute lack of personal space, and I was sitting on my bench mentally laughing at him. The noise level hadn't dropped in the slightest by the time someone slumped on the desk beside me and growled dope. Team, I returned with a good-natured grin. Escaped the rabid fangirls for another day, eh? Sasuke merely grunted in reply, resting his head on the desk. The fangirls were still bickering amongst themselves, yet to notice that their prize had escaped and was now sitting at the window seat with the dead last between him and his rabid fan club. Bastard, using me as a shield. Fortunately, Irika-sensei came in just then, and the fan club was distracted from either a renewed attack on Sasuke or a new attempt on mauling me as he yelled at them to find seats already, damn it. Once the classroom was in relative order, and I could feel the force of about 24 death glares aimed at the back of my head. So they'd finally noticed. Irika-sensei told us the results of yesterday's written exam, and those who had failed trooped out miserably. In a way, I guess it's not fair to kick out the non-bookish ninja straight away, but when they don't have a clue what the 5 main ninja villages are or what a henge is, then it's probably a good idea to get rid of them before they get themselves killed. I know for a fact some of them were purposely failed because the teachers know they can't handle ninja life yet. But anyway, I had somehow scraped a pass, although Cammy knows how, and I was very pleased. The rest of the class, and probably a good portion of the rest of the building, was alerted to that fact as I jumped onto my desk and hollered, "Hell yeah, Konoha's about to meet its #1 ninja." I would have shouted more if not for Sasuke grabbing a fistful of my shirt and yanking me backwards off the desk, sending me toppling. If I hadn't been ready for it, I would have hit my head on the stair above me and probably gotten knocked out. Instead, I leaped straight to my feet and shouted, "What the hell was that for, team?" "HN, you're giving me a migraine, dope." "TME, don't call me that. If I'm dead last, then why am I still in the room while other people failed?" I heard Irika groan quietly as Sasuke and I argued, me at the top of my lungs and Sasuke with quieter retorts. But for me, despite my apparent annoyance, this was fun. Irritating Sasuke was a bit of a hobby. And for Sasuke, I was less of a migraine than his fangirls. So we argued, getting progressively louder by the second, until Irika yelled, "Knock it off, you too." We stopped shouting at each other and instead turned our smoldering glares on him, both mentally insisting he started it. Irika was apparently unimpressed and ignored us as he repeated the explanation of the physical exams he'd given us yesterday, before he got called away. "You'll be called outside in pairs to demonstrate your projectile throwing, and then your taijutsu in a short spar. After that, you will return to the classroom quietly and wait. When your name is called, you will go into that room there and demonstrate your ninjutsu ability." Normally, this would happen the same day as your written exam, but due to unusual circumstances, it was postponed. I grinned. The unusual circumstances had been someone dousing the Hokage monument with a variety of paints, and then leading 3/4 of the village ninja on a wild goose chase all across Konoha, and then some, before vanishing into thin air. They never caught the culprit, a sore spot of the 17 AMBU who had been in pursuit, or even found out who did it, and the best part was that I was off the suspects list. I'd been in the classroom waiting for the exam to start the entire time. Perfect alibi that no fewer than 45 people could support. The chase had taken up the whole morning, and there hadn't been enough teachers left behind to supervise the exams. So, the written got pushed back to the afternoon, and without enough time for the phys tests, they got dragged back to today. Ignoring the fidgeting of the kids around me, some frantically going over jutsu notes. What's the point of that? The theory won't help you now. I spent the next half hour seeing how often I could poke Sasuke with my foot before he shot me a glare strong enough to wither plants and poke me back hard. Not long, apparently. Stop fighting and get out here, you two. Oh good, that meant it was our turn. I bounced to my feet with a grin, while Sasuke stood up calmly and just walked down the stairs, me following him noisily and bouncing several feet in the air with every step. I probably would have tripped and fallen down the stairs at some point, if not for Sasuke grabbing my jacket, again, and dragging me down. Come on, Dobe, I want to get this over with. Team, I screeched. If you want to pass, you're going to have to fight for it. Mizuki, who was the tester for the phys exams, sighed and dragged us apart before we could kill each other. Wait for the spar, he informed us sharply. Uchiha, you first, 3 kunai at that target now. Sasuke threw the kunai instantly, and I heard the short thunk as each one hit the target. Nice. 3 bullseyes, Mizuki commented. Use same target 3 kunai go. I breathed a faint sigh of relief and threw my weapons, hearing a clash as they hit Sasuke's, and frowned. That team's kunai had better not have thrown my shots off. But no, it seemed I was fine. Sasuke's voice faintly awed as he muttered, 2 dead center and 1 damn close. Not bad for a dope. I shook my fist at him, a promise for the taijutsu fight. Shuriken went almost exactly the same, and we both passed. It would be impossible not to with our scores. Now we faced off on the grassy field, Mizuki standing between us and getting ready to get the hell out of the way. I closed my eyes and breathed in deeply, trying to relax. Freaking out or getting furious would not help me here. I needed to stay calm. Remember, taijutsu only you two, he told us. Sasuke, that means no katan jutsu. And no explosive tags. No weapons for either of you. Ready? Begin. My eyes snapped open and I sprang sideways, Sasuke's first punch missing me. And there was a crunching of shredding grass as he twisted on one foot to snap the other out at me in a powerful kick that I swept aside with both arms, dodging a follow-up punch and throwing my elbow at Sasuke's chest. It missed, of course. I landed on my forearms and immediately went into a roll. Once my back was underneath me, I pushed off, clipping Sasuke's chin with my feet as I jumped back upright, but he wasn't dazed, easily jumping the foot sweep I attempted as I spun around to face him. I heard the rustle of cloth, the sound that meant he was throwing a punch, and ducked it quickly, whipping around again, mentally cursing, damn the little bastard, he is fast, and springing away from the uppercut that grazed my cheek. It was an instantaneous act-react-act-again fight. Neither of us losing or gaining any ground as we exchanged blows that were either blocked or dodged, both unable to get in a solid hit as we ducked and weaved between each other's punches and kicks, moving as fast as we could. Finally, Sasuke surprised me with a kick disguised as a punch that I blocked and twisted my other arm, expecting to get a knee to the stomach, and instead felt the solid impact of his foot against my chest. It was a strong kick, too, all the force of his leg behind it, and I hit the ground with a heavy thud, slamming the back of my head against the dirt. For about half a second, I stared blankly straight up at the sky as I tried to force air back into my aching lungs, before remembering I was in the middle of a spar and immediately rolled over backwards. I got halfway through my roll before Sasuke landed on my legs, obviously having been aiming for my stomach, and found himself being flipped with my momentum, and he was thrown off easily as I flipped myself back upright and spun to face him, where he'd hit the ground with a thump and rolled away to get his breath back. We were both panting, breath rushing in and out of our lungs as we tried to get oxygen into our systems, having just been winded. Sasuke sounded worse than me, straining for air, but then again, I'd had a precious few extra seconds. We were both waiting for the other to make a next move, the next wave of attack stalling. Neither of us wanted to leap straight in again. Then we both moved in the same instant, rushing back into the fight. I was grinning fiercely as I spun on the ball of my foot to get around Sasuke, and even though I couldn't see his face as I leaned into his back and jerked his feet out from under him with my other leg, I know he was smiling too, in his own way, costeth how me and Sasuke work. I heard Sasuke's back hit the ground, already midway through a roll, and I spun again, blocking his next punch and striking out with my own, swiping at his legs once more and tilting my head to the side to avoid a high kick. We had gone back to the complex dance that made up our spars, barely grazing each other with our attacks and dodging everything with a finesse that made it seem even less like a fight. I heard him draw his fist back through the rush of adrenaline and mirrored the movement perfectly. Our fists slammed together, and instantly we leapt apart, panting heavily. Then I smiled, and we both bowed to each other before turning to the astonished teacher. Ugh, Mizuki stammered. You're supposed to keep going until someone loses. We both shook our heads. If we fight longer, we'll start using ninjutsu, Sasuke said quietly, and I grinned brightly, putting my arms behind my head. The teacher was startled by our apparent lack of will to kill each other, when we were usually at one another's throats, but he managed to say, Okay then, you both passed the taijutsu section. Head back inside and just wait. He stumbled off, probably for a cup or two of sake, having been watching small children trying to beat each other up for the past 2 hours, and Sasuke and me both went back inside. Back in our usual seats, we endured Sasuke's fan club fawning over him and fighting with each other in the background. Sasuke, I suspect, was merely trying to hide under his desk and sneak away, but I was just ignoring them. They just weren't worth the effort, and I was too busy being worried about my ninjutsu. See, I can't do a bunshin. I know why, but I can't fix it or get around it, and I've been getting help, but it still doesn't work. I can do kawarimi and even hinge with ease, though it took a lot of practice and Sasuke laughing at me. But bunshin is simply beyond me. It won't work. Uchiha Sasuke, Irika called, sticking his head out of the room. I blinked and looked up. Me and Sasuke were the only ones left. Somehow his fan club had all been through, and I hadn't noticed them thinning out, although Sasuke had probably sighed with relief as every girl left. It was a 5-minute wait of pure torture. I was actually starting to shiver, my heart thundering in my chest, and my breath coming in short pants. I was about 20 seconds from a full-blown panic attack when Irika called my name. I sprang to my feet instantly, feeling as if ants were crawling across my skin, and couldn't help brushing my arms violently as I bolted down the stairs, trying to get rid of the tickly feeling and slow my heart rate down at the same time before I opened the door. I shut my eyes and took in a deep breath, hearing Irika sigh faintly with relief, last one, and the restless shifting of another teacher. Mizuki had probably come in after sake. I took another breath before I opened my eyes, trying to calm down, and I heard Irika say, Okay then, could you please display a hinge? I swallowed anxiously and managed to say without stammering or letting my voice crack in terror, What of? Just me will be fine. I breathed in deeply and put my hands into the ram seal, focusing my chakra and pulling it around me, shaping it into the image I was supposed to, and held my breath even as I said cheerfully, How's this? Perfect, Irika said happily, his pencil scribbling on paper, now Korimi. I nodded and focused. This one was harder, but I knew exactly where he was standing, so if all went well, I could manage it. The hand seals flew by on pure instinct. I felt the chakra flush through my system, throwing up a burning tingle of feeling over me, then the sense of pressure and the sense of my heart skipping a beat as my body swapped positions. I heard a yelp from Irika and leaned back in my newly gained chair, smirking. He cleared his throat, recovering from the shock of being used as a Kawarimi target, and said, Very good, Naruto. Just one more. Make 3 bunshin. I swallowed shakily as I stood up. I could do this. I had to do this, no matter how much I sucked at bunshin. I had to pass. Slowly, I brought my trembling hands together into the hand seals, focusing the chakra through my fingertips carefully, focusing intently on the shapes, feeling the chakra flowing out of me, and fighting to get it into the right position, trying as hard as I could to keep control. I felt it flow and solidify, and I squeezed my eyes shut and dropped my hands slowly, not turning around to look, my heart pounding in terror as if it was trying to break out of my ribcage. Please, please let it have work this time. Please let me pass. Naruto, I heard Irika sigh, and my heart rate doubled. I hadn't thought it was possible. You fail. I'm sorry. I felt my heart stop and all the breath rushed out of my body. I'd failed. The jutsu hadn't worked. Come on, Irika, Mizuki protested. He at least made 2 bunshin this time. I had. I didn't open my eyes, though, not bothering to try to see what horrible mistake I'd made this time. One looks dead, and the other looks like the Hokage monument did yesterday, Irika said flatly, sounding disappointed. I'm sorry, Naruto, but I can't pass you on that. I slowly turned away, towards the second door of the room, where everyone else had already passed through with their hitayatesh. They had passed, and I had failed. Again. My footsteps were slow, my head turned to the ground as I walked slowly to my tree, the one with the swing hanging off it, listening to the other children babbling to their parents about their day and how they passed the exam and were jinnin now. I sank onto the swing, feeling weak and exhausted. I couldn't make a stupid bunshin, and I'd never pass the academy exam. I could never be a ninja. I heard sprinting footsteps and then Sasuke's voice calling, "Dobe, what are you doing over here?" Oh no. I heard the shock and sadness in his voice. Oh man, I'm sorry, I thought I'd finally managed to pass? I interrupted dully, leaning against the rope of the swing. Let's face it, Sasuke, I'm never going to pass. I'll never be able to make a passable bunshin. I'll never be a ninja. Sasuke was silent, obviously not knowing how to respond, before he sat down on the grass next to me, trying to offer comfort with his presence. Oddly, it helped, and I sighed faintly, turning my head to the sky before asking quietly, Sasuke? Yeah. My voice was wistful. What does the sunset look like? He took a deep breath. The sun's just barely touching the horizon now. We got out a little late. It looks a lot bigger than usual, as if it's absorbing all the daylight as it falls. It's a deep yellow, starting to fade into orange, and there are small wisps of clouds stained red and orange across it. The sky around it is orange that deepens to red as it hits the trees at the bottom, and as it rises up, it fades into the blue of twilight as it starts to deepen into dusk. The sky on the other side is turning purple and dark blue, everything fading away into the darkness as it falls. There are some clouds pretty high up, gray and white, and with the sunlight behind them, it looks as if they've been edged in gold. Clouds with golden linings instead of silver. The sun's halfway gone now. The sky's deepening in color, and the sun is a darker orange. It almost hurts to look at it because it's so bright. The clouds are beginning to fade into the shadows as the light vanishes, and the sky near the sun is starting to grow fainter, blending into the blues of the surrounding air. There's a flock of birds in the distance, outlined by the sunlight, looking for a roosting tree for the night. You can probably hear them calling better than I can. I barely hear anything from that far off. He was right. I could faintly hear their screeches, even at the distance they were. The sun's just falling below the horizon now, and the lights all fading away, leaving behind the grays and blues of dusk and nightfall as purple and black overtake the sky. The first stars are just starting to appear, pinpricks of silver in a blanket that darkens as you watch. The last of the light is dying, leaving nothing behind but darkness. There was a short pause before I said quietly, "Thanks, Sasuke." "No problem, Naruto." He sensed that I wanted to be on my own for a while now, and stood up to leave. He didn't say anything more. There was nothing more to be said. I sighed and stared up at a sky I couldn't see, wishing that things could be different and knowing they never would be. I, Uzumaki Naruto, am completely blind. And Sasuke, aside from me, is the only one who knows. Attention! Hitaki Kakashi. Memo. I would like to request that you consider taking on a Genin team this year. We are slightly short on Jounin following the Cloud incident, and the long-term infiltration's still in progress, and your experience is required. Signed, Sandame Hokage. Attention, Sandame Hokage. Memo not. A chance. Signed, Hitaki Kakashi. Japanese definitions, which I wish had been more common when I first entered this highly confusing fandom. Konoha, if you don't know this one already, it's short for Kanagakur no Sado, which is literally village hidden in the leaves. The shorter versions, Kanahagakor and just Kanoha, mean hidden in the leaves and leaf, respectively. Team is translated to bastard or a similar rude name in the English version, but literally is a connotation of a noun referring to a handservant and is considered rude. Dobe, literally dead last, loosely translates to loser in the English dubs. Taijutsu, hand-to-hand combat, basically means martial arts or similar. Ninjutsu, this is the flash and bang stuff, usually referred to as jutsu. Kami, literally, gut. Concepts. Order of names. Japanese people write their family names first, then their given names. I am holding true to this tradition, using Uchiha Sasuke instead of the Sasuke Uchiha some of you may be used to. This particular concept may help to explain clan pride, as writing the family name first subconsciously indicates that one's clan is more important than the individual. Calling people by their last names is more common in this culture, for the reason that their clan defines them more than their own given name. Technique. Kawarimi, substitution. Irank, jutsu that allows the user to swap positions or substitute with another solid object that is roughly their size from somewhere else. The most common depicted is a section of log, but other material like rocks have been used, and it is widely believed that you can swap positions with anything as long as it is about the same size as the user. All Ninja Academy level and up should know this one. Bunshin clone. Irank, a low-level clone jutsu that creates illusionary copies of the user. The clones cannot interact with their environment, making them useless for practical work, and it makes them easy to pick out. All Ninja Academy level and up should know this one, and all Genin and up able to defend against it. Hinge, transformation. Irank, illusionary jutsu that lets the user take on the appearance of another person or object. All Ninja Academy level and up should know this 1.2 pass. I'm not sure how long I've been sitting there when I became aware of someone standing in the tree above me, their breathing and shifting of weight against the bark reaching my ears. Automatically, I looked up at them, even though I couldn't see them, and Mizuki's voice said, "Hey, Naruto." I blinked, then turned my gaze back to the ground. There was something off in his voice, but it was probably just my hearing being a little off because I had my teeth clenched. "Lo. Hey, are you okay?" he asked. I didn't even bother to respond. I just had my one dream ripped out of my grasp. How do you think I felt? Apparently, he realized that was a stupid question and kept going. "I know Irika sounded like he was going a bit hard on you. See, Irika sees a bit of himself in you. He was an orphan, too. He only wants to make sure you can handle it. Be the best ninja you can be." But I really wanted to pass this time. I whispered faintly. Needed to pass. I know, he sighed, but there was definitely something wrong with his voice. "Hey, Naruto, what would you say if I told you about a secret way to pass?" My head jerked up, looking at where his voice was coming from. This usually gave me the illusion of eye contact. "There's another way to pass? Really? I still have a chance." I heard a flicker of hair and cloth. He must have nodded. "Yep, I'm not really supposed to tell you about it, but you try so hard, you really deserve another chance." Yep, something was definitely off here. I never heard a secret way to pass, and I'd been through these damn exams twice already. Not trying to pass the first 2 times, just seeing how I handled pressure. Not too well, as it turned out, so something was wrong. But I shoved it away, focusing on the teacher Sasuke had told me had gray-silver hair. I was desperate to pass. If I passed this time, there was a chance I'd actually be with a friend. And without Sasuke there, I knew I was pretty much doomed. What do I have to do? I slipped along the wall of the Hokage Tower, easily avoiding the numerous traps that had been set. It was easy for me. I could hear the air shifting around the various tripwires over the corridors, and the breathing of the rare patrolling guards was almost deafening to my sharp hearing. As long as no one snuck up on me, I would be fine. Despite the fact I couldn't see what was going on, wearing what Sasuke had called a walking orange eyesore had made me instinctively stealthy enough to hide from A and BU even in bright orange. Probably a good thing. I heard the Hokage shuffling around his office, probably doing paperwork, the poor bugger, and shifted up to stand beside the door, listening to his irritable mutters and frowned, wondering how I was going to get past him. Obviously, he was too tired to notice my chakra, so at the very least I was safe for a minute or two. I frowned, thinking before remembering I had been in that vault a couple of weeks ago, talking to the Sandame while he was in there. I had been leaning on some massive scroll and had run my hands over it to check its size, out of curiosity, and it had stuck in my mind as a perfect picture. I wasn't sure exactly why he'd been in there, but I did remember exactly where in the room that big scroll had been, and that it was a little bigger than me. Damn, was I glad I'd taken the time to learn that goddamn Kawarimi. I went through the hand seals, careful with my focus, and felt the tingle and then the pressure of switching places with the scroll. I landed soundlessly in the vault and was pleased to note that I'd been holding myself right for the scroll to fall quietly against a corner instead of clattering loudly to the floor. Mizuki had told me exactly where the forbidden scroll was kept, and it wasn't hard to find its shelf. I brushed my fingers across the crisp parchment skimmed dust hard would seal raised grain kanji carved in the front, reading forbidden in the deep engravings and nodding to myself. Yep, this was it. I switched with the large scroll outside and found myself back in the corridor and made a mental note to warn the old man about that particular security defect. It wouldn't be that hard to sneak in if you knew the basic layout of the scroll vault. Hell, I'd managed it, and I was doing this without having ever seen the vault with my own eyes. It took me a bare 10 minutes to get out of the tower, completely undetected, I might add, and into the forest to practice. I opened the scroll and brushed my fingers over the parchment, sensing where the ink was by faint traces that I was probably the only one who could detect. I almost groaned at the first jutsu, Kage Bunshin. The world hated me, I was sure. But just in case I read the rest of it, skimming my fingers over the writing and mentally translating it into words as I went, and raised an eyebrow. This one actually sounded like one I could do. Sure, it wouldn't be easy, and I'd probably need Sasuke to get it exactly right, but it sounded like a version of Bunshin that I might actually be able to do. I put my hands into the cross seal that the scroll had in the sketch and said, Kage Bunshin. I felt my chakra splitting and felt the half that wasn't a part of me anymore beginning to swirl, me gently shaping it with only a nudge of my will here and there instead of the usual uphill fight it was. It was like the chakra actually knew what it was supposed to do. There was a poof as the clone solidified, and I held my breath, wondering if maybe just this once I had managed to do it right. Hey, my voice exclaimed, it worked. Huh, I said, confused. The scroll had said the clones would be solid, but it didn't mention talking. Awesome. This ability is going to be really useful later on, the clone said happily. Better. You manage it first try. Wonder how many of these things you can make at once. I found myself responding to the clone's question with, the scroll said however many my chakra can handle. So, I guess, I'll just have to experiment. I don't really know how much chakra I have, aside from too damn much. The scroll had also said that this jutsu was highly dangerous and shouldn't be attempted by anyone lower than Jounin, though, so I was kind of skeptical on exactly how accurate it was. The clone puffed out, and I cursed. Well, it hadn't lasted, but not bad for a first attempt. The clones were supposed to hang around until I dismissed them, though, so that'd have to be fixed. And I definitely wanted to be able to make more than one. Good grief. I've been talking to myself. I shook the thought off and brought my fingers back into the cross seal, repeating Kage Bunshin. This time there were 3 puffs as 3 different splits of chakra solidified, and I smiled. This was starting to work. Hey, getting better, boss, one of the clones remarked. 3's good. 3's very good. Hey, are you solid? One of them asked another, and there was an ouch as one of the clones was poked, followed by a poof as it was dispelled. Oops. Yes, until I poked you. I half grinned at the clones remaining and asked, okay, so I can make 3 clones. 3 clones who injure each other and get dispelled. What now? Work on damage absorption. One of them offered, their voice coming from the left. 1 poke isn't good. It's supposed to be a good deal higher than that. Something's not going right there. Oh, and I think you're replicating your hearing funny. I'm getting buzzy sounds, and I can't really hear what's going on. That could be a problem, I muttered, but there was a sinking, twisting feeling in my chest. I guess you guys can't see either? There was a ruffling sound of clothes as both clones shook their heads. We're supposed to be identical copies. No new abilities. We should be just as effective as you in battle, except we need the same other senses, and they're not working properly. I sighed. This'll need a bit of work. And the numbers thing, too. 3 won't be very useful in a fight. Better than none, the clone on the right pointed out. Frowning as I thought, my fingers trailed over the scroll, automatically absorbing the information before I brightened at the next jutsu, Taiju Kage Bunshin. I grinned. This was going to be fun. Over an hour later, I was flat on my back, panting. My chakra had been busily separating itself as often as it could, and I was starting to wear myself out. But as far as I could tell, I had mastered this jutsu. The clones were all perfect, exact copies of me, and they had stopped dispelling at a simple poke or shove, standing up to a couple of good kicks before poofing out. My chakra was returning quickly, the remains of the clones returning to me and adding to my supplies so that I could sit up easily to grin to myself. Naruto, Irika's voice snapped. What the hell are you doing? Ah, good. Time to test the theory that had been nagging at the back of my mind for most of my practice hour. Hey, Irika, I shouted in return, jumping to my feet and beaming. Did you come and test me? I'll learn a jutsu, like Mizuki said. Mizuki, Irika asked, and I knew that I'd been right. Something had been up, and I'd been dragged right into the middle of it. Yeah, Mizuki. He told me all about the secret way to pass, about how you have to borrow the forbidden scroll and learn a jutsu from to pass. I did it. Irika, I learned one. Mizuki told you that, my sensei asked, obviously trying to wrap his mind around something. Laughter cut off our conversation, and I narrowed sightless eyes at my other sensei, soon-to-be ex-sensei. He was above the ground, standing on a tree branch, I guessed, and he was laughing like the maniac he was. Yes, me, he sneered, and even though I couldn't see him, I could easily imagine the sneering, disgusted expression on his face as he continued. Naruto, you're so gullible, stealing the forbidden scroll like that from me. Honestly, and you want to be a shinobi. You tricked him, Irika exclaimed, obviously furious. Half the village is looking for an innocent child, because you thought it would be funny to get him in trouble. How immature are you? It's not for fun, Irika, Mizuki snarled. It's for power. The power of the jutsu contained in that scroll. Hand it over, Naruto. Naruto, don't give it to him. Irika barked instantly. I shifted the scroll so that it was sitting over my back. I had no intentions of handing it over, and I had a feeling I was going to need to make a run for it. Carrying this bulky thing in my arms would only make it worse. It was hard enough to sprint through a forest by memory alone. Mizuki, Irika howled, apparently beyond furious, and I couldn't blame him. I knew he thought of Mizuki as a friend, and to have this betrayal. Naruto, Mizuki shouted to me, ignoring Irika. Have you ever wondered why the village hates you so much? Ever wondered what you could have done? Why the whole village looks at you as if you're a monster? Misuki, no. Irika shouted. It's against the law. I tightened my grip on the scroll, taking a step back. This wasn't something I wanted to hear, but at the same time, every day of my life, every single day I wondered, but I didn't want to hear it. Didn't want to know. When the nine-tailed fox demon Kyuubi attacked Konoha 12 years ago, it was sealed inside a baby. You're the Kyuubi. Even your beloved Irika sensei hates your guts. The bottom of my stomach dropped out. The nine-tailed fox. Why everyone hated me. Why I had to fight for every step I took. Why my best friend had to pretend to hate me. Why? Why everyone called me a monster or demon freak whenever they thought I couldn't hear them. I heard nothing from Irika, just the bare gasp of air that he needed for survival, and felt my chest tighten. So I was a monster. I was just a dropout, a monster, a failure. A freak. I spun around and bolted into the trees. Sneering laughter echoed after me from the barren depths of my memories. I ran as fast as I could, and that was very fast. I was almost as fast as Sasuke in sprinting match, and if I really had a reason to be running, I was faster. I was probably lucky not to run into any trees, but my mental map and my memory was more than enough. It was easy for me to dart between the trees, ducking and leaping the lower branches. I didn't try to take to the trees. It had taken me 3 weeks and a sprained ankle to map them well enough for me not to be a health hazard, but I didn't want to risk it. The solid ground made for enough of a fast escape route from a world that hated me. I sobbed in a breath, stumbling over a chute that hadn't been in that mud patch last week. Stupid trees, always growing, and tumbled to the ground, landing with a heavy crash on the forest floor and rolling to cushion some of the unsteady impact. Ow! I really should have broken something, but somehow all I felt was one massive bruise beginning to form over my abdomen. I tried to push myself back up, but an unfamiliar whistling sound made me whip my head around, like the sound of wind reflecting off a shuriken, but bigger, and the shape was different. There was a tearing sound, and then the sound of squelching mud, but my sharp nose caught the smell of blood, and my eyes widened. Not mud, flesh. Someone had just been injured, and that someone was standing over me. I stared at the place I could hear the panting, and opened my mouth to say something, anything, when I heard Iruka say, "Run for it. Naruto, don't let Mizuki get the scroll." I drew in a sharp breath, my mind clicking rapidly. Iruka had been hurt. Iruka had stopped the blade. Iruka was hurt. Iruka had protected me? What the crap? This made no sense. So I did the only thing I could and followed his orders. I ran again. I couldn't do anything right. I couldn't do a bunshin. I'd gotten Iruka hurt, and I couldn't even escape from one measly chunin. For Kami's sake, I could get away from ANBU. Naruto, quick, give me the scroll. I heard Iruka shout from further off, and I turned my head towards it, quickly leaping that way. What in the world? There was a thump and a poof, plus the short burst of chakra that I knew meant a hinge was being dropped. Mizuki's voice said, "How did you know I wasn't Iruka?" I was confused. What was he on about? He couldn't see me. I was a tree or two away from him and whoever had attacked him, and it was a leafy one. I was hidden perfectly from view in the heavy undergrowth. There was another poof and another chakra flare, and then Iruka's voice said, heavy with pain, "Because I'm Iruka." I guessed that Mizuki in Iruka Henge had been chasing Iruka in Naruto Henge, and these people were teaching us? Sad. Why are you bothering to protect him? Mizuki spat. He's just a monster, a demon. He's not worth anything. He'll never be any more than a failure. The QB is nothing more than a monster, one who killed your parents. I swear my heart nearly stopped at that. So Iruka had even more right to hate me than anyone else? That was all I was, wasn't it? A monster, a demon. You're right, Iruka said, panting, his voice thick with what I suspected was blood. I let my head droop. I was nothing. The QB is a monster. I was worth nothing at all. But Naruto's not like that, Iruka continued. He's not a monster. He's a klutz and a bit of a clown, but when it really comes down to it, he's a bright, energetic kid. Uzumaki Naruto is not a monster or a freak. He's a human being. He's hardworking and kind-hearted. He's not the QB, and he never will be. He's not the one who killed my parents. He's the #1 loudmouth of Konoha, and more importantly, my student, and that is why I will protect him. I felt my heart lifting. Iruka said, he said I'm not a monster, that I'm worth something, that I'm not nothing. Mizuki snarled, I was thinking of leaving you until later, but now I suppose I'll have to deal with you first. There's a strange clicking noise that I assumed was him getting out one of those funny shuriken-like weapons I'd heard before, and with a burst of hot rage, I bared my teeth. Think again. I sprang out of my hiding place, just in time to deflect the weapon with a burst of chakra from one outstretched hand and halting in a defending position in front of Iruka, one of the few people on the planet who had ever defended me. If you touch my sensei, I growled, the sound feral with hate. I'll kill you. Mizuki laughed. He laughed, ignoring the killer intent that had to be coming off me in waves. You can't take me down, he sneered. You're nothing. I grinned, moving my hands into a seal that was fast becoming familiar. Taju kage bunshin. I roared at the top of my lungs, and I felt my chakra dividing itself as fast as it possibly could, the results exploding into existence all around us. I let my grin widen, baring my teeth. That was definitely the best one so far. Well over 1,000. I inhaled deeply and heard 1,000 sets of lungs imitating me as we all bellowed, CHARG. With 1,000 of me in action, it took a bare 20 seconds to pummel Mizuki into unconsciousness, the constant barrage of furious punches and kicks not being something any normal human could withstand for more than a few seconds. As I, the real me, kicked him into a tree, the 1,000 clones I'd managed to conjure up dispelled, one by one disappearing from existence. I smiled sheepishly at the spot I could hear Irika's labored breathing, saying, I guess I overdid it a bit, huh? Irika coughed. Just a little, I think. Naruto, come here and close your eyes. I walked over to him slowly, wondering what he would think of me now. I just beaten the utter crap out of Mizuki, who had attempted to betray the village, using me as a scapegoat, and my train of thought was cut off as I felt Irika pulling off the goggles I sometimes wore, replacing them with warm cloth, and I heard him say, okay, you can open them now. I did open them, making my eyes look up at my forehead, totally pointless, and moved my hand to touch the strip of cloth that had been neatly tied there, and the plate of metal firmly fixed in position. My fingers brushed over the spiraling symbol engraved deeply into the steel, and my eyes widened instinctively, my mouth dropping open as my mind painted the Konoha leaf resting on my forehead. The Hittite. Irika had passed me. I was a ninja. I felt the excitement bubbling up inside me, and I let out an ear-splitting "Yahoo!" and grabbed my sensei around the waist, hugging him tightly. Thank you so much, Irika-sensei. He laughed. Well, the requirement is 3 bunshin, and you just made at least 1,000 perfect copies of yourself, using a Jounin-level jutsu, no less. How could I not pass you, after a performance like that? I laughed myself, feeling like I was going to explode with happiness. I made it. I was a ninja, and I'd finally conquered that stupid bunshin. Come on, Naruto, my sensei laughed. I'll treat you to ramen. It started to get late, and I know you haven't had dinner. I hooped and bounced alongside him as we started to walk back to the village. Then I paused. Wait, what about Mizuki and the scroll? Well, I hardly think Mizuki's going anywhere, Irika pointed out. He can stay where he is until the Yinbyu pick him up. I left a message explaining what happened, and I'm sure the Sandaime Hokage was following it in his crystal ball, so he'll know exactly what happened. The scroll can stay with us until we can return it safely to the vault. I nodded energetically. That made sense, and better, it meant I could have dinner straight away. I sat down at one of the stools at Ichiraka Ramen Bar, bouncing excitedly and begging Irika for miso ramen. My sensei was chuckling under his breath as the chef plunked 2 bowls of ramen down in front of us, saying, first batch of the morning, fresh and piping hot. Eat up, boys. Morning already must have been busy for longer than I thought. I heard Irika's chopsticks crack and half froze. I wasn't sure where mine were. Sasuke always tapped the table for me where the chopsticks were, or muttered under his breath, but he wasn't here, and I couldn't let Irika know I was blind. I just couldn't. Naruto, I heard a familiar voice bellow from down the street, and turned my head towards it. Where the hell have you been? I've been looking all over the damn village for you. I felt my face splitting into a grin. Sasuke, I hollered back at the top of my lungs. Sasuke, I passed. I passed. What? He was closer now. I could hear his sprinting footfalls as he ran towards, as he screeched to a halt, he panted out. How'd you do it? You passed, that's great. I grinned and formed a cross seal. Kage Bunshin, I announced happily, and the chakra instantly puffed out into a shadow clone who did a backflip. That's awesome, Naruto, Sasuke said. Where'd you pick that up? Oh, Kami, don't tell me you actually. I borrowed the forbidden scroll and taught myself the Kagebunshin. I told him, happily raining on whatever hope he'd had that I hadn't gone and done exactly that. Aarg, I told you not to tell me. Irika cleared his throat, apparently surprised to see Sasuke talking so much. But really, if he's fighting with me, he talks quite a bit. He's very quiet around other people most of the time, but when it was just him and me, it was normal. Sasuke, Naruto did manage to pass, although he coughed. It wasn't exactly orthodox. I had freaked out over the cough. Ah, Irika-sensei, I forgot you're hurt. We have to get you to the hospital. Irika chuckled. Ah, don't worry about it. I patched myself up on the way here, and it wasn't that bad. Wasn't that bad? Those shuriken thingies were awful. They'd cause wicked injuries. You must be in agony. Well, tell me all about it, then, Sasuke said, sitting down in the seat next to mine. But then the ramen will get cold. I whined, the complaint a plea in disguise. I heard Sasuke sigh, and then rap his knuckles on the counter in front of me. The ramen's right there, moron. You can talk and eat at the same time. I know that much about your table manners. I love you, Sasuke, I thought as I reached out and grabbed the chopsticks he had just indicated with that tap. In half a second, I was gulping down the ramen and babbling the story out to my best friend, waving one arm around for emphasis at the important bits and shoveling noodles into my mouth. And then one of those shuriken things went flying towards Irika, and it was awesome. I was just like POW. And then it went flying, and I said, if you touch my sensei, I'll kill you, and those shuriken are nasty. Do you have my sketch pad? Sasuke handed me a rectangular pad and tapped my knuckles with the pencil, which I quickly grabbed and flicked to a blank page, rapidly scribbling on the paper and sketching out the razors of the projectile weapon and the slight curve of each blade, the deadly-looking weapon feeling right as I checked the slight abrasions the pencil made with my fingers. That slight curve would explain the whistles I'd heard, and the collapsible mechanism would have made those clicks as it was unfolding. Made sense. There like that, about my arm span from point to point. Damn, those things were nasty. Like a shuriken, but way bigger and a little different too. I gulped down half of the second bowl of ramen in one go and continued. Then Mizuki said, well, not so much said as laughed, that I couldn't touch him or something, and then I used the Tajukiga Bunshin, and then it was pow, pow, kablum, and he was down. There was like 1,000 Bunshin. It was awesome, the best one I managed all night. Then Irika gave me his forehead protector, and we came here, and then you showed up, and... Yes, I know the story from there. You idiot, Sasuke sighed, but there was a hint of a smile in his voice. But that means you passed, right? I turned to Irika, tensing my face muscles and raising my eyebrows in what Sasuke had nicknamed the puppy dog eyes no jutsu, and my sensei laughed. Well, I'll have to change the results, but since the Bunshin was the only thing holding Naruto back and he can do it beyond perfectly now, I really have no choice but to pass him. Oh, I shouted, and Sasuke scowled, growling, Dobe, not so loud. Must the whole village know? Yes, I declared. In fact, screw the village, I want the whole country to know. I jumped to my feet and opened my mouth, but Sasuke clapped both hands over my face, wrestling me to the ground. Oh, no you don't. I want to have eardrums when we get our teams, which means I don't want you blowing them out a few damn hours beforehand. Team, I spat around his hands, wriggling underneath his weight until I got the leverage to kick him off and then make a break for it as he made another leap at me. See you later, Irika-sensei, I shouted as we bolted down the street. Irika sighed. Those two. Just a minute ago, I could have sworn they were best friends, and now they're trying to kill each other again. Honestly, the way they act sometimes. Attention. Hataki Kakashi. Memo. It wasn't a request, Kakashi. You're taking a team. Signed. Sandaime Hokage. Attention. Sandaime Hokage. Memo. I will agree to consider teaching a Genin team this year, but I would like to request permission to teach the team containing Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto. Signed, Hitaki Kakashi. P.S. That wasn't a request either. Sensei's brat and Obito's brat, or no brats at all. I was bouncing up and down continuously in my seat beside Sasuke later that morning. Sleep? Why would I need such a useless thing? Again, acting as a shield from the fangirls, who had yet to notice that the seat they were fighting over was currently occupied. Sasuke was ignoring me, although I had to be irritating him, but as per usual, I was less annoying than the female population of our class, even if I was high for no particular reason. Naruto, a voice sighed from above me, and I glanced up, hopefully meeting Shikamaru's eyes. His voice had a slower tempo than a normal person's, probably something to do with his laziness. He spoke slowly so that if someone got what he was saying before he finished, he wouldn't have to say the whole sentence. You know, this class is for graduating students only. I scowled. In case you haven't noticed, Shika, I have a Hittite 8, which means that I passed. So I'm meant to be in here. Thank you very much. He sighed again. This is too troublesome, he muttered, slouching off to a seat closer to the back, next to Chuji, who was eating chips again. Slightly stale chips, I noticed from the sounds of the crunches. The din of the classroom only got worse when the two ringleaders of Sasuke's fan club came shoving in, calling each other names and obviously arguing over the coveted position of being seated next to their hero. Sasuke let out a tiny sound that could have been a whimper, and I would have been teasing him mercilessly over the unmanly sound if I hadn't been distracted by a high-frequency screech blasting my sensitive ears. After a few seconds, when the ringing had died down a little, I said, "Ow, I think I'm deaf in my right ear now." Sasuke sniggered. "Well, that sucks," he muttered out of the corner of his mouth. "You may not need your eyes to be a ninja, but you sure as hell need your ears." Why? I wasn't actually deaf, but as I listened to the two girls bickered at each other high pitches, I rather wished I was. Their pitch was giving me a hashtag and %ing migraine. I was here first, forehead girl. No way, Eno pig. Sasuke-kun would way rather sit next to me than you. Wouldn't you, Sasuke-kun? The sickly, vaguely bubbly tone the girl was using made me feel ill, while the high pitch just made my ears hurt. HN. Sure, take the easy way out, Sasuke. What am I, invisible? I snapped aloud. I'm sitting here, so go somewhere else. The fangirls turned their attention to me, which, while it gave Sasuke a bit of relief, gave me a headache even through the fingers I had the foresight to shove in my ears. I couldn't even understand half of what they were screeching, let alone care. Irika's voice cut through the white wall of noise that was Sakura and Ino's voices, bellowing, "SIT down and shut up, for Kamisake." I had almost forgotten how loud he could be when he needed to be. Ino snorted and stomped away, a scowl evident in the weight under her footsteps, but to my absolute horror, Sakura squeezed onto the bench beside me. "Please don't let her speak. Please don't let her speak. Please don't let her speak." Sasuke-kun, don't you hope that we could be on the same team? That would be great, wouldn't it? She spoke. I moaned silently and hid my head under my arms. HN, no. Sasuke, don't encourage her. Listen up. Irika barked. You are now Genin, which means that you take on Genin duties. And it's not all fun and games anymore. The life of a ninja is full of hardships and trials to endure, pain and difficulty. He actually said a lot more, but I ignored him, tracing the grain of the wood of the desk with my fingertips until he started to call out the teams, when I blinked myself awake and asked Sasuke, "So, what did he just say in that long and pointless speech that I didn't listen to?" "That we are Genin, ninja lives suck, and these are our teams," Sasuke muttered under his breath. Oh, so why couldn't he just say that in the first place? Because he's a teacher. Teachers are hardwired to say as little as possible in as many words as they can. You would suck at being a teacher. You'd be great at it, if not for the fact that you couldn't see what the little snot-nosed toe-rags were doing. Why's that, Sasuke-kun? Sakura put in, and my heart nearly stopped. Shit, she was listening. Because he's an absent-minded twat, Sasuke replied, and I breathed a faint sigh of relief before retorting, I am not team, oh, a bug. I looked over the edge of my desk, tipping my head towards the small insect I could hear scuttling on the floor. My tone was argumentative, but Sasuke knew, through my proving of his point, that I was thanking him for the quick save. HN, I rest my case. No problem, Naruto. Team 7, Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke. Oh, thank Kami. I felt my shoulder muscles relaxing, and Sasuke brushed my hand reassuringly. And Haruno Sakura. Oh crap. Me and Sasuke both groaned, while Sakura hooped with excitement at being put on Sasuke-kun's team. Thud. I slammed my head on the desk twice more before Sasuke poked me hard in the shoulder. Knock it off. You don't have that many brain cells to lose. Team, I grumbled. Several hours of listening to Sakura's high-pitched fawning later, and I was ready to crawl under a desk and die. Where the F asterisk in percent is our F asterisk in percent ing sensei. Naruto, Sakura yelled at me. Don't swear in front of a lady. I'll swear whenever I goddamn want to. I yelled in her general direction. My ears were ringing, and it was getting harder to tell where she was. And where the F asterisk in percent is this lady you speak of? I heard her fist moving, but I was wedged between the bench and the desk and couldn't get low enough in time to dodge, catching her punch in the back of the head. Ow, wow, I complained, having been shoved off the bench and onto the floor. That Heward. HN, and you call yourself a ninja? Sasuke's voice was mocking, but there was a flicker of concern only I could hear, and I mentally translated. Are you okay? A lot of what we say isn't in what's actually said. It means we can have a full-blown argument and be discussing bits and pieces that no one else knows about. I think it's useful. Sasuke says it's creepy, but I'm pretty sure he's joking. Yes, I do. I shouted back at him. Translation, I'm fine. IT was her fault. She is so annoying. HN, I agree. Let's kill her later. Okay, so maybe the second bit was wishful thinking. Despite that, my mind was already going through vague, half-formed plans of breaking in her house and setting her bed on fire. And how long were we meant to put up with her? I'm bored. I announced to most of the building and rolled out from under the bench, bouncing down steps that I had long ago taught myself to navigate without falling flat on my face. I grabbed a chalkboard eraser from the bottom of the blackboard and went to the door, opening it a crack and wedging the duster up the top. The next person to open it would get a good bonk on the head. Naruto, what are you doing? Sakura snapped. Your pranks are so stupid. Do you want to get in trouble with our Jounin sensei? I snorted. If he's good enough to know it's there, we'll get a little knowledge on his abilities. If he can't, he'll learn not to underestimate us just because we're kids. Fair trade. Plus, it's his fault he's late. Naruto, what if they're an emergency, and that's why he's late? By 4 hours? Nah. The only emergency I accept for that is dead or mortally wounded. Right, Sasuke? You're such an idiot. Translation, bingo. I heard footsteps echoing down the corridor, too light and far apart to be children, and the wrong pulse to be Irika or any of the other teachers. I sat up a little straighter, and Sasuke shifted nearby to look at the door, he having noticed me hearing something worth noting. I heard the door open and a single footfall as someone took a step inside, followed by the thump of the eraser hitting something. Sakura yelped, and I hissed to Sasuke quickly under my breath. What happened? What happened? What happened? What happened? He stepped in, and the eraser hit him right on the head. He hissed back. Nice shot. Yes. My first impression of you three is that you're a waste of my time. His voice had a similar pulse to Shikamaru's, but was a lower baritone, more arrogant and even more bored than lazy. And my first impression of you is that you need an attitude transplant and a wristwatch, I retorted promptly. Good thing first impressions are often wrong, Kakashi-sensei. I got the definite sense that someone was glaring at me. I wonder who. Well, meet me up on the roof, our new teacher said boredly, and there was a poof and a flash of chakra, stronger than Hinge and closer in timbre to Kawarimi. Sakura gasped, and Sasuke muttered under his breath to me. He just used Shunshin. Show off. I nodded agreement, looking as if I was just nodding to myself for no real reason, and bounced to my feet. Sasuke stood up behind me, and I pretended to stare out the window for a second to let him get in front of me before following tamely. Sakura, closer to the door, went out straight away, and I heard her footsteps immediately take the stairwell towards the roof. Sasuke's hands brushed the edges of the doorway, letting me refix its position in my head. And as we started going up the stairs, he trailed his hand along the banister, the changes in the direction of the noise letting me know when there was a curve coming up. Ow! I had walked into the doorway just before the roof. Sasuke's hand had missed the other edge of the doorway, and I had misjudged the width of the door without the second reference. You're so clumsy. Sorry. Team, don't do it again. Rubbing my head, I moved out onto the roof and walked over to where Sasuke was standing, leaning against the railing he'd brushed with one hand a second ago. Sasuke himself sat down on the stairs about a meter away from my feet, and Sakura was on his other side. Well, now that we're all here, why don't we introduce ourselves? Kakashi drawled. His voice was very bored, and it irritated me. If he was so bored, then why was he here? Your name, likes, dislikes, hobbies, your dream, that sort of thing. Why don't you go first, Sensei, to show us how it's done? Sakura suggested. My name is Ataki Kakashi. Well, likes and dislikes, I don't feel like telling you those. My dream for the future. Never really thought about it. Hobbies, well, I have lots of hobbies. Your turn. Well, that was helpful, I thought, frowning slightly. He gave away a lot more than he let on, and I don't think he meant a secretive guy, doesn't like to think about the future, probably lives in the past a bit. Better keep an eye out for that, his likes and dislikes. I don't think there's something children should be privy to, judging from his amused tone there. Hobbies, man, I think he really does have a lot of hobbies. Wonder what they are? Well, that was helpful, Sakura exclaimed. All we really learned was his name. Apparently, she didn't catch that. Okay, you go first, Kakashi said. There was a long pause. Finally, Sasuke sighed. Idiot, are you even awake? Shit, he was talking to me. What was the question again? I yelped, then acted like I had remembered. Oh yeah, likes? I like ramen and my friend, bright colors, ramen, and music. I don't like silence. I really don't like silence. Oh, in those 3 minutes you have to wait for instant ramen to cook after you put in the hot water. That's not instant. I hate high-pitched noises. They're even worse than silence. And really loud ones, they're bad too. Hobbies, my favorite hobby is drawing, but I make explosive seals too. I'm working on shock tags, but so far all they do is light up the living room occasionally. So if I come in with singed eyebrows, you know why. I stopped, expecting Kakashi to prompt the next person, but Sakura said, "What about your dream?" I was immediately suspicious. Why did she care? Why had she noticed? Why did she give a damn about what my dream was, especially if I didn't want to tell her? Was she planning something? Was I too paranoid for my own good? Probably. I contemplated this internally for a second, then swore mentally. Oh crap, I'm turning into Sasuke. Come on. How would I know what my dreams are? I'm just an idiot. I whined. Ask Sasuke, he's smart. Can I have that in writing? No. Okay, your turn, Kakashi said, and apparently indicated Sakura, as it was her voice I heard next. Well, my likes are, the person I like is, there followed a little giggle. My hobbies, another weird giggle. I got the distinct feeling she was staring at my best friend and smirked to myself. I was so teasing Sasuke about this later. I plugged my ears to avoid Sakura's high-pitched whines and spent the rest of her fangirl speech planning out how to piss Sasuke off later, and also my escape route when he took a swing at me. And the last one. Sasuke's turn. I tugged my fingers out of my ears. Sasuke's voice was always quiet and a good low pitch. I don't like much, and I dislike many things. Translation: I like Naruto and tomatoes, and I dislike fangirls and a whole lot of other crap. I don't have any hobbies. Though I'll never admit it, I like to help Naruto with his pranks to piss off people who annoy me. And my dream for the future, his eyes narrowed, I could just tell from his tone, is to even the score with a certain someone. Mentally, I cursed. Damn, I thought he'd outgrown the I am an Avenger Muskilitachi phase. Unless he's talking about the, oh crap, I told him to leave that alone. I shot a dirty look in what I thought was Sasuke's direction, just in case. Judging from Sakura's failed attempt at hitting me, I think I missed. Well, you're all three individuals, each with your own thoughts and opinions, Kakashi said easily. That's good. Now, tomorrow, we'll begin with a survival exercise. What? But we did survival exercises back in the academy, said Sakura, sounding confused, and I gave a barely noticeable shudder. Those have been hell for someone who couldn't see what the crap he was doing. Thank God for Sasuke. I remember this one time he got put on the opposite team, and I know I totally flunked that one. I fell into a pool of freezing slime that I swear wasn't there a second ago. I tuned back in just in time to hear Kakashi chuckling. Huh, what did I miss this time? You see, out of the 27 graduates, only 9 of them will become genin. What? Sakura screamed. I already had my fingers in my ears. If we did pass on the same team, I was going to have to talk to her about the shrieking habit. I wasn't surprised by the extra test thing. I'd heard some jounin discussing the second genin exam a couple of weeks ago. I don't think I was supposed to overhear it, but this was apparently it. Huh, they hadn't been joking. I myself was scowling internally. Kakashi's tone had hinted at the fact he thought we'd fail his stupid test. Well, we'd show him. And anyway, he couldn't even dodge an eraser and had shown up 4 hours late. What sort of faith could you put in his words? So, I'll see you guys tomorrow at 5 in the morning. Just remember, if you don't want to throw up, don't eat breakfast. He vanished, and I immediately thought, screw the guy who needs a wristwatch. Screw not eating breakfast. I said aloud. He's probably going to show up 4 hours late again. And if we haven't had anything to eat by, then we'll be useless in any form of survival exercise. HN, good point. But Kakashi-sensei just told us not to eat breakfast. Sakura insisted. And we have to show up on time. That's how it works. Actually, it was only a suggestion, Sasuke put in quietly. And how much stock can we put in this guy's words, anyway? I pointed out. Showed up 4 hours late, underestimated his team, couldn't dodge a simple chalkboard eraser, unless he was just too lazy to get out of the way, which is even worse, underestimated us again. And now he's told us to starve ourselves and then abandoned us until tomorrow. Suyer, I can respect him. Nah. Sakura began lecturing in her high-pitched voice, and I sighed. Damn, this was going to be a headache. I just knew it. Attention. Sandaime Hokage. Memo, you have got. To be F% and ing. Kidding me. Signed. Hitaki Kakashi. Japanese translations. Sandaime, literally third, colloquially means third Hokage in this context. Kyuubi, this is generally the colloquial term for the fox demon that attacked Konoha. Its full title is Kyuubi no Kitsune, which translate directly to the nine-tailed fox, whereas Kyuubi just means 9 tails. Unless referring to his full title, Kyuubi is the term mostly used. This particular word is also spelt as Kyuubi, but this is going into Romanji and confusing symbols on top of English lettering, so we won't go there. Just know that I prefer to spell it as Kyuubi. Hitai, the headbands the ninja wear. These are forehead protectors, the metal plate to stop kunai killing you on instant impact, although not all ninja wear them around their foreheads. They have the village's symbol on them to say what village the ninja belongs to, and are considered a symbol of adulthood. Missing nin usually have a slash through the middle to denote the fact that they have cut all ties with their former village. But an interesting fact is that Momochi Zabuza, a known missing nin, wears an unslashed Hitai. Technique. Kage Bunshin, Shadow Clone. This is a variation of the original Bunshin technique. However, instead of an illusion, it creates a solid, fully functioning copy of a user. They can be dispelled with 1 or 2 good hits or by puncturing the skin, but it is almost impossible to tell them apart from the original. The Byakugan can see a perfect copy of the chakra system, and only the Sharingan has the ability to tell them apart. Even then, it is said to be extremely difficult. Kage Bunshin uses up a lot of chakra, dividing the user's chakra equally for each clone, said to be the reason it became a forbidden technique. It took enough chakra for people to kill themselves trying it. Twin One has speculated its forbidden status may also be due to the fact that each clone is a whole new person with a personality and a will to live, the doubtful ethical issues having an effect on the jutsu status. Only ninja, jounin level, and up may know this one. Except, obviously, Naruto. As far as seen in canon, no chunin know it, and not all jounin can do it either. Shunsin Body Flicker. This one is the subject of much debate as to whether it is a speed jutsu or a teleportation jutsu, although the general consensus is a speed technique. The user uses their chakra to speed their movements to a level that the naked eye cannot track them and can move astonishing distances in what seems to be the blink of an eye. However, longer distances or larger changes in altitude use more chakra, which is why the Shunshin isn't used as a long-distance travel technique. It uses too much energy. Point 3 and pass again. Kakashi-sensei was late. Again. I've got half a mind to sneak into the records vault to find this guy's file, just to see if he's actually always this late, or if he just doesn't care enough about us to be on time. I muttered to Sasuke, who quietly nodded in agreement. Sakura was dozing nearby. She had been trying to stay awake, but had failed rather miserably. Listening to her breathing cautiously, I asked Sasuke quietly, "What does Kakashi-sensei look like?" Sasuke paused, considering his answer. He's pretty tall, looks even taller with his hairstyle. His hair is silver, and it sticks up all over the place. He looks about late 20s, early 30s. He wears a navy blue mask that totally covers the bottom half of his face, and his hitaite is tied on at an angle to cover his left eye. He looks kind of disorganized, sort of lazy in his posture. "Yeah, he sounds lazy," I commented. "And arrogant, that too." HN. Sasuke fell silent. Damn. I didn't complain too loudly, though, content to listen to Sakura's breathing in the hope she'd stay asleep forever. Of course, it didn't last, and around 7:30, she woke up, fingers in ears, freaked out, realized our sensei still wasn't here, calmed down, and went to her favorite pastime, talking at Sasuke, who was ignoring her. When she failed to get any response, she went to her second favorite pastime, staring at Sasuke like a love-struck pigeon. Oh, wait. I couldn't even see what she was doing, and I still knew the expression she was wearing. Sasuke had described it as the stupidly hopeful puppy look. Something like 4 goddamn boring hours later, I heard the faint jingle of bells from one of the several trails through the forest and glanced towards it. Sasuke came out of his broody trance to look over as well, and I could hear footsteps now. Kakashi-sensei's pulse. Finally, our sensei was here. "Sensei, you're late," Sakura shouted. I frowned slightly and muttered to Sasuke, "Mental note, buy earplugs." "Am I?" our sensei asked, sounding genuinely surprised, and I decided that he really needed a wristwatch. The bells jingled. Well, you see, I had to help this little old lady with her groceries, and I guess it made me a little late. Sakura snorted disbelievingly, while I raised my eyebrows at Sasuke. I actually couldn't tell if he was lying or not. But anyway, on to survival training. Your task is simple. The bells jingled again. What was up with them? And what kind of ninja wore bells, anyway? You must get these bells from me, and you have until noon to do it. He put something down on a piece of wood. A stump, I remembered, was about where he was standing. Ah, that's what the bells were for. Then, crap. How could I get them if I couldn't even see them? Whine. But, Sensei, there's only 2 bells, and there's 3 of us, Sakura said, sounding confused, and now I was too. Only 2 bells? Why is that? He said we had to get the bells. Maybe it's just to make it a wider target than one. So it'll be harder for us to get in each other's way? Ah, that's the catch, Sakura. Only the people who get a bell will be allowed to pass, and the one who fails will be tied to one of those stumps and will not be allowed to eat lunch, and will have to go back to the academy. Or not. My jaw dropped open in a combination of horror and awe. Horror. Oh, Cammy, There is in no way in the nine hells I'm going back to the academy. And aw man, was this guy good. He told us not to eat breakfast, and me and Sasuke had both steadfastly ignored that. Sakura was probably starving though. He had just effectively turned us against each other. Two, each for his own. Ready? Go! Instantly Sasuke bolted, and I followed him through the trees straight away, listening to Kakashi-sensei behind us. He wasn't following us, which was good. Sasuke wanted to say something, but I couldn't tell what. He paused. The air pressure here felt a bit lighter, and I guess we were in a clearing. All right, so what was off about that? He asked firmly. I twitched my head at him, my mind flashing frantically. I don't get it, and we don't have time for this. What if he comes after us? There's only so much warning I can give, and his footfalls are pretty distinctive, but he's a jounin and... Calm down, Sasuke interrupted. He's too lazy for that. He'll wait for us to come to him. Now, I'll say it again. What was wrong with that whole thing? I took a breath, trying to calm my mind down. Well, for one thing, Genin teams are always in teams of 3. I've never, ever heard a team of less than 3 Genin training or doing village missions around town. Not 2, not 1. Always 3. Either all 3 of us are going to pass this, or none of us will. Sasuke nodded, his hair flicking against his face, the sound telling me his head motions. Right, which means the no bell no pass thing has to be a fake. I pinched the skin next to my eye with 2 fingers, thinking, there's no way in hell us Genin can match up to a Jounin. I pointed out. Not on our own, anyway, but all together. And we might just stand a chance, Sasuke finished. Come on, Kakashi-sensei's busy reading a book, so we can get to Sakura and get her to help without many problems. Ah man, do we have to? I mumbled, following him. We were taking a circle around Kakashi-sensei, who as far as I could tell hadn't moved. She gives me such a headache. Deal, dope. We need her if we're going to pass this. I grumbled under my breath and continued to follow Sasuke, slipping between the passing trees as he brushed them with his fingertips. Kakashi didn't seem to have moved, and Sakura was hiding in the forest overweight. Who the heck was that? Sasuke, there's someone over with Sakura, I said aloud, and Kakashi-sensei hasn't moved at all. I think there's some... I swore aloud as my mind connected the identical footsteps and chakra signature, which really hadn't made sense, with the Jounin-level jutsu I had learned just last night. Damn, shadow clone. And what? Sasuke asked, his voice getting louder as he turned around to look at me, not pausing in his sprint. And what clone? Shadow clone, Kage Bunshin, I replied, moving around a bush that I remembered to have thorns. It's a form of the clone technique, but it's not Jinjutsu. The clones produced are solid and have their own chakra source. They're very dangerous though, cause they divide the user's chakra evenly. Make too many and you'll kill yourself with chakra exhaustion in under a minute. Kakashi-sensei must be pretty strong to even make one. Sasuke grunted, absorbing the new information. Do you know anything else about them? I frowned and clipped a tree with my elbow. TME, you missed a tree. The scroll I was reading said something about them being able to fool the Byakugan Kas of their chakra systems, but the Sharingan can see through the jutsu. Hey, isn't the Sharingan your clan's bloodline? Yes. Shut up. We're getting close to Sa. There was an ear-splitting scream that actually made me freeze in place and clamp my hands over my ears in an attempt to ward off the nail being driven into my skull. Kara! Sasuke finished with a faint sigh of exasperation. Too late, I muttered, carefully prying one hand away from my head to check if the noise was gone. It had. What can you hear? Sasuke asked, coming back to me. He'd had the same thought as me, I think, that if Kakashi-sensei had made one clone to go after Sakura, what were the chances he'd made one to come after us so he could read his book in peace? Sakura's 100 meters that way, unconscious, I think. Whatever that thing was, I'm pretty sure it was a shadow clone. It's gone now, and Kakashi-sensei is shit. 20 meters north and closing. Shit, Sasuke agreed, and whipped around to face the direction I'd told him. Double shit, I hissed under my breath, moving to stand at his back. The Bunshin's coming up behind us. This is not going to be fun. I can't say I expected to find you two together. Our sensei's voice remarked from behind me. I didn't turn around, focusing my ears on the faintest of sounds the Bunshin was making, barely detectable, but enough to alert me to the threat still coming. You two are usually at each other's throats. Why cooperate now, when one of you could easily drag the other down? I scowled, knowing what he was up to. Necessity, Sasuke informed him, also catching on. Like one Genin can take on a Jounin. Even less likely, I continued, narrowing sightless eyes at where the clone was just brushing past a bush and through what I thought was the boundary of our clearing, is two Genin against two Jounin. I yanked on the back of Sasuke's shirt, and we both crouched down, dodging the flurry of metal weapons. I was reasonably sure from a sheer whistle of the blades cutting air, but Kakashi might have access to more dangerous weapons, and I smirked as I heard the sound of our sensei having to step to the side to avoid his own assault. I tugged again, and we stood up slowly, keeping our backs pressed against each other to cover all angles. What say we even this fight out a little? I asked rhetorically, bringing my hands in my newly favorite cross seal. Kage Bunshin. Instantly, 10 puffs of smoke went off, surrounding me and Sasuke in a wave of haze. One of them hinged instantly into Sasuke, leaving me and the original to take advantage of the cover and sneak away. It wasn't a particularly good cover, and I had my suspicions that Kakashi-sensei had seen right through it, but neither he nor his Bunshin followed us as we ran towards the spot Sakura was. Or the spot her breathing was at least. Sasuke would probably have been completely unable to find her without my ears pointing him in the right direction. Or not, as he described the scene of her fainting. Looks utterly terrified, face white enough to make her hair look red. What color is her hair normally? Pink, and I've heard it's natural. Pink. I frowned, trying to remember that color, before finally placing it and shuddering. It was a faded memory, and definitely not a good one. I shook off the dull memories of colors I've been sifting through and said instead, "Any ideas to wake her up? We're going to need her, I'm sorry to say." "If I knew a Suidan jutsu, I'd use it," he muttered, and I grinned evilly. "Makes me sad I don't know any, either." "Oh well," Shaken shouted his then. She woke up screaming in terror, and I pinned my fingers in my ears for what had to be the 10th time that day. From Sasuke's tense reaction, she had thrown herself at him and was now sobbing into his shoulder. Something about him dying. I stifled a grimace at that thought and piped up, "We need a plan to get those bells off Kakashi-sensei. Just charging in randomly will only get us our asses handed to us on silver platters. Any ideas?" "Naruto, don't swear," Sakura snapped, coming out of her fear-induced stupor to yell at me. It wasn't the original intention, but hey, it snapped her out of it. Whatever works, even if it wasn't supposed to. I ignored her and turned my head to Sasuke, who was quiet, probably thinking. "If what you already worked out is correct," he said slowly, "then the bells are only a target, something to focus on. What Kakashi-sensei actually wants to see is teamwork. But that can't be the only catch. The bells still have something to do with this. But there are only 2 of them." While he was muttering over that, I didn't want to know what Sakura was doing, as long as she was out of my personal space. I suddenly blinked at an influx of information, giving it several seconds thought as I wondered how I knew that Kakashi had finished off my clones and was headed our way, though more slowly than he could have been. Then another flash of info. His clone was down, dispelled to nothing more than gases, and my last one had just been dispelled. Did shadow clones have the ability to transfer information to their creator? That was something to be investigated, but for now, I could definitely hear his footsteps. "Whatever plan you've got, I want to hear it now," I said to Sasuke. "Our sensei's coming." The clones didn't distract him for long. "Well, that was amusing," said Kakashi's voice from somewhere behind Sakura. "Shit," I said conversationally as I turned around. Mental note. Factor in sensei's inhuman quietness when calculating distance through footfall volume. Kakashi, if I could see him, was no doubt giving us a very evil grin. I swore into my breath multiple times and wondered if I could pull off a henge of Sakura. Not likely. Sasuke's had taken close to a month to perfect and had to be updated regularly. I only had passing knowledge of Sakura. That option was out, although the clones would probably distract him long enough for us to. For us to what? We needed a damn plan. There was a choked yelp as Sasuke was kicked off his feet, and I reacted immediately, catching him to break his fall and dragging him upright again in under a second, while Sakura screamed and, I hope, ducked. Sasuke wheezed for a second or two, leaning on me while he struggled to breathe. Right? Screw the plan thing, this guy was going down. No one hurt Sasuke and got away with it. Not even his fangirls. I don't know why they think green hair is a bad thing. I don't see any problem with it, wait. Kage Bunshin. I growled. That would keep him busy for a minute or two. Sasuke, are you alright? What's Sakura doing? I'm fine, he gasped, just winded. Sakura's unconscious. No, wait, she's waking up. Kakashi's having trouble with your clones. Too many. Holy crap. And I thought, one of you was scary. Yeah. Now shut up and think. We need a plan pronto. I'm a Jinin, not AF% and ING Taijutsu master. You're the smart one, remember? We need to get him pinned, or at the very least distracted enough for one of us to grab those bells. Sasuke panted, his breath mostly back. Half left of your Bunshin. Distractions. I doubt we'd be able to get him off guard enough. Do you know Jinjutsu? That could work. I snorted, reminding him that I couldn't even detect Jinjutsu. And that was when they actually affected me. Seriously, the eye contact ones don't work, and the others are just effing annoying. Can't make M, can't dispel M, can't even notice them. I all-around suck at Jinjutsu. Can you make enough Bunshin too? No, there's only so much they can do. They're lightweights anyway. Our conversation was cut short by me suddenly catching a punch to the side of the head, followed up by a kick to the side that sent me flying. Ow. I hate it when that happens. Sasuke was using Gakakyu from the sound of things, and as I tried to stand up and stumbled, the rushing sound of fire eating the air nearby halted as Sasuke grabbed me, holding me upright, and probably stopping me from knocking myself out against a tree. The Bunshin ran out, huh? I said blearily, making the cross seal. Better fix that. Kage Bunshin. Another dozen clones flickered to life and attacked our sensei, and I leant my pounding head against Sasuke's shoulder. Damn, that punch had hurt. We need a plan, and we need it now. I don't know how long I can keep this up, especially if I get punched like that again. Although the pain was fading again, and I could hear properly, my ears had been ringing slightly. But now I could hear Sakura's breathing and therefore didn't jump when she next spoke. I can use Jinjutsu as a distraction, if you need me to, Sasuke-kun. He turned his head towards her, while I kept mine staring at the rather vicious-sounding fight going on between my clones and my sensei. I winced as one particular set of memories returned. Dang, that had to have hurt. Wait, it did. Another clone was pinned down and then dispatched by Kunai as Sasuke's mind word and clicked. I could almost hear it going with my ear right next to his head like this. Okay, I've got it now, he said, and if I had touched his face, I knew I'd feel his smirk. The predatory smirk that made you glad he was on your side, if he was. The "you are so screwed now" smirk. We backed away, leaving my clones to bother Kakashi for a while Sakura set up her Jinjutsu, and we all got in a position. I couldn't sense anything happening, but I dismissed it as a "you suck at Jinjutsu" thing. Then, when Sasuke gave the signal, a tap to the back of my hand, I mass dispelled my remaining clones. There were only 3 left by this stage, then sent up a massive flare of chakra as I created as many clones as I could. Kakashi-sensei instinctively turned towards the flare, which was what Sasuke had been counting on. In a split second, he let down his guard, just a fraction. Sakura's mild Jinjutsu took hold, and then I let all heck break loose. At least 100 clones exploded out of the forest, aimed at the thoroughly distracted Kakashi-sensei, and tackled him, weighing him down and frantically grabbing at the bells. Sasuke and the original me joined in the fray. Sasuke shooting a Hozenka that escaped my clones and singed our sensei, and me making a frantic dive for the temptingly jingling bells I could hear as the man staggered back to his feet. My hand closed around two metallic objects. There was a slight pressure and then a snap as the strings broke, and then I hit the ground rolling. Panting, I sprang to my feet, my fist tight around the bells we had fought so hard for, mildly surprised the Jinjutsu ambush had worked and mildly disappointed. I wanted to test my new shock tags, too. The clones all backed away and then all dispelled at once, and I staggered at the sudden rush, but shook my head to clear it and looked up at the spot. I could hear Kakashi-sensei's slightly elevated breathing. We got the bells, I told him, holding one out to Sasuke, who took it and tapped it with one finger, testing the ring to check if it was genuine. So, who passes and who fails? Kakashi asked, sounding a blend between somber and cheerful. It was a scary blend. We got the bells, and we used teamwork, Sasuke said firmly. That's the purpose of this test, testing our teamwork, not our Genin abilities. Those have been tested already. Now we're put into teams to test it all out, the idealisms and promises. The bell thing is just to try to split us up. It's all a fake. He threw his bell at Kakashi, and it pinged off his forehead protector. "Ooh, nice shot," I said, aiming at the spot I'd heard the bell ricochet from, and with a clink I hit it too. "Ooh, score for me." "True, true," Kakashi-sensei allowed, but I didn't relax. His voice's tone wasn't something that put me at ease. Not to mention we'd just thrown his test back in his face, rather literally. But who fails? There are only 2 bells, and there are only 2 lunches, and 3 of you. I scowled. Then, one of the memories of my clones filtered through, and a wicked grin took the scowl's place. "I don't like that look," Sasuke said quietly. Or at least I wouldn't like it if it was aimed at me. I reached into my pocket, where a clone had slipped something before dispelling, and said, "So those bells are basically passes to being genin, right?" With a flourish, I brought out Kakashi's book from my pocket. "So, is your book worth a pass, Kakashi-sensei? Or shall we just burn it?" "Sasuke, got enough for one more Gakakyu." I sensed Sasuke grinning as he said, "Burn the book." Okay, you all pass," the man yelped, obviously fearing for the fate of his book. "How the heck did you get that?" "I've been told I have very light fingers." "Why did you get that?" Sasuke sounded confused, but amused, and probably a little relieved. We had, after all, just managed to extort our sensei into passing all 3 of us. A couple of my clones forgot what they were looking for, so they grabbed whatever they could. "Oh, that reminds me, you might want these back." I fished out a couple of kunai, 3 shuriken, a ring of keys, a couple of scrolls, a pen, a pocket knife, a square mirror, a faded photograph, something that looked like a shopping list, a roll of bandage, and what felt like a spare face mask, throwing them at Kakashi-sensei. "You're a little kleptomaniac," he exclaimed, catching his book and flipping it open immediately. The rest of his stuff was stowed in a random pocket. "Oh no, if I was in klepto mode, you'd be lucky to still have your fingers, Kakashi-sensei. You can forget your clothes. And maybe the hair, too." Our sensei cleared his throat, apparently somewhat nervous at that proclamation. "Well, by anyone's standards, you have passed the test," he declared. "Perhaps in an unusual way, but you passed nonetheless. You worked together as a team to overcome an opponent with more experience on his side. But remember," his voice took on the quality of someone dispensing invaluable wisdom. And no, that wasn't sarcasm. The sobriety of his voice was clear to all 3 of us, as he said, "Those who disobey the rules are trash, but those who abandon their comrades are worse than trash." Sasuke and I glanced at each other. I couldn't imagine leaving Sasuke behind, for anything. He knew everything about me, and I knew everything about him. Without Sasuke, I'd either given up, gotten found out, or gone completely crazy ages ago. Maybe even gotten myself killed. Without me, God knows what might have happened to Sasuke's mentality. "You 3 worked together as a team, and even twisted the rules to your own gain, to ensure all of you made it through," he continued. "You're not just clones churned out of the academy, destined for nothing more than death. You're your own people. Come on, follow me." Bemused but silent, we followed our sensei back to the clearing we had first started off in. I smelled bento, Probably from the boxed lunches Sasuke reported under his breath, sitting near the training stumps. There was clean running water nearby, a small river. I remembered this clearing now, the monument. Kakashi-sensei stopped in front of the polished rock, and I stopped a little way behind Sasuke, Sakura on the other side of him. Engraved in this rock are the names of many great ninja, some of them even my comrades. I registered my sensei's words and filed them away, but under my breath, I was reciting every name carved into the marble. Suzuki Hana, Higazawa Yami, Jiroto Kanayu. Sasuke had bowed his head respectfully, and my eyes were aimed at the ground as I continued. Uchiha Obito, Kanuri Tsum, Hanasaki Jinsei, Hurricane Ryu, Nezumi Rin. The list went on and on. Anyone else would have had trouble remembering them all. But the names were burned into my memory from the first time I'd sat here, my fingers brushing blindly over the names carved deep into the rock. It had been a pointless exercise, memorizing them all, but I had done it anyway. Tokoshioki, Yumino Kosuka, Yumino Sora, Namikaze Minato. 1. I paused for a deep, steadying breath, and Sakura spoke up. So all of these people were considered great ninja by the village. Yes, I said stolidly. They were greatly respected. They would have died for their village, like so many others. But unlike them, they all did. Every name on this rock belongs to someone who was killed in action. This is the Kia Memorial, where all ninja who die in service to their village are remembered. You know all the names, Kakashi noted, and I realized his voice was a little tight. So slight, I was probably the only person who would have noticed, but still there. He was good at hiding it. His teammates are on here, weren't they? Some of them, even my comrades. Killed in action a long time ago. I only nodded in response. For a long time, everyone was silent, the only sound of the wind rushing overhead or the subdued twittering of birds. Finally, our sensei spoke again, and all three of us turned our heads towards him. Tomorrow, your life as a ninja begins, he said calmly, his voice back to normal. It is a difficult road that you three have chosen, but based on your performance today, I think it's the right way to go. Then abruptly his voice changed from solemn to ear-painingly cheerful. See you guys tomorrow at the Red Bridge at 7:30. Don't be late. He vanished with a distinctive flick of chakra that I recognized as his Shunshin, and slowly I relaxed. We had made it. We'd passed the stupid test, and now we were Genin. Officially. Oh, Vo, Senokun. You were so cool. Sakura shouted from somewhere off to the left. The way you thought up that plan was just fantastic. You're a really good strategist. What am I, invisible? It was me who made you actually start thinking, and then provided the manpower to actually pull it off, I grumbled, internally amused. Be thankful, Dobe, Sasuke growled, sounding slightly suffocated. At least it's not hugging you. Attention. Sandaime Hokage. Training report, bell test. Jounin instructor, Hatake Kakashi. Team, Haruno Sakura, Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto. Statement, team passed. Shut up, Ginma. Notes, Sasuke and Naruto are both very quick-minded, able genin. Both seem to have speed on their side, and have the potential to become great one day. Sasuke has extensive Katon Jutsu knowledge, expected, and is protective of Naruto, not so expected. Copy of Academy report requested. His reflexes are very good, and he has strong leadership skills, but maybe arrogant, cocky, or overbearing. Needs further observation. Sasuke definitely has a vendetta against someone, but I'm not as certain as I was that it's his elder brother Uchiha Itachi. His attitude suggests someone else. Naruto is very good at hiding, even wearing that orange monstrosity he calls clothing. Check his knowledge for concealing jutsu. He was able to utilize and also detect the shadow clone jutsu in use, and was not fooled by my clone. He has very fine-tuned hearing and smell, but he seems to have slow sight reflexes, possibly a mental deficiency, or just short-sighted. He seems to rely on Sasuke a great deal and works very well together with him. They guarded each other's backs during an ambush, and Naruto set up a distraction for them to escape in. He acts slightly standoffish towards Sakura, claims her voice makes his head hurt, may need to get his ears tested for hypersensitivity. Light fingers, as in managed to steal no fewer than 18 items from my person without me noticing, and only 2 of them were the bells. Naruto claimed that his clones forgot what they were looking for, and so grabbed everything they could. When accused of kleptomania, he laughed and stated that if he was in klepto mode, I would be lucky to still have my fingers, let alone clothes and hair. Should probably get that checked, and if not fixed, utilized, as this skill reminds me uncomfortably of Sensei. Naruto acts very defensive of Sasuke, and may know how to make explosive tags, unverified, but probable. Be on guard. Given heritage, it wouldn't surprise me. Sakura acted as predicted from her academy report. Seems jumpy in actual combat situation. She displayed her Genjutsu knowledge during the test, and while it needs a little work, shows promise. She needs some serious training to bring up her physical strength and mental barriers, but does have some potential. Her main flaw is her obsession of Sasuke. Possibly unwise to put her on the same team? Signed, Attaque Kakeshi Fool, Dironk. Ak, where did that little brat go? Sasuke stomped into the room, footsteps chattering over the wooden floor where I was calmly sitting on top of the table. I hadn't done a lot of running around since we got here, owed to the fact that this was new territory to me, and I had no clue where the F*% I was and would probably walk into a wall. However, I was definitely useful for locating the little toe rags who were our charges. In the refrigerator, I reported being able to hear the muffled yelps of its cold in here, which Sasuke probably couldn't. My friend froze, no pun intended. How the crap did he get in there? I shrugged unconcernedly. Locked himself in. He's playing hide-and-seek with the one under the sink. Aha, so that's where that one went. Sasuke locked the cupboard door. What about number 3? Under the bed, playing with dust bunnies. Sakura shouted from the bedroom. That's what that noise was. Now, where's number 4? Ouch, Sasuke yelped. Too late. Wait, how can 1 and 2 be playing hide and seek if they're both hiding? Sasuke asked, grabbing hold of 4 before she could run off again. I'm looking, I reported. That makes more sense now. D-rank missions, I decided, as we shoved the 4 brats in the bathtub and scrubbed until Sasuke decided they were clean and then dragged them in a bedroom and guarded all the exits, were extremely boring. Not to mention pointless. I just don't see the point. I complained to Sasuke over an hour later as we walked back to the bridge to meet our sensei, who would either be there waiting like he'd never moved or we'd wait up to 4 hours for him to show. I mean, I understand that the babysitting thing is bodyguard practice and find the pet is search and retrieve, while package delivery happens in the real world, but over far bigger distances. It's all ninja practice that never has to leave the village. But painting a fence? Cleaning up the park? What's that for? Humility, probably, Sasuke said, ignoring Sakura, whose feet I could hear dragging along the ground. She was clinging to Sasuke's arm again, and he was apparently pretending she was not there. Us genin have big heads, and the D-ranks are supposed to teach us humility and respect. Does it work? I asked, my ears keying into at least 2 genin complaining to their teacher that they were tired of walking dogs. Their voices were unfamiliar, so they were probably in the year above ours or the year above. Not really. It was a good idea, though. We were getting close to the bridge now. At least I thought we were. I never approached it from this angle before. I thought I could hear Kakashi's breathing, but I wasn't sure if it was him or nope. Definitely Kakashi. Over the last 2 weeks we'd been genin, I had learned to identify his perverted little giggle when he read the Aika book that Sasuke and I had threatened to burn during our bell test. And my chakra sensing, which was slowly improving, recognized his familiar warmth easily, though not as easily as my other teammates. Hey, Sensei, what do we do now? I asked brightly, bouncing to a stop on the wooden planks of the bridge and leaning on the railing. Whose fence needs painting or brat needs watching? Which boring D-rank have we been assigned this time? There was the soft flap of his book snapping shut, and I glanced at the spot I estimated his head to be at, widening my eyes in a questioning expression. "I think you guys have done enough D-ranks for this morning," he said, his voice sounding dangerously cheerful. I backed up a step and nearly went over the railing, but kept my eyes, or rather ears, on our teacher warily. I did not like his tone. Happy was not a good thing. "So I think we'll do some training for this afternoon." He was up to something very definitely. There was a slight ruffle as he raised his arm, holding something up. Sasuke and Sakura groaned, but I was utterly perplexed. What are they for? He was definitely grinning. "These are blindfolds, my dear Genin." I couldn't help it. I laughed. It felt weird, having the cloth tied around my eyes like that. But at the same time, it made me feel more secure, not having to worry about leaves or dust getting into my sensitive eyes. Yes, sensitive. They may not be able to see, but it still hurts like hell if bugs wander into them. Sasuke had walked into the bridge railing 4 times already, and Sakura was stumbling around blindly. I was just standing with one hand on the railing, listening to the breathing of my sensei and Sasuke's muttered curses, which were slowly getting worse. "Okay," I said loudly. "This isn't getting us anywhere. Stop moving, the pair of you." They both froze. "Okay, just stand still. Get used to the fact that you can't see. Just hold still and let your other senses take over." My teammates were now standing still, and Sasuke had stopped cursing. "Now sit down slowly. Just sit for a few minutes. Your other senses will compensate for no sight. Just hold still. Focus on what you can hear, what you can smell. Breathe deeply. Touch the wood underneath you. Nothing matters but what is around you." I listened to their life signs, which felt slightly clearer now, as they calmed down. Sensei was nearby, but not doing anything, and I ignored him and his low, faintly familiar life signs. We all sat for a few minutes until I continued. "What can you hear?" "You're breathing," Kakashi-sensei, flipping pages, Sasuke said quietly. "Wind stirring the leaves, the river flowing underneath us. I can hear the village and birds in the forest." I nodded to myself, then remembered they couldn't see me. "Sakura?" The same as Sasuke mostly. I can hear dogs barking and I think there's a team of genin in the forest near here, training." I focused. Yep, there was. I've been mostly ignoring them, but now I recognize the voices, their chakras faintly tickling at my senses. Familiar, but not identifiable by their essences alone. Yes, that's Team 8, training with their sensei. They're practicing tracking. "Okay, do you feel confident enough to stand up yet?" I was suspicious as to why Kakashi-sensei had yet to intervene, but I didn't really care either. Sasuke was the first to stand up, then me, followed less certainly by Sakura. "Find a railing of the bridge," I told them. I still hadn't taken my hand off it. "You need a reference to work with until you get used to this. Don't move. Just reach out until you touch it." Sakura was now clinging to the railing, and I hoped it wasn't actually splintering under her grip. Sasuke was only just brushing it with one hand, and I simply let my hand rest on top of it. I knew this area like the back of my hand now, so with any luck, I'd be able to get these two through it when they were used to using their eyes. "Well, you 3 seem to be well adjusted," said our sensei brightly, and I cursed eloquently under my breath. I'd forgotten about him. I guess now the real training can start. Both Sasuke and I swore under our breaths. Sakura was innocent of the trouble we were about to get into, asking, "What do you mean, Kakashi-sensei? I thought this was training." "Damn, we got saddled with an idiot," I muttered under my breath. "Oh yes, Sakura, this is training," said Kakashi-sensei, still all too cheerful. "But I know a way to make it much more effective, and lots more fun for the 3 of you." I could feel the blood draining out of my face as he spoke. "We are so dead." Our sensei stepped forward, handing something over to Sasuke, who fumbled with it for a second, before running his hands over it, trying to see what it was. "What the crap is this for?" he asked, and I walked over slowly to tap the back of his hand, asking to hold it. He handed it over, and I ran my fingers across it lightly. "Mission scroll," I decided. You better not be expecting us to read that, Sakura said, sounding dangerous. I winced and took a step away from her, just to be on the safe side. No, no, Kakashi-sensei left. It's actually a mission report that I want you to deliver to the Hokage Tower. Preferably today. Of course, the blindfolds stay on until you get it there and deliver it properly. This time all three of us swore. Have fun. Oh, and by the way, Sasuke, you can't use your ninjutsu, and Naruto, no shadow clones. No deadly force. Either, so no blows, aim to kill, or any lethal weaponry. There's another Genin team that has been instructed to steal your scroll, so you may want to watch out for them. What? But he had already used Shunshin to flicker out. We seriously need to rewire his idea of fun, I grumbled. Okay, this isn't going to be easy. We'll need a plan. I'm going to go for follow the leader, Sasuke said grouchily. You know this village a lot better than I do and can actually walk it blindfolded. Really? I was favoring the track down Sensei and kill him plan, I returned. But yeah, okay, a bit more depth is required. Okay. Sasuke paused, thinking, okay, here's the plan. You lead me and Sakura through the village and try to stop us from getting ourselves killed. Listen for our pursuers and warn us if they start to go for us. If that happens, don't split up. Stick together. Sakura, if Naruto yanks on your shirt, he wants you to duck. Do it straight away. I'll carry the scroll, but if we get into a really sticky situation, I'll throw it to Naruto so he can get out of here. Oh no, I told him flatly. I'm not going anywhere near Sakura's shirt. She hits me enough as it is. And I'm not leaving you two on your own, blind. You'll get yourselves killed in seconds. How about this, then? When we get into trouble, I'll throw the scroll to you. Yell Naruto has the scroll, and then we'll freeze until you come back for us. Yeah, that works. But then Naruto might get hurt, Sakura pointed out. Her voice was drifting away. Stop moving. You'll fall into the river, I informed her, and she froze with a squeak of terror. Sakura, Naruto can escape from EMBU. I think it's safe to assume he can outrun a team of Genin if he's managed to get away from 4 EMBU squads. Ah, my finest hour, I said dreamily and then laughed. Sasuke, that dirty look you tried to throw me totally missed. I'm over here, team. What has Naruto been doing that had A and BU after him? Sakura asked, apparently confused. He considers pissing people off an art form and a partial method of revenge. You can just imagine where that's led him. Come on, we need to get moving if we want to get this thing there before nightfall, and I so don't want to sleep on the streets blindfolded. I wrapped the railing with one hand. Village is this way. Follow the sound of my voice. I can't tell you exactly where every pothole is, but I know where most of them are. When we get into the village, we'll have to be touching, Sasuke said quietly, following me carefully, one hand on the railing and his footsteps uncertain. Sakura, and I can't follow you from the sound of your voice alone. It's too noisy. We haven't had any training in this before. What? Have you had training in this before, Naruto? Sakura asked instantly. Why is that? Did you have a sensei before? How'd you do it? Was it hard? Why would you need to have training like this? Sakura, pipe down. I sighed, grabbing Sasuke's shirt before he could walk into a tree. If we're going to do this without getting rather badly hurt, we can't have you squeaking continuously at me. But why would you need blindfolded training? Sakura, shut up. Ah, Sasuke's patience had worn thin. Okay, Sasuke-kun. Sasuke was smirking now. I put up one hand and gently brushed his face, determining that, yes, the stupid smug expression was firmly in place. Eat your heart out, Naruto. I hate you. I know, right back at ya. Now, come on. The sooner we finish this mission, the sooner we can ditch the blindfolds. Sakura's hand was clinging to my jacket, while Sasuke's hand just rested on my arm. He was surprisingly good at this. Then again, maybe he just trusted me. I briefly considered if this was a good thing and decided to point out this is such a case of the blind leading the blind that it's not even funny. Shut up and lead. I did, content to sing 3 blind mice as loud as I possibly could. Sasuke, predictably, ignored me. Sakura was trying to hit me, but missing. I considered hitting her instead, just to show her, but decided against it. It wouldn't be fair to hit a blind girl. Now, if she hit me first, then anything short of murder was fair game. It was just after we made it into the village that I heard signs of people following us and immediately focused in on them, blotting out the dull murmur of the village, deciphering 3 sets of footsteps. They weren't exactly trying to hide them. Definitely genin. One with the spring of a taijutsu user, another 2 light, and even a tell, and the third set was female, a little bouncy. Was she walking with a limp or just moving unevenly? At this distance, I couldn't tell. Their chakras were faint tingles of weight at the edge of my consciousness. I wasn't good enough yet to really tell what was going on. Apparently, I was concentrating a little too hard on the far-off tingles as I stumbled over the gutter and brought all 3 of us down, the other 2 landing on top of me. "Damn it, Naruto, watch where you're going," Sasuke yelled. "Hey, in case you haven't noticed, I'm blind too," I yelled back, and as I pulled him to his feet, I whispered in his ear, 3 followers, definitely genin older than us. Don't know them, at least 1 taijutsu user. "I hate our sensei," Sasuke complained loudly to cover the near-silent exchange, and stumbled over the same gutter I had just stepped in. I held him upright with a curse or 2, and then said, "So we know there's a gutter there. Could we step over it now?" "Sure, why not?" said Sasuke dryly, picking up his foot and placing it well clear of the drain. We kept going, and I listened intently to the genin who were stalking us. Not so intently that I didn't remember where the giant pothole was, though, leading my teammates around it while the hunting team was talking. They were close enough now that I could hear nearly everything. "Isn't it the top rookies team, Team 7? "I believe so, my youthful teammate." I shuddered. Now I knew these guys. I'd never officially met them, but it was impossible not to at least hear them at some stage, and in 8 years of blind wandering, I had heard them quite a lot. Better, I had scavenged their academy records. "Okay, I know who they are now," I muttered. "Team Guy, also known as Cell 9. They graduated last year. 2 males, 1 female. Female is Rock 1010, weapons mistress, hits targets with any weapon you care to name, and then some 10 out of 10, 100 times out of 100. She has some weapon-related jutsu, but she's a pure kinjutsu fighter. I don't know of her using jinjutsu at all, and she prefers a ranged fight, no hand-to-hand. Her cousin, Rock Lee, is a taijutsu user. Something's up with his chakra coils that prevents him using any jinjutsu or ninjutsu, but he makes up for it in sheer hard work. Not to be underestimated, he is deadly fast, too fast to see or even hear when he's going top speed without weights. There are jounin who can't track him when he doesn't have his weights on. His personality is a little weird. I've been told he's a smaller version of his sensei. Scary thought, that. Last one is last year's top rookie, Hyuga Niji, Hinata's cousin. He's a basic Hyuga, uptight bastard, but he's pretty talented. And he's got this weird thing about fate and destiny, and all sorts of other crap I don't understand or particularly care about. He's supposedly a genius, but I can't judge it too well without more background. He uses the Hyuga Juken style as his taijutsu. As far as I know, he doesn't have much else. Definitely a close combat fighter. "It's creepy how you do that," Sasuke remarked quietly, so that the tracking team would have trouble hearing. "You can tell a person's entire life story from their footsteps." "Only if I've stolen their files before," I pointed out, "and these guys are pretty pathetic as far as being inconspicuous goes. Lee can't whisper, and he has a very, I'll say, distinctive way of talking." "How good are they at tracking?" Sasuke asked quietly. Sakura seemed to have decided to stay quiet. "Thank God. What's it matter you're blind? Genius or no, I bet you wouldn't be able to hide your trail. The Hyuga can see through things with their Kekkei Genkai, that Ijutsu Hiki. Be it Kugen." I ignored the correction from Sasuke and continued. "So we got nowhere to hide from him as long as we're within range, assuming he's using it, which I'll bet he is. Unless they're going easy on the poor blind idiots, which I doubt. As for actual tracking, once we're out of range, they're screwed. So it's speed for speed?" "Yep, and we can't see what the hell we're doing." Where are we, anyway? Sakura asked. Not sure. Signpost. Yes. Sasuke, give me a boost. You can't read it, Sakura pointed out as Sasuke hoisted me up by the waist, me going hand over hand on the pole I'd found, feeling for the signs that had to be up here somewhere. Oh, shut up. Uh-huh. There they were. I ran my fingers across the weathered carvings, reading aloud. Fabaki Street and Shurikaren Avenue. Hokage Tower is this way. I turned my blindfolded head in the direction I knew the Hokage Tower was, and, yep, the distinct chakra disturbance that was a collection of raw power was there, too. I got it right. Hokage Tower was one of the few buildings I could actually sense for the sheer power. The academy was similar. However, in a village bubbling with chakra, it was almost impossible to find wavers of power that were separate buildings without some hint of direction. If someone told me, I could feel it there, but if I wasn't sure, it might as well have been the southern gate. I couldn't sense ANBU HQ either. It was shielded from cheeky little chakra sensors like me. I'm a genius, I declared, sliding down the pole and narrowly missing knocking Sasuke over. Hey, genius, would you mind getting off my foot? Oh, can it? Sasuke, we're about a kilometer of walking distance. It'd be 500 meters or so, but there's a load of shops in the way. I sniffed the air, instantly locating the scent of my comrades, and also the various smells sent off by the shops. The other genin were closing in, but slowly. Possibly they'd been ordered to go easy on us, but I doubted that would count for much. The other genin are closing in. They're trying for a pincer movement, and they've blocked off the quickest route. I noted, vaguely hearing them conversing, spattered with squawks of static, so probably via headphones. They know Sasuke has the scroll. They're going to try to split us up, and if we get divided, we'll be totally helpless. But they must know they have the advantage, Sakura said, sounding uneasy. Wouldn't they be ordered to go easy on us? Yes, said Sasuke flatly, but their pride is worth more. They're not going to be shown up by a trio of rookie genin, if they can help it. This is a four-way crossroad, isn't it, Naruto? His voice dropped to almost nothing on the last sentence. Yes, I agreed, nodding automatically. Training myself to give visual aids when I myself didn't need them had been difficult, but worth it. I lower my voice again, giving them the important parts. They've blocked the way we came, the shortest route and the second shortest, but I know how to get there through the way they couldn't cover. Sasuke grunted. It was a vaguely affirmative noise that meant lead on or hurry up already or both. I started to walk, fast, knowing our only hope was speed, then broke into a jog down the uncovered street. The other two kept up, although Sasuke's hand tightened on my arm, and I was sure Sakura would tear through my jacket at any second. I turned down a street I remembered, less of a street than an alley, and burst into a run that had the other two nearly tripping over themselves. This was a shortcut. Hopefully, it would give us more of a chance. The hunter team had sped up, no doubt hoping to reform and catch us up, but sadly for them, I knew my way around here well. Very well. Then I swore, sensing an abrupt change in chakra. Need to remember that shift, and hearing the grim order. Attack and stop at all costs. Damn, they've gone attack mode. I barked. Sasuke, hand over the scroll. We were back on a moderately busy road. In the middle of a market, I thought. I grabbed the hands of the other two, pulling them over to a wall and pushing them against it. Stay here. Sit down and don't move. I'll come back for you once I've lost the genin. Stay alert. And the password is sunflower. But Naruto, surely it's better for Sasuke-kun to hold onto the scroll, Sakura began, and I winced, but Sasuke intervened. Sakura, what was your favorite subject back in the academy? She immediately abandoned her previous train of thought and set to babbling on her academy days. I knew that if I touched his face, I would feel the long-suffering expression on Sasuke's face, and promised myself I would make it up to him later. I focused on the genin, who had half paused and could just barely make out their conversation through the bustle of the rest of the town. What are they doing? It appears they are splitting up in an attempt to confuse us. How unyouthful. Well, that's stupid. It's obvious the Uchiha would have the scroll. He's the only one tough enough to have a chance at hanging on to it. Crap, they're smart. Ooh, I bellowed at the top of my lungs, waving the scroll around desperately. I stole the scroll off Sasuke. I'm a genius. I am the best. I yelled, and then sprinted off through the streets. Well, that one's an idiot, the Hyuga remarked, and the three of them all set off in pursuit of me. I breathed a sigh of relief, tripping over a crack in the sidewalk as they bypassed my teammates and came straight after me. I kept going, taking a left at my next turn. I knew exactly where I was going. I listened behind me, trying to hear the conversation of Team Guy. Are you sure the blonde kid is blindfolded? He's running so confidently. That was the girl. Yeah, he just ran confidently into a wall. The Hyuga, obviously. Ow. Okay, new wall. I staggered painfully, having just found out I wasn't on the street I thought I was. Damn. Great. Where the crap am I? Sir? Sir, what street is this? I asked a passerby I could hear. A female voice returned, South Street. Oops. Sorry, Mom. Thank you, though. I turned around and raced off, hearing the Jinin team immediately follow. I think they were on the rooftops. 3, 2, 1. One of them said, and then I turned the corner back onto the main road. Are you sure he's blindfolded? The girl of the team demanded. I ran into someone head first and cursed, staggering, and almost falling. Sorry, sir. I yelped, and then ran off again before the Jinin could catch up. I could hear the man swearing at me for quite a while, but hey, I was in a hurry. Yes, I'm sure, the Hyuga said dryly. I took off again at a full pelt sprint, racing for the Hokage Tower, making it seem as if I was just trying to run the gauntlet as fast as I could. Tintin, take him out. Ah, crap. They were actually trying to attack me. I put on a burst of speed, but one of the Jinin, the female, I think, sprang down in front of me. I didn't bother dodging and just plowed into her, knocking her over and making a small jump to avoid stepping on her. Sorry, I didn't mean to hit you. I lied over my shoulder at top volume. Right, that brat's going down, Tintin said. Yep, the girl. Unfortunately for them, I had already vanished. Panting, I made my way through the back alleys back to where I'd left Sasuke and Sakura, coming up beside them, and then pausing, mentally checking the other Jinin. They'd figured out I wasn't headed for the tower, but had yet to work out where I actually was. Okay, I ditch him, but it's only temporary, I said quietly, making Sakura jump. Hey, she's so twitchy. Sunflower, get up. If we take the street they had blocked, we'll be there in 2 minutes. Give you any trouble? Sasuke asked, letting me pull him to his feet. They tried to set Tintin on me, but I just trampled her. I think they're trying to set up traps to catch us on our way there. Damn, I hate it when that happens. You trampled Tintin? Sasuke repeated. Why didn't you just dodge her? She was trying to grab me, and she would have just kept coming, as it is she wants to kill me. Ow, is this a good thing? Anger may cloud her judgment. If not, it'll give me motivation to run. Oh man, let's just get this over with, Sasuke sighed, stumbling over a pothole. Yes, sir. And then we were running. They weren't happy about it, but hey, I was physically dragging them, so there wasn't much they could do about it. Get ready. I muttered under my breath. They're going to ambush us. Get ready to dodge, and 3, 2, 1, duck. I yanked them both down, and as a volley of weaponry went overhead, were those water balloons I could hear? I frantically searched my pockets. Damn it, I know I put those stupid things here somewhere. Uh-huh. I pulled a round stone from my pocket and tugged a strip of paper from the sheaf I was holding, wrapping it clumsily around the stone where it stuck instantly. I focused a flash of chakra into it and hurled it at the 3 Jinin who were dropping down on us, preparing a new tag, but not yet throwing it as I dragged my team back to their feet. There was a flare of chakra as it was released and 3 screams of pain. I glanced around. Did the shock tags actually work? I asked, sounding astonished. Those things have been giving me grief for a month. Kakashi's voice replied, not exactly. Fulastat, not shocktat. Nice big burst of light, though. They're probably just as blind as you 3 are now. Oh, really? I perked up, glancing at my sensei's hiding spot. He was standing on a light pole. Damn, got the light bar down, now I just need the ning. Hey, Sasuke, Have you seen any sparing around here? Idiot. Let's finish this mission so you can go finish your damn shock tags. Good plan. Kakashi-sensei, where's the tower? You do realize you're not supposed to ask me that. He sounded amused. How do you even know where I am? Kakashi-sensei, it's time you just admitted that I know everything. If you know everything, then where's the Hokage Tower? Touché. Hey, you there, where's the Hokage Tower? I called to yet another random. Gee, we really seem to be bothering a lot of people today. You're standing right in front of it, came the irritated reply. Oh yeah, I knew that. Let's go, guys. Oh no, you don't, came Niji's shout from behind us. We all ducked, and there was the sound of a body hitting the ground. He had tried to tackle us, and apparently missed. We did all afternoon to get used to being blind, and I'd had most of my life. His team had had vaguely 30 seconds. Sorry, Niji, I told him, but I guess we're just that much better than you this time. We stepped over him, though I think Sasuke purposely stood on his hand and entered the Hokage Tower. From there, it was a simple matter of handing the scroll over to the Chunin in charge, who seemed bemused to have 3 blindfolded genin troop in and hand over a mission report. Mission accomplished, said our sensei brightly. You can take off your blindfolds now. Oh, thank God, Sakura exclaimed, yanking violently at the cloth over her eyes. That was so annoying, wasn't it, Sasuke-kun? HN, Sasuke grunted as he pulled off his own blindfold. I undid the knot at the back of my head slowly and let the cloth fall into my hands, opening my eyes automatically and expecting to see exactly what I did. Nothing. I felt the smile slowly slide off my face and my spirits dim. Darn it, my eyes have gone all blurry now, the girl exclaimed. She seemed determined to make up for her nervous, petrified quietness on the mission. How about you two? Achin, Sasuke repeated, rubbing violently at his eyes with the backs of his hands. Same, I said quietly, keeping my voice carefully neutral. I wasn't talking about the blur. I was talking about the blackness. They just escaped it. I was still trapped there. My sudden dull, neutral tone got Sasuke's attention. Hey, Naruto, are you all right? He asked, sounding slightly anxious. I forced a smile onto my face. Sure, I'm fine, I replied. I'm gonna head home, though. I still need to find an ink for my shock tags. I want to get them finished. I turned away from them and walked out of the tower, ignoring Sasuke shouting after me, Naruto! Hey, Naruto! It took me 16 minutes exactly to get back to my empty apartment and let myself in. I sank down onto the floor in my living room, crossing my legs and staring sightlessly at the half-finished tags scattered around me. Carefully raising my hand, I held it about an inch in front of my nose and marveled at the blackness. Not even the strange chips of color I'd gotten when I closed my eyes when I was younger. A void of pure black. I wondered what my hands would look like now. Surely they were different than the small, soft things I remembered. I traced the raised right hand with my left, counting calluses, scars, and blisters, little changes in the skin's natural makeup. It wouldn't be so bad, I mused, if I didn't remember. If I'd been born blind and had no idea what orange was, or what the clear, open sky looked like, or how beautiful an autumn tree could be, because then it would be impossible to miss them. But I hadn't been born blind. I'd been blinded. It didn't sound that different, but it made all the difference in the world. Sasuke thought I was used to it, or I thought he thought I was used to it. It had been 8 years, after all. That's plenty of time to grow accustomed to darkness. Right? Wrong. I could never get used to this. When I had been younger, I sometimes would wake up in the middle of the night, terrified beyond all reckoning by my nightmares, and face only the ocean of nothingness, the empty void that had become my world. And no matter how loud or long I screamed, no one could save me from that void. Fury wrenched at my chest and mind, totally unanticipated, and I punched the floor beneath me. No one had even tried. But was that right? I wondered suddenly. Hadn't Sasuke done his best, tried his best to save me? Well, it didn't work, I thought sourly, and besides, what does he know? He can just slip his blindfold off when he gets sick of darkness. I can't do that. My blindfold is permanent. I'll never see another sunrise, never laugh at a shadow pattern, never decorate my room with bright pictures to cheer myself up, and it's forever. How can Sasuke or anyone know what it's like? They don't know anything. I punched the floor again, harder, feeling it give slightly. Great. And now I have a fist-sized hole in my floor to worry about tripping over. That's just brilliant. I was jolted out of my brooding by a loud pounding on the door. Naruto, open up. Let me in. Are you okay? You'd better not be sulking in there. I gritted my teeth. Sasuke, I'm not going away until you let me in. I'm going to break down the door. Let me in. Now. The pounding stopped, and I knew I had about half a second before the door went flying off its hinges. God, Sasuke, it's open. Oh. I heard Sasuke open the door and come in, settling down on the floor in front of me. His hand brushed over the new fist-hole addition to my living room, fingers catching faintly on splinters, and then reached up to touch my right cheek. You say you're okay again, and I'll hit you, he promised, and I realized for the first time my cheeks were wet with tears. Oh, that. Naruto, what's up? I hesitated, then replied, my head hurts. It really did. Sasuke sighed. Right. Want a Panadol? One. Yep. Sasuke stood up and walked into my kitchen, quickly finding the drug before coming back out. Naruto, why is there a kunai embedded in your counter? Because. Here, swallow these, then get up. We're going places. I gulped the pills down swiftly. Places? HN. Sasuke grabbed my shoulder and hauled me to my feet. Come on. Sitting here, punching the floor, isn't going to solve anything. It might. I protested. What? Like the floor collapses and you die. I was silent, and he sighed. Come on, Naruto, you're not getting out of it that easy. He tugged me down the stairs and out into the street, where the daily mumble of human life was beginning to die down, waiting for the nightlife to emerge. Where are we going? I asked. Places. You don't know, do you? Not a clue. In the end, I think we went nearly everywhere. Sasuke dragged me across most of Konoha, insisting that there was more to life than sitting in my room, making holes in the floor, training with our lazy sensei, and doing missions that sucked anyway. Despite myself, despite the fury and desperation, I found my spirits lifting the longer I wandered around the village. Just hearing Sasuke's low voice was enough to calm me down as we walked on. I listened to the sounds of people laughing, the clinking of coins and chirping of insects. Children scrambling and playing in the dirt. Drunken ninja singing something horribly off-key and somewhat disgusting in a nearby bar. Sasuke insisting that we go to the stalls that sold ink because he knew I was nearly out after making seals for a week and a half. I smiled softly. Okay, so the world was crazy and life was unfair. What else was new? We were passing the markets, and I could smell fresh fruit when I abruptly remembered a promise I had made to myself earlier. Oh, Sasuke, wait here. Wah, he said, but I was already heading away, and he had no choice but to stand, confused, on the pavement, waiting the 5 minutes it took me to get what I wanted. Here, I said, holding my hand out to him, for distracting Sakura while I ditched team whatever there were. Sasuke grinned and took the tomato. Sandaime Hokage. Attention. Training report. Blindfold mission. Jounin instructor. Hatake Kakashi. Team. Haruno Sakura. Uchiha Sasuke. Uzumaki Naruto. Statement. Team passed. Notes. Sasuke trusted Naruto to guide him, even though both were blindfolded, and Naruto showed extreme aptitude in this test. Red. Extreme. He may as well have not been blindfolded at all. He also taught the rest of his team how to operate blind. Sasuke and Naruto work well in a tandem and in defining plans. They bicker a lot, but it seems more playful than aggressive. Naruto took control of the team effectively, and Sasuke let him take control, even suggested it, stated that, you know this village a lot better than I do and can actually walk it blindfolded. Has Naruto done this before? Naruto has extensive knowledge of other Genin teams and can read engravings with only his fingers. This skill was shown when they got lost, and he read a signpost while being held aloft by Sasuke. Naruto seems unable to comprehend that lightning is not made up of light and ning, although this may just be a private joke. I can't tell. Naruto can and does make explosive tags and is working on developing shock tags, but can't get them to work yet. He has managed to create flash tags that only give off light and is trying to work out how to make them into shock tags, hence the light plus ning argument. I would advise that whoever is selling him explosive materials should stop it now. Naruto can throw accurately even though blindfolded. Has he been practicing throwing explosive things while blind? Because if he has, it should be stopped as soon as possible before he hurts someone, probably himself. Even though Sasuke was obviously dependent on Naruto for this exercise, Naruto still seems to depend on Sasuke. This dependence could potentially be crippling if they are separated. Should they be given individual missions to test this? Sakura performed as expected. I would like to request something of a challenge for these three, as they are doing very well, and I would like to see how they react in a real situation. Something more of a challenge. Signed, Hitaki Kakashi. Hitaki Kakashi. Attention! Your request regarding the challenge for your students has been noted and granted. They will have access to the next available C-rank mission. Report to the missions desk for more information. Signed, Sandaime Hokage. Sarutobi. Notes. 1. For those who don't know, Panadol is a painkiller. It's an Australian thing, which is why some of you may not have heard of it. Basically, it's aspirin, Panadine, ibuprofen, Tylenol, or whatever pill painkiller isn't prescription required in your country. There are a lot of varieties even here. Panadol is the one with the least side effects, but it's not as strong as Panadine, which can make people sensitive to some of the medicine really sick. Japanese translations. Kekkai Genkai. This is literally a bloodline limit, a special ability of some type that is passed down from person to person in a family line, created by particular combinations of genes. Kekkai Genkai are prized in Konoha, but hated in other villages such as Kiri. Kekkai Genkai are set apart from other special talents and abilities by the fact that the Sharingan, the bloodline limit of the Uchiha clan, cannot copy the ability because the necessary genetics to make it work are missing. Kekkai Genkai. Byakugan, the all-seeing eye of the Hyuga clan. This is a dojutsu and gives the user a version of X-ray vision that has sparked many fan-based pervert jokes. The user can see through walls in a person's skin to see their chakra coils and tenketsu, and it is on this ability that the Hyuga clan taijutsu-style juken is built. Concepts. Scrolls. The ninja of Konoha seem to use both scrolls and proper books. Scrolls are usually for handwritten stuff like reports and jutsu notes and the like. Basically, scrolls seem to be their version of loose paper. You gotta hand it to him, it's way less messy. 5. C rank. Where the crap is our sensei? Sasuke groaned, exasperation loosening his iron trap of a mouth. We had all but given up on our sensei ever being on time. But today Sasuke was more unnerved than usual because we weren't meeting in the usual spot. I was sitting with my back to the Kia Memorial with Sasuke pacing in front of me. Sakura was standing up against a tree, probably imagining the best ways to kill our sensei from the tiny waves of killer intent she was learning to send out. I shuddered. Women are scary. I'm gonna go look for him, Sasuke decided abruptly. Naruto, stay put. Here's your sketchbook. Don't do anything stupid and don't move. His voice was quiet. I doubted Sakura had heard him. Come on, Sasuke. I'm not 3 years old, I complained softly. I can find my way around, you know. It's not like I'm blind or anything. Yeah, whatever. He left, and Sakura followed him like the pining puppy dog she was, leaving me on my own. I stared blankly after them for a second, wondering if I should be offended, then shrugged and flipped my sketchbook open, tugging the pencil out of the spiral binding. Yeah, just because I'm blind doesn't mean I can't draw. Actually, I'm pretty damn good, according to Sasuke, but I think he's biased. I can roughly draw any face I can run my hands over, and pretty much anything else I can touch, like Mizuki's Demon Shuriken, and anything else that happens to pop into my head. I chewed on the end of my pencil for several seconds, letting my mind drift as I flipped through the book until I found a blank page, and then set the pencil down, starting to scribble almost straight away. In a few flicks I had started, drawing in the curve of a face I vaguely remembered from somewhere. I wasn't sure where. I didn't think, I just drew it. I only managed to finish the outline before I remembered another face and immediately sketched it beside the first, then going back to the eyes of the first one. It's not as hard as you'd think to draw blind, especially if you're me. My fingers are sensitive enough to tell where the pencil marks are on the paper. The pencil changes how the paper felt, raising the paper's texture slightly and making it feel slightly slippery. I just totally finished both of the first heads when a third one started out before I even realized what I was doing, and I pulled my pencil off the paper with a sigh. I've been sitting here for at least half an hour, and now I was bored. I turned around a little, reaching back with one hand and reading out the first name that my fingers touched. Uchiha Obito. I mused. One of Sasuke's relatives? Who were you? Did you have a family, friends, people you left behind when you died? Do people mourn you? Does anyone still miss you? Did Sasuke know you? I put my pencil back to the paper and slowly drew in jerky spikes of hair, shading them in carefully. How did you die? Why did you die? Was it stupid, pointless? Or did it mean something? To you or anyone else? I'm not sure why, but all three of the faces I'd just drawn were smiling. I smiled too. It was nice when my drawing smiled at me. The sad ones were creepy, and the angry ones made me feel guilty, like it was my fault they were angry. Was it worth it? I asked the name on the memorial stone, running my fingers over the sketches. Oh, hey Kakashi-sensei, I said, having just noticed a man flickering in to stand over me. I drew in a pair of, were those things goggles? I frowned. My imagination scares me sometimes. This face's eyes were cheerful, bright, and all round hard to draw, but I think I managed it. The goggles were shoved up to the top of his head, half over his forehead protector. Hey, all three of these guys had forehead protectors. All Konohan, too. Hey, Naruto, my sensei said, sounding faintly strangled. Oh, did Sasuke and Sakura find you? They sounded pretty mad when they left. No, that's not right. I erased the smirk my hand had been trying to draw and replaced it with a proper grin. That's better. Stupid drawings. May I see? He asked, and I shrugged and handed the book over. He seemed kind of stiff today. Did he have arthritis or something? Or was he just excited over something? I like these ones, I told him, tapping the page. They're all smiling, and that makes me happy. The bored ones make me bored, and the smirky ones put me on edge. It's weird. I never know how they're going to turn out until I've already drawn them. It's like their faces just appear in my head, and then I have to draw them like that. And I can't change them. They have to be drawn like that. I was babbling, hoping he would say something. Seriously, he was almost as bad as Sasuke, and it was making me nervous. Eventually, after several minutes of staring at the sketchbook and me chattering randomly, he asked me, "Where did you see these people?" I shrugged again, relieved to have been cut off. I didn't. They just appeared in my head, so I drew him while I was waiting for Sasuke to find you. So you were sitting here, drawing for the last hour? Oh, drawing and talking to dead people, I said easily. Oh, yeah, Uchiha Obito is really chatty. Kakashi dropped the sketchbook. Oh man, did I get them wrong again? I complained. Sasuke said the last set looked like disfigured mutants. I was trying not to do that this time. Do you want to see the last lot? Man, they were nasty. No, thank you. Kakashi-sensei managed. Sensei, are you okay? You sound kind of weird. There was a long pause in which I became anxious that I'd done something wrong, dropping my shoulders and blinking apprehensively. I'm fine, Kakashi eventually said, but we'd better go find your teammates. Oh, they're over there, I said, pointing vaguely northish with my pencil as I picked up the book and flipped it shut. I think they're lost. No, wait. Sakura thinks she's lost, and Sasuke's just coming back here. About time, team. I yelled the last sentence at the top of my lungs, and he shouted back, Shut up, dope. Kakashi-sensei is extremely hard to find. Suyur, I managed it, and I'm not even allowed to move. I guess I'm just the world's greatest ninja. Laughter tickled at my throat. He was so easy to tease. Oh, shut up, dope. Sasuke grumbled as he fought his way out of bush. I chuckled under my breath and bounced back to my feet. Whatever we were doing today couldn't be any worse than the park mission we did yesterday. How can I pick up litter if I can't even see where I'm going? Unless I tripped over it, which happened more often than I'd like to admit. Sasuke made me hold the bag, and the rubbish smelled really weird. Hi, kids. You'll never guess what sort of fun we'll have today. Well, Kakashi seemed to have recovered from whatever it was. It's incredible how he makes the word fun sound like a death threat, Sasuke commented quietly, coming up to stand beside me. To the mission's desk, our sensei announced, making Sakura mutter under her breath as she came up behind us. How old is he? I just shrugged and followed our weird teacher. So, was it Tora the runaway cat or the evil triplets of doom today? Maybe the I forgot to weed the garden for 6 years and now the plants try to maim kill anyone can reach mission? Man, was that one annoying. Thorns? What thorns? I don't see any thorns. Ow. I blinked as we walked into a room, the air abruptly becoming slightly stuffy and charged with the smell of sweat and bored people. Ah, the mission desk. Mental note, avoid this job at all costs. It must be boring as hell. Not to mention dangerous, when you were handing the entire ninja population missions that, as a rule, they didn't want to do. Maybe it would be the paint of fence mission this time. I hope not. I was tired of having to get drenched in turpentine because I always got covered in paint. Whose idea was it to make the stupid paints non-water soluble? Screw the rain. Oh, Kakashi, said the chunin at the desk. I thought I recognized him vaguely as someone called Kotetsu. Maybe. Or was it Izumo? Why did I know this guy's name? You've got a mission order from the Hokage. A C rank. Nice going. Who'd you have to kill to get a C rank? He sounded bored out of his mind. I could tell you, but then I'd have to kill you too, Kakashi-sensei said glibly, the parchment of the scroll rustling as he picked it up. Well, guys, looks like we get a C rank mission. Finally, Sakura exclaimed. All those chores were so tiring, and we never even got to leave the village. I just blinked. Oh great, more stuff for me to trip over. Sasuke brushed the back of my hand and whispered, we'll be fine. The parchment crackled as Kakashi unrolled our mission, apparently reading it over, as he didn't say anything aloud. Then he handed it to Sasuke, who handed it to me straight away and read it over my shoulder while I brushed my fingers over the kanji and hiragana, carefully reading the smooth tracks of ink. Mission Honk, C. Mission type, escort mission. Client, Tazuna. Mission description, protect Tazuna on the way back to his home, the land of waves, and then for as long as it takes for him to complete the bridge he is building. I ran my fingers over the paper again, double-checking I hadn't missed anything, before handing the scroll back to our teacher. Sakura had been reading it from near Sasuke's elbow. Not a whole lot to go on. Sasuke muttered under his breath into my ear, and I shrugged slightly. Not meant to. It's just a C rank, not an A. Hey, why do you do that thing with your fingers? Sakura asked as Kakashi tucked the scroll into his pouch, running them over the paper like that. So I don't lose my place. I said quickly, Ahaha, I have trouble reading in a straight line. I laughed sheepishly, rubbing the back of my head with one hand. Sakura snorted. You are such an idiot. Send in the client, Kotetsu, /Izumo said to someone, and I heard the door begin to slide open, glancing at it automatically. My eyes widened and my shoulders dropped at the overpowering smell of sake, and I took a half step back, trying to hide behind Sasuke. He touched my shoulder questioningly and I choked out, smell of alcohol strong enough to kill small insects. I pinned my nose closed and instead listened to staggering footsteps that paused as soon as they entered the door. What? So I'm being guarded by a bunch of snot-nosed brats, came the harsh voice that I assumed belonging to our client, followed by a sharp increase in the smell of alcohol. Great, a drunk. And you can't tell me the short one with the idiotic look on his face is a ninja. I sighed irritably. I knew I was the shortest, and I hadn't seen my own face in years, so for all I knew I did look stupid. In the shinobi world, you shouldn't judge by looks alone, I growled. Don't dismiss us until you've seen us in action. I heard Kakashi breathe a faint sigh of relief, no doubt glad I hadn't attacked the client. The bridge builder just snorted, unimpressed, although I could sense the Chunin, Izumo, or was it Kotetsu, mentally raising an eyebrow. I sighed again, a little more quietly, and asked Kakashi-sensei, when are we leaving, and how long is this mission going to take? Kakashi drawled, this mission should take us about a week, so make sure you take enough supplies. We'll leave from the main gate of Konoha at, say, midday today. Don't be late. Then he vanished. I snorted, now taking bets on how many hours late Kakashi-sensei will be. I'm not getting there till 1, Sasuke commented dryly. Kakashi's log. Team was given C-rank mission. They weren't as excited as I thought they might be. Naruto seemed more nervous, and he's been somewhat subdued for the last couple of days. Sasuke appeared worried, and overall Sakura seemed the most pleased. When reading the scroll, Naruto ran his fingers over the parchment. When questioned, he said that he had trouble reading in a straight line, but I have a feeling he's covering for something else. Earlier in the day, I found Naruto waiting at the memorial. He was drawing in his sketchbook. It was a sketch of 3 faces, perfect copies of Sensei, Rin, and Obito. When I asked him where he saw them, he didn't know. Midday came and went. 1 o'clock came and went. Sasuke came, but had to stay. He wanted to go, but sadly, we were stuck waiting for our lazy-ass sensei. He was really bored, but I had 2 new sketchbooks and my old one, too, so I made him sit still for a few minutes while I drew him. 2 o'clock came and went. When Kakashi finally showed up, Tazuna trailing behind him, I sensed him falter slightly when we came within eyeshot, and I glanced up at him, wondering if something was happening that I wasn't aware of. Sakura was leaning against the village wall, probably dead bored, and Sasuke was sitting cross-legged, one hand holding his head from drooping. I only knew that because I had decided to do a full sketch instead of just his face, and checked his whole posture when Sakura wasn't looking. Hey, Kakashi-sensei, I said cheerfully, waving my pencil in the air. It's about time you got here. You're late, Sakura shouted, and I rolled my eyes and removed the pencil from my ear. Sorry, he said, not sounding sorry at all. But a black cat crossed my path, so I had to go the long way to avoid the bad luck. Are you a mouse, Kakashi-sensei? I asked interestedly, and that gave the lazy bastard pause. Pardon, Naruto? Are you a mouse? I repeated. It's only bad luck when you see a black cat if you're a mouse. Or if the cat's a panther, Sasuke pointed out. What's a panther again? I asked, frowning. You truly is idiot, one. Big black cat. Likes eating humans or lazy jounin instructors, the Uchiha said, growling the last part at Kakashi. Kakashi just laughed at us, but he seemed slightly off balance. Us retorting back like that instead of just Sakura shouting was a little out of the ordinary. I half smiled and accepted Sasuke's hand up, dusting off my knees and tucking the sketchbook into an easily accessible pocket of my backpack. Can we go already? The Uchiha sighed. The second we stepped out of the village, I felt a faint shiver run up my spine. I had never been out here before, not once. Every step was new, and every step I waited to stumble, to slip, to find something under my feet that I couldn't see. I was shivering faintly, and the pounding of my heart was starting to drown out the footsteps of my comrades. Sasuke's hand gently brushed my arm, and I started slightly, before relaxing. Just focus on me, he said quietly. We can do this, Naruto. It'll be okay. I took a deep breath, forcing my heart rate to calm down, and focused on Sasuke's light footsteps, the soft brushing of the cloth of his shorts, and his hand running across tree bark at random intervals. We were walking on the edge of the trail, I realized. I fixed every step in my memory, Every little dip in the road and the way the small stones under my feet shuttled underneath my ninja sandals, where every tree was as Sasuke brushed past. I was still shaking a little, though, a fact that our obnoxious client, who still stank of sake, seriously, dude, there's a new invention called soap. Have you heard of it? Was quick to pick up on. How can I be sure these brats will protect me? He complained loudly. The short one's already shaking in terror, and we've only just left the village. I jerked up my head to glare in his direction, and I sensed Sasuke doing the same thing. It's my first time outside of the village, okay? I growled, feeling defensive. I'm just a little nervous. I've never been out here before. I scuffed the ground with one foot, a little self-conscious. But what about the academy exercises where we left the village to practice? Sakura asked, sounding confused. I sighed, and Sasuke twitched slightly as well. Sakura, those need permission forms. I was never allowed to go on them, and even the small-scale ones that stayed inside the village were hard to get permission for. I shifted agilely around a pothole that Sasuke indicated with a foot tap, focusing intently on his footsteps. But why couldn't you just get your parents to sign them? She actually sounded confused. Ah, the joys of living a charmed life. I smiled bitterly, wondering what my life could have been like if I hadn't been orphaned at birth and given a heavy burden before I could even walk, let alone understand. It was Sasuke who answered her. Naruto doesn't have any parents, Sakura. They died a long time ago. He's an orphan like me. Oh, Sakura seemed to have realized she'd hit on a sore spot, and for about 10 minutes, we were able to walk in silence. I just focused on feet I couldn't see, just putting one foot in front of the other, hearing grit and dust shifting underneath our shoes as we walked. I blinked as Sakura's voice started up again. Excuse me, Tazuna-san? 2. You said you come from the land of waves. That is correct. What of it? Well, doesn't the land of waves have its own ninja village? Why do they need us? Actually, Sakura, the land of waves is a small island, Kakashi-sensei explained. Ninja are military strength, and with the natural protection of the ocean, they generally have no need for them. When they and other small countries like them need ninja, they usually hire from the nearest great shinobi nation. So Konoha is one of those, right? Correct, Kakashi said agreeably. Konoha, of the land of fire, Suna, of the land of wind, Kyumo, of the land of lightning, Kiri, of the land of water, and Iwa, of the land of earth, are the 5 great shinobi nations. There are other hidden villages as well, but those are the 5 best known. What are some of the others? Sakura continued to pursue the subject, and I restricted a sigh. Wouldn't know it all. There's Kusa, to the northwest of us. I found myself saying, still looking at the backs of Sasuke's feet, and Taki, straight north. There's Bird Country to the west, although I don't know if their village is still in action or not. Aim is to the west as well, but not as far as Bird. And there's supposed to be a Yukigay Cure in the far north in the land of snow, but my map might be out of date. That place has been kind of in a civil war for the last few years. To know what's happening there. I sensed everyone turning to look at me, even Sasuke. What? I growled. I might be an idiot, but I do like to know what's going on around me. It's nothing, Naruto, Kakashi said as he turned back around. I simply wasn't aware you knew that much on our surrounding countries. I shrugged and kept walking. Ilikemups, emoted. Then I continued, barely aware I was still speaking. Wave is too small a country to either need or support a ninja village. It would have to band together with most of its surrounding islands to manage it, like the water country did at one stage. That is correct, Kakashi-sensei agreed. So, whenever Wave needs missions done, they go to a nearby village. Aside from that, and in general day-to-day working, they do without. So, if there are other ninja villages out there, does that mean we could end up fighting other ninja from a different country? The girl asked. Kakashi chuckled lightly. No, Sakura, at least not on a C rank. On a B rank or A rank, absolutely. But on a simple C rank like this one, we don't have to worry about anything more than bandits and thugs, petty thieves. We won't be encountering anyone with ninja training on this mission. My nose twitched as I caught a familiar scent, fear tinged vaguely with guilt. I tugged lightly on the back of Sasuke's shirt, whispering, "Something smells funny," and let my sightless eyes slide towards the bridge builder momentarily. This guy's hiding something. He doesn't smell right. Sasuke tensed the muscles nearest my hand in reply and muttered, "Civilians." Translation: civilians just don't know how to hide their secrets. Evidently, he was getting visual signals that agreed with my sense of smell. I tugged again, silently asking what we should do, and he shrugged, making the cloth pull at my hand, then tap my fingers lightly. Translation: ignore it for now, but don't forget about it. We may find something later that'll make more sense. I shrugged myself and let go of his shirt, content to walk on in silence. Or, as close to silence as we could get. Our sensei was humming something absently under his breath. I would have been curious, but considering his choice of reading material, I wasn't sure I wanted to know. We were maybe an hour out of Konoha. Man, was I sick of Kakashi Sensei's humming by then, when I stumbled slightly, my left foot landing in a puddle. "Ack!" I yelped, then glared at Sasuke. He chuckled, and I scowled, kicking the water in his direction, and it was his turn to yelp. "Naruto, that's cold. And wet. And muddy." I hooted with laughter, incredibly amused by his response. "You really are a genius, team. You worked out that puddles are wet, cold, and muddy." I splash him again and frown a little, asking, "Feel that?" And this time, I wasn't talking about the temperature. "Can you sense the chakra?" Chakra and water. What could it mean? Naruto. How could I not? Sasuke yowled, skipping away, but he landed ready for combat, a tapping in his feet letting me know his recognition. "Yes, I sense it." "What? Can't handle a little water?" I teased as I leaped out of the puddle of chakra and trotted back towards the group, Kakashi-sensei ending up behind me, my heart beginning to race. "Are you ready for this?" "Gay. As if, dope. I can handle it fine." Sasuke scoffed. "Bring it on." I felt the flare of chakra and started turning almost straight away, hearing at least two bodies springing into the air into attack stances. Kakashi-sensei suddenly yelped, and there was a horrible sound of something being shredded through sheer force, and a quick flicker of chakra that felt like a kawarimi. Sakura screamed, and Sasuke flinched. I frowned, barely hearing one of the two foes' whispers of "one down," and computing it to mean Kakashi-sensei was out of action. Then they were moving again, two vague flickers on the edge of my consciousness outlined by blurs of chakra and sound. A weapon, was it wire? No, too bulky for that, whistling between them. And I drew two kunai, my heart pounding and adrenaline rushing as I frantically tried to track the pair. My ears were too slow. They were so fast. I flinched back from the clanking of "was that chain?" and held my weapons in the only plausible block. I couldn't see the weapon. I couldn't see its target. All I could do was hope. Then there was a clash and a cracking shink, and I heard a shuriken bury itself into a nearby tree, closely followed by a kunai, and as the clank of metal on metal followed, plus an abrupt halting to the two shadows' movements, my mind raced to catch up. Wire, chain, tied together, wrap, razor sharp, pinned, kunai, Sasuke, to Kakashi, chain two linked. There was a snap as the chain was unhooked from our adversaries, and I let out a yelp and dodged a blow I had only just sensed in time, feeling metal blades tug briefly at my hair before cutting straight through the strands. I sprang back, trying to block the oncoming blow with my kunai, getting a scratch on the back of my hand for the attempt, and as the pain jolted me, my concentration dropped. Suddenly, all I could hear was my heartbeat, blood rushing past my ears, adrenaline pounding, my breath impossibly loud and harsh. I could feel my heartbeat in every inch of skin, pulsing with fear and excitement, and was completely lost in an instant. I couldn't hear Sasuke. I couldn't hear Kakashi. I couldn't hear my opponent swing. Everything was gone. I was trapped in a dark void. There was nothing here. I was trapped. There was nothing. I wheezed as a foot, a fist, a knife pressure, nothing, everything pain force. I hadn't known was coming slam me just below the rib cage, forcing all of the air out of my lungs and sending me flying. My back connected with the rough bark of a tree, and the sheer force snapped my head back, cracking it against the trunk with a painful smack. I couldn't do anything more than let my body crumple forwards, barely dragging a knee up in time to stop me doing a faceplant into the dirt. And as I vaguely sensed my opponent rushing me, I waited until the last second before letting myself collapse sideways in a desperate attempt to dodge him. Crumpled in the dust, I barely comprehended Kakashi-sensei throwing his already captive foe at mine, knocking them both over, and then grabbing the pair of them. The danger over, Sasuke was at my side in an instant, gently brushing his fingers across my arms and face, asking near frantically, "Naruto, are you okay? You didn't get knocked out, did you? Or were you cut? Are you okay? Come on, speak to me." "Mock," I mumbled weakly, but my head is killing me. "Wah." I didn't need to expand on the blurry half-question as my best friend whispered rapidly so that no one but me could hear him. Two attackers ripped Kakashi-sensei apart with a chain weapon at the start, then headed for you. You were trying to block them, but you were positioned wrong. I pinned the chain to a tree. The two of them undid it, and while one attacked you, the other went straight for the client, Sakura, and I distracted him. Then Kakashi turned up again. I think he used a kawarimi, and grabbed him, bowled your guy over with him, and now he's interrogating them. I nodded, then put up my hand, letting Sasuke pull me to my feet. "So, the demon brothers Allah missed," our sensei said, and I turned my head towards his voice instinctively. "Why would you two low-life chunin be attacking a Genin team? HM? Surely you're not stupid enough to pick a fight with a Jounin." Sasuke and I walked over, stopping a healthy distance from our sensei and his captives. "Ah, Naruto, I'm sorry for not intervening sooner. I didn't mean for you to get hurt, but I wasn't expecting you to freeze up like that." "Ouch," I said sarcastically, even though that had actually stung. My head was rapidly clearing as I healed up, and thinking was no longer a painful chore. "This is my first actual combat. Sensei, give me a break." "What about our bell test?" the Jounin reminded me, prodding at one of the two demon brothers. "That doesn't count," Sasuke piped up, unexpectedly in Kakashi's slight twitch of the foot, scraping the ground. "Yeah," I agreed firmly. "You wouldn't actually try to kill us. No matter what you say, Kakashi-sensei, you're too lazy, and I'll bet there's too much paperwork involved." I derived no small amount of sadistic pleasure in the unmistakable shudder that elicited, and Sasuke's fingers touched my bicep lightly, letting me know that he was amused as well. "Naruto, you're bleeding." Sakura yelped slightly. "Huh, well, fancy that." I touched my fingers to the gash on the back of my hand. "I'm bleeding. How odd." Note the sarcasm. "Naruto, you are aware that these chunin like to coat their weapons in poisons? Kakashi-sensei told me. We're gonna have to get that treated, and soon." "Que grumbled." All this fuss over one cut. I considered briefly, then sighed and slashed it open with the kunai I still had in my palm, rolling my eyes at the girls and the civilians' yelps. It didn't hurt that much. It had missed all the major nerve clusters. "There can bleed out now. Can we get a move on?" Sasuke silently passed me a bandage. In a minute, Kakashi said, sounding very much like a parent attempting to shoo off their children so they could do something useful for a change. One of his two captives was now speaking, and I listened vaguely while wrapping gauze around my hand. "Seriously, it wasn't that bad. Fuzzball would deal with it in about 10 minutes flat. I probably wouldn't even notice the poison. How did you read our movements?" Kakashi-sensei snorted. "Please, in a dry area, where it hasn't rained for weeks, there isn't going to be a puddle. Naruto stepped in it. It's not like it was difficult to notice." I grinned sheepishly. "They were hiding in the puddle, I think." Sasuke breathed into my ear. "Explains the chakra saturation." I nodded slightly. "If you knew they were there, then why let yourself get killed and let the brats fight?" Tazuna groused. "I wanted to know if they had finally gone off the deep end and attacked Konoha Ninja, or if they were after you," Kakashi-sensei explained, his voice all too cheerful. "Which Tazuna-sen they were. One of them went straight for you, and so did the other, although he had to get through Naruto first. But It stands to obvious reason that you were their target. And we didn't know that there were shinobi after you. Sasuke nodded, his knuckles brushing my shoulder to let me know he was agreeing. This mission just went up in difficulty. It's a B-rank assignment. We're operating outside our mission parameters, Kakashi said flatly. We should go back to Konoha. We were only hired to protect you from thieves, not ninja. I tugged on Sasuke's shirt again. What the crap does parameters mean? I'll explain in a minute, he growled, sounding irritated. Only I heard the amused exasperation in his voice. Of course I wouldn't know what that word meant. We should head back, Sakura agreed quickly. We're not ready for a mission like this, and Naruto's already hurt. We should go back. I scowled. It's not that bad, damn it. And we've already started the mission. We've already said we'll do this. I'm not about to back out now. What kind of ninja will we be if we quit at the first sign of trouble? Sasuke let that vaguely ominous question hang over their heads for a few seconds before saying, he has a point. We handled ourselves well enough against the Chunin, and no one was badly hurt. And even if things get bad, Kakashi's a jounin. He can handle whatever we Genin can't. There was a pause of several seconds, Kakashi apparently absorbing our words, before Tazuna spoke up again, filling the air with sake-saturated breath. I cover my nose. I have a confession to make about the mission. It's most likely, yes, rated above a C-rank mission. As it turns out, there's a pretty dangerous guy after my head, and I guess he decided that sending ninja after me was the best course of action. I tugged lightly on Sasuke's shirt. Why would they bother sending ninja after this guy? Sure, he's a grouchy old coot, but that's no reason to kill him. Sasuke tugged back, sharply. Just listen, they're still talking. Who is this dangerous guy? Who's after you? Kakashi asked, getting to the point in his usual blunt way. Tazuna paused, hesitating, the fear smell rising and mingling with the sake before he sighed. You've probably heard of him before. The wealthy shipping magnate, a man named Gato. What? Gato is after you? Kakashi asked, sounding shocked. I frowned. His name had come up a lot in some of my research ventures into the Ambu vaults. What was that file on again? From the Gato company? He said be among the world's most wealthy people. I think he's third from the top, I said aloud, then flinched as they all turned to me. I really needed to watch my mouth. Something like that. Tazuna sounded slightly impatient, but at the same time, very tired. Officially, he runs a large shipping company, a very successful company, too. But secretly he sells drugs and other illegal items, using ninja, thugs, and gang members to take over businesses, drug rings, and even small countries. He is a very nasty man. The old man shook his head slightly, dirty-sounding hair flopping against his face. About a year ago, he set his sights on the land of waves. Through money and violence, he quickly took control of our shipping industry, and Gata now has a complete monopoly on all the business traffic in the country. The bridge I'm building is seen as threatening to this man, as it would undermine his control, so he wants to get rid of me before it's finished. This bridge is our only hope, the last light on our horizon. If I die, that light goes out, and Wave's hope is lost forever. So those Kiri missing Nin, they were hired by Gato? Sasuke asked. Giddy, I didn't know these guys were from Mist. I mean, I guess they were, but I wasn't sure. Thank you, Sasuke. That could have been embarrassing. Tazuna didn't answer him, but Kakashi spoke out instead, and I turned my head in his direction as he said, what I don't understand is, if you knew Ninja would be after you, why did you hide that fact when you hired us? HM, good question. Thanks to Gato and his shipping company, Wave is incredibly poor. Even our feudal lord has basically no money. We've got nothing but dirt left. We were barely able to scrape together enough for a C-rank mission, let alone a more expensive B rank. Well, the old man continued, I guess it was wrong to lie to you, so you have every right to turn back. If you quit the mission now, I will be definitely killed, but don't worry about it, he grinned. If I die, my cute 10-year-old grandson will just cry for a few days, nothing too bad. Oh yeah, and my daughter will live a sad life hating the Leaf Village forever. But it won't be your fault. No, not at all. I rolled my eyes, and Sasuke stifled a snort. But Kakashi seemed to have slumped at the sound of Tezuna's speech. Well, the Jounin murmured, I guess we have no choice. We'll protect you at least until we get back to your country. It figures you'd be a sucker for sob stories, Kakashi-sensei, I sighed. This just got a whole lot more difficult, didn't it? Kakashi's log. I had a feeling this wasn't going to be as easy as we first thought. Turns out the bridge builder, Tezuna, lied to us about the mission difficulty. His country has been taken over by Gatu of Gata Shipping, and his bridge is threatening to break his control. Obviously, the man doesn't want that, so we've got ninja attacking us now. First encounter was with two Miss Chunin, the demon brothers, Mizu and Gozu, I believe their names are. It was Naruto who first noticed the puddle they were using as a Genjutsu cover. Although I'm not certain if he actually sensed it or was just playing around, neither he nor Sasuke seemed surprised when they got attacked a few seconds later, though. The Genin handled themselves fairly well in the ensuing fight. Although Naruto froze up a little and managed to score himself a cut or two and a possible mild concussion, Sasuke defended him fairly well against the pair of Kirin, and no one was badly injured. The Nin's target was, obviously, our client, but he was unharmed in the skirmish. Naruto was the only one who was hurt at all. In spite of the obvious trouble this would be, both of the boys refused to turn back when told the mission was out of their expertise, even Naruto, who had been acting incredibly nervy since the start of the mission. Note, has he really never been out of the village before? In a discussion on the ninja villages, Naruto had moderately detailed, for his level, knowledge on the nearby hidden villages and also of their current states. He even knew about Yuki, but was unsure of their status due to civil war. Second note, it should probably be investigated how he knows this. He's been showing startling knowledge on various subjects all month, and it's starting to creep me out. Third note, Naruto sketches a lot. He was sketching again when I joined the team at the gates, although I didn't see what he was drawing. This is going to be a pain, isn't it? I was bored. Bored. Damn, you didn't come much boreder than this. And border isn't even a word. But I was so bored I didn't care. I shouldn't be bored, I realized. I should be terrified out of my wits. Anxious, nervy, twitchy, anxious. I already said that one. But I was none of them. I was bored. There was seriously only so long I could keep going, focusing on Sasuke's feet, before my mind started to get sidetracked. And now I was bored. Have I mentioned that I was bored? I could hear water lapping at the edges of rocks like an eager puppy out of the toilet, but it was still faint. We were a good way off yet. I sighed mentally and tilted my head back, stretching my neck. To an observer, I was staring at the sky, and I wondered wistfully what shade of blue the sky was today, what shapes the clouds moved in, how the trees moved in the breeze. All things I'd never appreciated when I could still see, and meant the world to me now that I couldn't. My chest had started to ache again, and I let my gaze fall back to ground silently. What color was the grass here? Green, the thick green of Konoha's summers, yellow of dried dead things, or a color I didn't know, hadn't understood when I was too young to understand. The pressure on my chest was tightening painfully, and I took a harsh breath and forced my thoughts to blank out, refocusing to my ears instead of far-off memories and dusty corners of my imagination. The waves were louder now, rushing across sand and stones and dashing themselves to pieces against the rocks of the shore. I could smell the sharp tang of salt and the duller undertone of leather, muffled by human sweat and general presence. The sound of the ocean was almost deafening, coupled with creaking wood, wind gusting, the coarse squawk of a seabird. I froze. The waves were rushing violently past my ears, their noise impossibly loud. I couldn't hear anything but the ocean as it thrashed, fighting its own currents and whipped into a frenzy by the rushing winds. Water exploding so close, tearing itself apart, filling my ears with sound and my mouth with salt and drowning my mind. Sasuke, I raised my voice, the sound cracking slightly with anxiety as I realized I could hardly even hear my own voice. Sasuke. A hand brushed my arm, but I didn't jerk with surprise, relaxing at the touch. I recognized Sasuke's skin. I turned my head in his direction and forced my mind to focus on his pattern, remembering his voice, his smell, everything about him that was ingrained into my memory. Ruto? Naruto, are you all right? His voice swam into my consciousness, and I relaxed further, relieved. I could hear him again. The sound of the ocean was fading, and the overwhelming salty smell had gone back to being a vague scent and taste at the edge of my mind. Are you okay? Naruto, what's wrong? Sorry, I managed to say quietly. The ocean, it's so loud, it overpowered me for a minute. Sasuke, I couldn't hear anything. It was like there was nothing there. I couldn't hear you or any of the others at all. It's okay, he said quietly, calmly, and I relaxed even further because even if it wasn't, Sasuke would make it all right. Just stay close to me, and it'll be okay. Sorry, I should have realized how loud it was. I blinked and shook my head. No, it was my fault, I muttered. I got distracted. Sasuke rubbed my arm with his knuckles, then took hold of my wrist, gently tugging me back towards the others. I got a little turned around in my panic attack. It's okay, he repeated. It's okay. Kakashi was no doubt giving me a funny look as Sasuke led me back to the group, but I didn't care. I was still shaking slightly, the lingering fear of the void tugging at the edges of my mind and threatening to pull me under again, and I flinched as Sasuke made a let go of my arm. He steadied his grip, catching the wince, and rubbed my skin with his thumb. It's okay, he said again. I'm right here. I'm not going anywhere. I nodded unsteadily, trying to keep my breathing even and focusing on Sasuke's own breathing and the faint pulse I could hear and feel through his hand. Still shivering slightly, I looked down at a path I couldn't see and gritted my teeth, refusing to make a sound and ignoring Sakura's questions. Kakashi soon decided that I wasn't going to be helpful in answering some of his WTF questions and simply started us walking again. I trotted tamely on Sasuke's heels, staying close enough that I could feel his body heat even though he hadn't let go of my hand yet, letting the familiarity slowly calm me down. Then we got to the boat. Oh, hell no. Well, at least I wasn't bored anymore. I let one hand trail through the icy cold water of the lake, water slapping against the side of the boat, sounding loud but still muffled by the fog Sasuke said was blurring out the whole area. Cold liquid skimmed my fingers, my other hand clinging nervously to Sasuke's sleeve as the boat slid almost silently through the water. I was still shivering slightly, but it was hidden in my outsized clothes, and only Sasuke knew how unnerved I still was. Not needing the visual signals other people did to tell moods or feelings, I tended not to make them unless I actually thought about it. Hence, it was often hard for other people to tell what I felt at any particular time. At least, that's what Sasuke said. There was a sharp intake of breath from my right, and I glanced at Sasuke questioningly, pricking my ears for any danger, but there was nothing but the ripples of the water and the sound of the pole moving the boat. No more breathing sources than there should be. I mentally shrugged and was about to dismiss it altogether when Sakura gasped and hissed, "Wow, it's huge! That is incredible!" "What is?" I asked blankly, then ducked, letting Sakura's fist swish harmlessly overhead. "I was just asking, sheesh. No need to hit me." Sakura sniffed irritably. "The bridge, you idiot." Oh, so that's what that thing is. Something up ahead of us had almost entirely blocked off what little airflow there was. I had been wondering what it was. I dodged another blow for my comment, hiding a smile. So predictable. Although it was probably a good thing she put enough power behind her punches for me to not want to get hit. The air deadened around me, and I went still, listening to a sudden slew of echoing water ripples, made nervous by the sudden, confusing void. Sasuke breathed into my ear. We're going through a tunnel, an arch under a bridge, or something. No witties. I let out a breath I hadn't known I was holding as the breeze stirred slightly against my skin again. 30 blank seconds later, and the echoes vanished as the tunnel opened out onto open water. Wood tapped wood as the prow of the boat bumped against a wooden jetty, and I heard our oarsman say quietly, "This is it for me. I'm not risking Gada's wrath any more than I already have. Good luck, Tizuna." Sasuke stood up carefully, putting his feet firmly on the jetty and making the wood clatter slightly under his sandals. I followed immediately, not letting go of his sleeve, and was unspeakably relieved to feel wood under my feet and not empty air or freezing water. I felt a little nauseous, to my confusion. Had I upset myself enough to make myself ill? Kakashi-sensei and Sakura exited the small craft quickly, and the man helped Tizuna step out as well. There was a soft splash as the boat pulled away from the shore, and I listened to the sound of the oarsman's fading breathing and heart rate until it disappeared altogether. We were in the land of waves, enemy territory. If it hadn't been serious before, this mission was definitely serious by now. As we walked down the pebbly trail, the small rocks crunching under our sandals, I kept one hand of Sasuke's arm, focusing on blocking out the sound of the ocean, but still listening to our surroundings. It was harder than I expected, and it took me several seconds to realize that there was another set of vital signs, human vital signs, nearby, probably hidden from the view of the others. I couldn't sense any chakra, not even the life support of a civilian, which meant he was hiding it. At least for me. Kakashi-sensei could probably sense it where I couldn't. I wasn't that good with this sensing thing yet. Then his chakra flickered into existence in my mind, just a little, his position shifting with a brush of grass, and I hurled a kunai at him instantly. The chakra flashed, a kawarimi, and I whipped around a second kunai already headed for his landing position. A second flash, and I cursed, too slow. He'd substituted again and was out of range now. Then I had to duck and fend off my female teammate, who was less than pleased. "Naruto, what do you think you're doing? You scared me. What kind of ninja are you that a kunai thrown by a teammate no less can scare you?" I snarled, angrily shoving my weapons back into their pouch. There was some scratching and rustling from the shrubbery, and I assumed Sakura was going to see what I had been aiming at. "Don't bother, I missed," I told her sharply. He got away. I was too slow. Damn, Kawarimi was annoying. Useful as hell, but annoying when used against you. "Naruto," Sakura shouted, making me sigh. "What now? You nearly hit this poor rabbit." I frowned in confusion. No sensible rabbit would be as close to a human as that would have had to be for my kunai to have any chance of hitting it. He must have used it as a substitution, I guessed. Less suspicious than a random log, and less chakra flare than Shunshin. Not to mention faster. I noted the skill in a corner of my mind, baring my teeth as Kakashi-sensei lectured me. "Naruto, kunai are sharp. Be careful where you throw them." There was someone there. I hissed to Sasuke, clenching and unclenching my fists. They were there. They kawarimi it out before I could hit them. Don't lecture me on chakra sensing. He was hiding it until he needed to dodge. And don't try to give me crap about the rabbit either. I can tell a human heartbeat from a goddamn rodent's. I degenerated into mental fuming. I had better ears than anyone here, except maybe Kakashi, and he hadn't even sensed the guy. But no one would care about a mere genin's opinion, let alone the dead last's. "I believe you," Sasuke said quietly, interrupting my mental ranting. I blinked, then relaxed slightly. It always made me feel better every time I was reminded that I wasn't actually alone, that there was someone on my side. Every time I was reminded of reality. Any clues on identity? I shook my head slightly, my lips pursing in frustration. Saw the shreds of chakra I got weren't familiar, and not enough for a proper scan. I'm out of my depth. Then I heard the sound of something huge slicing through the air, the coiling flicker that translated to spinning, a shift in Kakashi-sensei's breathing. I yelped as Sasuke grabbed me and dragged me down, the sound freezing in my throat as I heard a blade that had to be at least 4 feet long slash into the tree behind us, carving straight through the bark and jamming deep in the heartwood. I was frozen. If Sasuke hadn't grabbed me, that sword, it went deep, way deep, and it would have all things, it would have gone straight through me. Whoa, said a cold voice from higher up. Tree, suspended, climb, jump. I guess some of the hype about you is true. Copycat Kakashi. I shook myself and swallowed, gritting my teeth for the coming fight. The blood was starting to pound in my ears, making it just that little bit harder to hear, and I forced myself to focus. Well, said Kakashi-sensei lightly. If it isn't Momochi Zabuza, the kid who ran off and left the land of mist. I filed the name quickly, trying to sense out the still hidden chakra to get an identity lock on the guy, but he was still shielding it entirely, like a void in my senses where there should have been energy. This could be a little rough, Sensei mused under his breath, and I let my eyes flicker over to him for just a second. Zabuza, the man was called, spoke up again, his voice icy cold, slightly grating, taut with some unidentified emotion. If it wouldn't be too much trouble, would you surrender the old man? Fear? Anger? Excitement? Is he some kind of an idiot? I asked blankly under my breath. Sasuke snorted faintly. Then I flinched as the enemy unshielded his chakra slowly, building up a sense of power that I guessed was supposed to intimidate us. As it built up speed, I decided he was doing a very good job of it. Kakashi-sensei shifted. I can't say how exactly, but he just shifted. Something changed, maybe in how he stood, or in his voice, or maybe his chakra, but something was different. Assume the Manji battle formation, he ordered crisply, taking a step forwards. Stay out of this fight. He's way out of your league. Believe me, Sensei, I'm working that out on my own, I whispered almost silently. A low, cool chuckle. To face the legendary Sharingan, so soon in our acquaintance. This certainly is an honor. I bared my teeth silently, making a mental note to ask Sasuke what was happening later on. This wasn't making a whole lot of sense to me, and I really needed a visual, or at least a description of the situation. Anything would do. When I was an assassin for Kirigakure, our opponent continued to speak, not needing further prompting. I possessed the usual bingo book, a kind of who's who of our enemies. It had a rather extensive write-up of you, including a mention of your impressive record. The man who copied over 1,000 jutsu, known as Kakashi, the copy ninja. I blinked twice quickly, anxiously wondering what we were going to do. Sensei said to stay out of the fight. Enough, Zabuza announced, drawing my attention back to where his cold, unervingly amused voice was coming from. Pleasant as this conversation has been, I'm on a tight schedule to finish off the old man. All three of us genin sprang into ready positions beside Tazuna, whose heartbeat was just skyrocketed. I didn't blame him and found myself wishing that I had my damn shock tags working properly. Flash and bang was all very well, but I had a nasty suspicion we'd need a lot more firepower in a fight like this one. Kakashi of the Sharingan, the master of 1,000 jutsu, the elite of the Konohagakure village. It looks like I'll have to go through you first. There was a loud crack and a flare of chakra, and I swung my head to the right as the follow-up Shunshin flicker appeared. And a split second later, my teammates gasped as they followed the same motion. Is he walking on water? Sakura gasped, and I frowned in confusion. How could that be possible? That chakra buildup, is it concentrated in his? Then there was a flare of unfamiliar feeling chakra. No, felt once before, and the air grew colder. Water? The finest of the ninja arts. The Kirigakure no jutsu. Hidden in mist, mist, kiri, cold, water. I get it now, he's calling up mist. But what for? He's gone, Sakura shouted. That's what. He'll come after me first, Kakashi-sensei warned, his voice cool and clipped. Momochi Zabuza was a member of Kirigakure's assassin corps, a famous master of the art of silent killing. Letting your guard down around him buys you a direct trip to heaven. I haven't necessarily mastered my Sharingan, so all of you stay on your toes. I swallowed anxiously. Believe me, Sensei, I haven't been off my toes since we left the village. The mist was brushing distractingly against my skin, wisps of cold air heavy with water, sending tingling shocks over my flesh, and the musty scent and taste of fog was damping my senses. The breathing and heartbeats of the others, their life signs, quieted as if they'd moved away, but when I reached out, I could touch Sasuke's shoulder. I gulped and braced myself. If Sensei was right, and there was no reason for him not to be, we were in a whole lot of trouble. There are 8 targets. I jerked back a step, then turned my head swiftly, trying to pinpoint where the sound was coming from. "Wow, what was that?" my female teammate yelped. The fog was muffling everything, making it hard for me to hear what was happening, and the voice of our newest enemy was echoing disturbingly from all over the place, making me sense flashes of solid structures where I already knew there was nothing. Throat, spinal column, lungs, liver, jugular vein, subclavian artery, kidney, heart. So many choices. What vital, vulnerable place shall I choose? I swallowed again nervously, hands gripping my kunai until the tendons ached, searching in the muffled environment, and tried to ignore the heavy, choking air, the feeling of breathing water, the thick smell and taste, the distracting whispers against my skin, my hands, my legs, my neck, my face. Killer intent was flooding the air, but I ignored it, the bloodlust constantly leaking from my mindscape, rising against the challenge. I wasn't phased. I'm used to KI and was more interested in pinpointing the Kiri bastard. Sakura was shaking, Tazuna's heartbeat about 4 times too fast, Sasuke's breathing coming in short, harsh gasps. But he was okay. Killer intent didn't bother him as much as it used to. Kakashi-sensei's breathing was normal if blurred by distance. But where was his heartbeat? "Don't worry, guys," his voice called out, thin and tinny through the mist. "Even if he gets me, I'll still protect you. No matter what, I will never let my comrades die." "That's all well and good, but it's very hard to protect someone when you're dead, Sensei," I thought grimly. Chakra flared, and I felt my eyes widen slightly as Zabuza materialized directly behind me. Game over. Another chakra flash, this one from Sensei, and suddenly I was being thrown away in an abrupt flash of energy that left me reeling in a splatter of water. But no one had landed near the water, and why could I still not hear Sensei's heartbeat? That flicker. "Sensei, behind you," I bellowed, pushing myself onto one knee. Splash. I heard a sword swinging, and Sakura screamed, promptly followed by another splash, then flicker. "Don't move." Sensei was fast, very fast to be able to flicker like that, but before water clone? Felt right, like normal Bunshin, with a Kiri tinge, a bit of water jutsu, and Kage Bunshin mixed in. Game over. He'd substituted Shunshined, Bunshin in there somewhere. I hadn't quite sensed through the mist that I now realized was faintly imbued with chakra, enough to mess with my senses. Explains the tingles, the water. The fight was over so quickly. Zabuza started to chuckle darkly, and I pulled myself all the way to my feet, suddenly edgy. "You think it's over?" I edged towards where I hoped Sasuke was. "I don't anymore, you lunatic. You just don't get it. It'll take more to beat me than just copying me like a monkey." "I don't know. It seems to be working fairly well thus far." The assassin laughed again. "But you're good, I'll give you that. In those few precious seconds, you copied my water clone technique." "Water clone, I guessed right. And by making your clone say the same sappy shit you'd say yourself, you made sure it had my full attention, while you used the Kirigakure technique of hiding in the mist, observing me. Too bad for you." My breath caught in my throat, another chakra flicker. I am not that easy to fool. I heard the keen whistle of Zabuza's massive blade cutting the air, a brushing swish as it missed Kaka-sensei by a millimeter, a crack, a clattering crunch, then a heavy thump, and Sensei was moving fast. And as my mind rapidly connected the violent sequence, I knew it wasn't under his own volition. There was a loud, painful splash, and my head jerked automatically in its direction, noting Zabuza's disdainful snort with some anxiety. I couldn't hear Sensei's breathing. Was it the distance? Was he still underwater? knocked out, drowning. A splash and an audible gasp. He'd broken the surface, and I flinched as Zabuza flickered away to stand over Kakashi-sensei. This just got very bad. Gullible fool. Suito no Jutsu. A massive rippling splash made me scowl furiously, both nervous of the watery sound and of the fact that I couldn't see what was going on. Zabuza laughed, the sound sending chills down my spine as I stared anxiously in the adult's direction, wondering what the hell was going on. This prison is inescapable. You're trapped. Shit. You running around makes it difficult for me to do what I'm paid for, Zabuza said flippantly, talking more to Kakashi-sensei than us, I think. I'll finish you later after I've dealt with the others. I swallowed and went stiff, resisting any and all instinct to panic. Sakura was shaking slightly and Sasuke was tense. Our client behind us was trembling like a leaf. Ki, civilians. Zabuza's chakra flickered slightly, the essence that I was starting to recognize as a water clone jutsu, attracting my attention with a rushing of water. The Kirinin, he is Kiri, right? Started to speak again, or at least it was his voice, but it was the water clone talking. Little ninja wannabes, trying so hard, even wearing a leaf Itaiate. But a true ninja is one who has crossed and recrossed the barrier between the lands of the living and the dead. I frowned slightly. What did that mean exactly? That a ninja was the deliverer of souls to the death god? I'd heard that before, but this didn't seem to quite fit it. More like a ninja had to brave danger and stand on death's doorstep to have true strength. Low, growling laughter rang in my mind, and I wondered grimly where that would leave me. A headband doesn't make you a ninja. You need skills good enough to rate a listing in my bingo book before you deserve to be called a ninja. We don't call your kind ninja. We call them. He flickered out, and I yelped, swinging up my arms to block and almost not getting there in time as chakra flared panically through my coils. The clone's foot slammed powerfully against my forearms, and I was flung backwards with the force, rolling over and over dizzyingly through the dust, my headband clattering on the floor nearby, one end wrapped loosely around my wrist. Brats! My teammates were shouting surprise, fear, loud, sharp fear as I scrambled to my feet, gasping for the air that had been forced out of my lungs. This was very bad. I let my eyes flicker uselessly over the battlefield as my mind put all the broken pieces together. Sensei, captured. Zabuza, the boiling chakra in my senses, edged with nothingness. Mizu Bunshin, a glint of fluid chakra. The curve of the lake lapping the shore. My teammates. The civilian. Sasuke. A slow smile worked its way onto my face as I tied my Hitate firmly around my head again. If we could get this to work, if I wasn't overestimating my skill, we would survive this. Sasuke, I spoke up, palming a couple of sheets of paper. I think I've got something. I quickly muttered an abbreviated explanation and slipped him the bundle, already beginning to shift and move surreptitiously to the side, inhaling slowly and focusing. Guys, what are you doing? Kakashi-sensei shouted, his words slightly muffled, like he was underwater. This was over as soon as I got caught. Get Tazuna out of here. You three can't face up to Zabuza. Theoretically, 3 genin can take down a jounin, Sasuke said determinedly. There was a clank kunai and a rustle of dirt as he shifted his heels for better grip, getting ready. You don't understand. Kakashi thundered, and I fought not to jerk and attract attention. Slow, steady, and natural, drawing myself inward. I was a part of the shifting wind, fading from existence. Zabuza is a Kiri ninja. They're nothing like what you've fought before. Run for it. There was a hitch in Sasuke's muffled breathing as I slid a few more feet away through the heavy, tingling mist. Mist? Yeah, wasn't there something whacked out about Kiri's training system? Those who break the rules are trash. Those who abandon their comrades are worse than trash, Sasuke quoted, his voice becoming tinny and wavering as I moved silently, inconspicuously around the shore as the distance between us increased. Hypocrite, we're not leaving you behind. I nearly flinched again as an irregular, jerking noise wound its way through the foggy air to my ears. Zabuza was laughing. I took a slow breath, only releasing the whisper of air when the wind stirred around me, the sound masked by the faint breeze. Laughter was bad. You guys will never grow up, he sneered, and I scowled at the threat. Going to keep on playing ninja? I warn you now that when I was your age, my hands were already dyed red with the blood of the dead. I sensed the Mizu Bunshin fluid curve chakra move, and then clack clack crash whoosh, and the chakra folded in on itself and slid away, reassembling a few meters away from Sasuke, a few meters closer to me. Get out of here! Kakashi's voice was thin and barely there, and there was soft, cold, freezing water lapping my toes, but I didn't react, didn't flinch, not entirely there. Nothing here, don't look here, I'm not here, nothing here. His voice took on the quality of a storyteller in spite of the situation. Long ago, in the Mist Village, known as the Bloody Mist, there was a final obstacle to be overcome on your path to being a ninja. HM, you even know about the graduation exam. That exam, like our Bunshin? No, it was worse than that. Can't remember. Why does Sensei know? Village secrets information. S-class. I'm forgetting something, I know I am, but just wait, just listen, hang on, just a few more steps. What exam? Sakura chirped, her voice so far away and faltering. The final exam. It was a fight to the death between the students, Zabuza answered. If I hadn't already been so deep, I would have gasped, the information mixing with what I could remember and slotting in like a missing puzzle piece. Every village has its secrets, I thought, and shifted. Friends who have trained together, learned together, and eaten at the same table for most of their lives are pitted against each other. They're forced to fight until one of them loses their life. His voice echoed around me, and I half paused, trying to judge the distance. These are friends who had helped each other, shared their hopes and dreams, and their very lives. That's horrible, Sakura murmured, as if from very far away. 10 years ago, the graduation exam of Kirigakure was forced to change. Kakashi-sensei spoke now. This change occurred after the previous year when a demon appeared. I blinked. Change? Sakura questioned aloud, when neither Sasuke nor I said anything to keep the conversation going. What change? What did this demon do? There was an unsettled pause of maybe 2 seconds. Without pause or hesitation, a young boy who was not even a ninja, yet killed over 100 of the other students. Ah, those were the days. Zabuza sounded almost nostalgic, if not for the Ki I was able to sense as I slowly came out of hiding. That was our daring friend Zabuza here. Kakashi-sensei continued, his voice ringing stronger in my mind. That's how he earned his nickname, the Demon of the Mist. Demon of the Mist, huh? The laughing chuckle echoing around me made my empty chest cavity reverberate with the force of it. This fool had best prepare to meet the Demon of the Leaf. I ignored the voice and braced myself, hoping Sasuke wasn't freezing up with the burning waves of killer intent, and hoping the chakra-charged mist wasn't tipping me off my target with its buzzing hum. Then I heard the skimming whir of the massive shuriken Mizuki had once used, and the chong, as Zabuza caught it easily. At this distance, I couldn't sense the blistering chakra, but I heard a faint susurrus gasp that I didn't think was natural. Water splashed, the tingle that was a tag going off, and another second or two later a yelp of surprise, a rush of hot chakra, and the fluid chakra vanished altogether. Another low chuckle, and I braced myself, focusing, waiting for the signal. You pathetic brats. Although I'll give you points for having the sense to aim for my real body. Shing, Shri. There. I threw and let the loop of wire spiral out as the kunai it was attached to flew wide, well away from the missing Nin, and I breathlessly counted, knowing that a second too late or too soon could kill us all. 3, 4. Now. The huff of the miniature fireballs running interference, the tiniest of charges spurting from my fingers, the kunai dropped, and there was the resistance, the swiping swing, and I pulled. The three wire-strung kunai Sasuke had thrown wide now swung towards me, guided by my own wire, pulling tight around the missing knee we had purposely aimed to miss, and I grinned. Try dodging now, bastard. I threw round stones, the paper rasping under the fingers of my right hand as my left held tight to the loop of wire, keeping Zabuza captive. I heard keening knives from Sasuke, holding the other end of our impromptu net, and Kakashi-sensei was shouting something made unintelligible by distance and echoes. Explosions. The repeated tingles of my tags, self-combusting. I felt a tug on the wire and hurled my last stone, the directed tag, leaving my hand a split second before the wire loosed. Zabuza had cut it, but pinned between two lines of attack and our struggling sensei. He had no choice but to bolt as our attacks scraped past. Abruptly, the fight was out of our hands, as our sensei now attacked the missing nin who'd been holding him prisoner. Broad flashes of chakra and clangs and cracks of contact. A swirl as they stopped, and the chakra moved. They were talking, but I was too far away, and I began to shift again, moving back towards my teammates in case I was needed. Shouting, rushing, a single whisper of something. The void vanished. I blinked and jerked, startled, sensing Sasuke's rough heartbeat a few meters from me as the chakra-infused fog quieted slightly. The void that had been our enemy was gone. There had been a tiny flare of chakra, but nothing. I didn't even sense the low chakra you'd expect, of someone dying or whatever, but I've never sensed that before, so I'm not the best person to be asking. Then, just like that, another vague void flared into existence near Sensei. I choked on a cry of shock, and Sasuke stiffened beside me. But then he relaxed, and I automatically quieted, trying to follow what was happening with senses still scrambled from the shifts. Time seemed to stretch and warp, and I shook myself a few times, trying to clear my senses and hear what was going on through the blurriness of my adrenaline rush. Rito, I shook my head again, blinking rapidly as if it would disperse the mist that had fallen over my mind. Naruto, you okay? Sasuke was saying. Why, yeah, I'm fine. I shook my head sharply, sending a tremor of pain through my neck, and everything snapped back into focus, time no longer distorting around me. And there were no chakra voids, just my team and the civilian and sensei. Although the weight of his chakra was still shifting, my senses must be unreliable, still shaken up. Thump. I blinked, my head tilted to where I was reasonably sure Sensei had just collapsed on the ground, his life signs feeling a little bit out, but definitely present. Sensei, Sakura gasped, her voice startling in its clarity. It's just chakra exhaustion, I think, Sasuke said, his chakra shifting and compressing ever so slightly as he knelt to check Kakashi-sensei's pulse. I think he just wore himself out. What was with that? The mist ninja? Sakura asked. A hunter nin, Sensei said. Another ninja? The second void. It must have been Zabuza, missing nin, hunter nin. Kiri must have been after him. Caught up. We had some help? Aloud, I said absently. Hunter nin, they're a subsect of ANBU, aren't they? As I bobbed down beside my down teacher. Yeah, my friend was quick to confirm. Miss are the best known, but Konoha's got a division or two. Hey, Tazuna-san, how far have we got to go? I vaguely sensed the civilian startle. We need a rest. Sensei's not looking too good right now. Not far now. I heard the cracked voice of the old bridge builder ring out, far clearer than it should have been, and I realized abruptly that all of the chakra tingles of the mist had dissipated. Good. Naruto, can you give me a hand to carry this idiot? I nodded reactively, taking the weight that was leaned on me carefully and shaking my head again, trying to get rid of the soft growling at the back of my mind. Man, that was annoying. Why does this keep happening? A long while later, I was going over everything I remembered about the fight, try to piece together a rather broken series of events. getting dragged out of my shift like I had stuffed up my senses for far too long, making me uncertain of exactly what had been going on at the tail end of the fight. How we even won? I mean, we were alive, but still. Sitting upright with my back against one wall of the room our team had been given, I waited until Sakura's breathing settled peacefully, indicating sleep, keeping a touch of my attention on Sensei, warily in case he decided to wake up earlier than the Uchiha had guessed, before interrogating Sasuke. Okay, Sasuke, spill it. What happened today? I need everything. The mist screwed up my perception something bad. Did we win the fight? He snorted and I rolled my eyes. Shut up, did we win? Yeah. You remember the Hunter Nin? I frowned. Only vaguely. I'm guessing we got help from one of Kiri's tracker ninja? That would definitely explain why we're alive. Okay, so Zabuza was babbling about the Sharingan at one point. That's your clan's Jujutsu, right? Achin, Sasuke grunted, with a tone that indicated an affirmative. Kakashi-sensei is apparently known in the bingo books as Kakashi of the Sharingan or Copycat Kakashi, but you picked all that up already. I nodded swiftly. He seemed to want confirmation. Okay. At the start of the fight, Sensei pulled up his Hittite, and his left, I was a Sharingan. A high level too, if I remember right. My eyebrows went up a little, and I felt my mouth quirking slightly. Seriously? HN. The Sharingan, that's clan-specific, right? Your clan. Does that mean he's an Uchiha? My mind was whirling and clicking with thoughts, reeling them off almost faster than I could keep track of, and I zeroed in on Sasuke's reply. Jay, I don't know. I don't think so. Wrong name, Hataka. Why would it only be in one eye, but not the other anyway? I blinked, then bit the side of my cheek lightly in thought. Was there a scar or something in or over that eye, or even the other one, to indicate previous injury? Like a cut or something? Yeah, big scar over his left eye. Sasuke sounded vaguely surprised. You think maybe? He probably got his original I slashed out by that injury. I explained, and the Sharingan was donated by someone else, a teammate, a friend, or something. I don't know exactly why that would happen, but man, I really need to track down Sensei's files. And if his other eye had been hurt, it could have damaged the Sharingan. Sasuke guessed, and I nodded rapidly. Exactly. Either one could have been possible. Ninja life isn't risk-free. Sasuke sighed, a rough gust of air. Speaking of which, should we set up a guard for the night? Maybe we took down Zabuza, but there might be others out there. I nodded grimly. Sounds like a plan. I'll take first watch. I'm not as tired as you are yet. I ignored the faint laughter only I could hear. Hey, Sensei's up. Erg, I'm severely wounded. Naruto, do you really feel the need to shout at me? I beamed, thrilled that our main source of information / security / protection was awake at last. I'm not shouting at you, Sensei. I'm shouting for you. Guys, he's awake. I feel hungover. Kakashi-sensei mumbled, almost silently. Well, that's what you get for using up all your chakra. I informed him cheerfully, hearing Sasuke's faint footsteps tapping the stairs. 1.34 skip automatically skipping the creaky one, as Sakura came up behind him. Sensei, you're awake, Sakura cried as she swung the door open. I wondered if I should be offended at her lack of trust in my observational skills, but decided it wasn't worth the effort. I was so worried. I mean, chakra exhaustion's really serious. If that Hunter Nin hadn't come along, we might not have made it. There was a pregnant, unexpected pause, and our teacher's mood seemed to darken as he shifted to sit up, a significant change in the air that made me look at him anxiously. Kakashi-sensei? What's wrong? The Hunter Nin, of course. Had he figured out whatever was bothering him? It didn't sound like good news, whatever it was. The shinobi hunters who manage corpse disposals are supposed to destroy the bodies of those they kill at once, right on the spot. Sakura was unmoved by this piece of information. So what? I couldn't say I was particularly impressed either, but I did agree with Sensei. Something was ringing wrong about the whole situation. As I listened to him grimly explaining the so-called Hunter Nin, Zabuza's false death, and how we would have to be ready for anything, I sighed. Things are never simple, are they? The training schedule? It's amazing. The innocent things our sensei makes sound like death threats. Kakashi's log. I've been out of S-rank missions for a long time now. Suddenly running into an A-rank missing mean with 3 green genin and a client to protect is not fun. On the plus side, my genin have definitely got some tactical skills I haven't seen them showing before, although their teamwork continues to astonish. Note, I have yet to see those academy reports. Must remember to check when we get back. On the minus side, they're all morons for not following orders and getting the hell out of there when I told them to. Also on the plus side, they took my warning when I first met them to heart. Although maybe that should be on the minus side. Note, definitely get Naruto's ears checked for hypersensitivity. He froze up when the ocean got too loud, apparently overpowering all his other senses. I can do that while we're in wave, fortunately. I have decided. I do not want a genin team. Ever. Ever. Again. Technique. Kirigakure no Jutsu, hidden in the mist. If you remember last chapter's little explanation, then you'll have picked up that this jutsu meant hidden in the mist, and that's pretty much what it does. The user focuses their chakra and disperses it through the air, using it to condense water into a thick, heavy mist that makes it impossible to see things. In the anime and manga, hearing is the sense most relied on when using this technique, but mist and fog can cause sounds to echo a little out of whack. Hatake Kakashi uses scent to track his opponents through it. It's not an attack jutsu, but it can be very annoying and is native to the Mist Village. Mizu Bunshin, Water Clone. This is basically a clone, like the original illusionary Bunshin taught to students, but is closer to Kage Bunshin in its makeup. It's solid, can take some damage, and takes less chakra to make than a Kage Bunshin, but it also requires a water source for anyone except a true master of the water element, and is rumored to be able to take less damage and to be the second weakest version of clones. Suedun, Suiro no Jutsu, Water Release, Water Prison. This jutsu causes a bubble of water to encase the target, and is said to be impossible to escape from. However, the user must be touching the bubble for it to hold, making it a short-range jutsu and therefore a bit risky. It also needs a water source unless the user is a water master. There is some argument about whether or not captives can breathe, as Hatake Kakashi was known to hold an entire conversation while being held in the Suiro, but the exact physics of how that would happen is unknown. Concept of the day, pronunciation. Japanese is a far more syllabic language than English. Where an English letter's sound changes depending on the other letters around it, the Japanese sounds remain pretty much the same no matter what you do with them. Sounds can be altered or extended with particular punctuation marks, but not completely warped like English. An example of this in action is a favored insult in the Naruto fandom, dobe. By basic English pronunciation, this word has only one syllable, pronounced dobe, with a very soft B sound. Japanese pronunciation dictates 2 distinct syllables and a stronger B sound, dobe. This syllable thing may sound confusing, but people who study Japanese will understand how the syllables are organized in hiragana and katakana. Point 7. Nightmares. I blinked. Come again? Tree climbing. Sensei sounded way too happy. There was something to this exercise that I hadn't gotten yet. But Kakashi-sensei, we can already climb trees. Sakura's voice radiated confusion. Her chakra signature, becoming familiar to my senses, rippled and twinged slightly. Is that confusion? Interesting. We learned that back in the academy. Or earlier, if you hung out with that monkey Kiba for any period of time, I commented under my breath. Sasuke snorted faintly, shifting near me with a rustle of cotton. Sensei didn't notice our exchange, continuing, but this time we're going to learn how to climb trees without using our hands. I stared at him uncomprehendingly. Sasuke said, apprehensively, I really ought to have expected him to start asking us to do the impossible. The blindfold incident should have tipped me off. Our teacher is insane. It's a chakra exercise, you maggot-ridden flesh bag of idiocy, came the unwelcome drawl as Sensei continued. I'm hurt that you think I'd ask the impossible of my student, Sasuke. This is an exercise designed to help you maintain better control over your chakra. Watch and learn. I bit my tongue, focusing on my teacher's movements as he limped over to the nearest tree and kept walking. I blinked, my head tilting as I followed his progress upwards and mentally shrugged. He seemed to be climbing a tree. Man, if I could see what was going on, this would make so much more sense. Sakura made a choked noise and Sasuke shifted again, and now I knew I was missing something. I raised one eyebrow and let my mouth fall slightly open, mimicking a perplexed expression as I mumbled out the corner of my mouth to Sasuke. What the hell? The Uchiha didn't have a chance to answer straight away, as Sensei clarified his earlier explanation with, "See, we're going to climb trees without using our hands." I blinked, and suddenly my expression was real. The hell? Didn't he say that before? This is basically it. In a nutshell, Sensei admitted from where he was Sasuke describing it to me in an undertone, hanging upside down from a tree branch, now sounding bored. Focus as much chakra as you can in the soles of your feet and use that power to cling to the trunk. When you have full control over your chakra, there's almost nothing you can't do. But, Kakashi-sensei, how will learning to climb trees this way make us any stronger? Sakura asked. Her voice, loud and sharp, made me flinch. Our teacher sighed. I'm getting to that. Listen and learn. The point of it all, the goal, is greater control over your chakra. A lot of the chakra you draw for jutsu is wasted, and you tire yourself out more quickly. This exercise will teach you better control so that you only use what you need for your techniques and maximize the effectiveness of what you do use. Of course, this is made more difficult by the fact that the sole of your foot is one of the hardest places in the body to accurately focus your chakra. If you can master the chakra flow in your feet, you'll be able to focus it anywhere. In theory, anyway. The last part was muttered very low, so I probably wasn't meant to hear it, but I roll my eyes anyway. Of course, sensei, because theory always works exactly as it should in practice, and battle plans never randomly go wrong. So, chink chink clink, sensei sounded gleefully cheerful. The best way to learn is by doing. The sheer whisper of split air. I took a step back and a kunai buried itself in the dirt near my feet. I'm not expecting you guys to make it all the way up the tree first time, so use these kunai to mark how high you get each time to remind yourself. A running start will probably give you enough momentum for a good first attempt. I shot a withering look in his direction, kneeling to pick up the kunai. Yeah, running headfirst at a tree sounds intelligent, Sasuke grumbled. Kakashi's clothes rustled, and there were twin thunks as he landed squarely on his crutches as he jumped down from his tree. Suit yourselves. I glanced at him as he started to move, the crutches making his steps uneven, and yelped as I smacked into a tree. Ow! Damn it, Dobe. Watch where you're walking, Sasuke growled, and I hid the cork at the edge of my mouth in a sneer. Shut the hell up, team. Within 3 minutes, I lost count of how many times I hit the ground. The first attempt was nothing short of disastrous. Too much chakra, sending me skidding backwards before I could even get both feet off the ground. Several tries later, I managed to get the right amount of chakra to stick, only to discover my usual problem was interfering. My chakra's overactive tendency to waver, flare, and otherwise excitedly escape my control. Ow! A couple of steps, and my control would slip and send me flying. The repeated falling was enough to almost make me thankful I couldn't get very high. I admitted to myself where I was sprawled in the dirt for the nth time. At least this way I wouldn't break my neck. Idiot. Can't you do anything right? Do you need any help? Yeah, Naruto. You're totally hopeless. Sasuke's hidden concern I could deal with, but Sakura's obvious barbs were stupidly hurtful. I mean, I didn't even care what she thought. Shut up, the both of you, I snarled, dragging myself upright and shaking dirt out of my hair. Okay, deep breath, and let's try this again. I drew my hands together in the ram seal, first 2 straight left over right, and pulled. Whispering fire boiled up, fizzing eagerly under my skin. Deep breath, and focus in the feet. My shoes were starting to warm as I closed my eyes and carefully placed my foot on the tree. It stuck fast, and I stepped and kept walking, not faltering at the two-step mark as I had been for the past half hour. The flicker of surprise was my undoing. An extra flash of chakra. I wobbled and slipped with a yelp, realizing that I was probably high enough to hurt myself this time. I slammed the kunai sensei had given me into the bark and stuck fast. From about 2 meters below my dangling feet, Kakashi sensei asked wonderingly, "Naruto, are you afraid of heights?" Both hands clinging to the kunai's handle, I peered downwards, trying to get my bearings enough to jump without breaking an ankle. "It's not heights I'm afraid of, sensei, it's the ground." Sasuke sighed and thumped to the ground. "Hang on, dope, I'll come get you. You're pathetic, but I'll come get you anyway." I saved him the trouble by falling out of the tree. 3 days later, I was making little headway with the stupid exercise, and my patience was rapidly waning. I was eyeing the tree disdainfully, trying to get my flickering chakra to quiet down so that I could take another shot at this, but I wasn't yet at the state of exhaustion where that was possible. "Naruto, can I talk to you for a minute?" I jumped in spite of myself. Why, Sensei had managed to creep up on me. He was damn quiet at the best of times, and I was distracted anyway. "Kakashi Sensei? Yes? What's wrong?" Something of his clothing shifted, a shrug, a shift of weight. "Nothing's wrong, Naruto. I just want to try something with you. See if I could figure something out." Okay. I tried uncertainly, confused and edgy. What had I done wrong this time? "Okay, I need you to sit down and close your eyes." I shrugged and plunked down on the grass, shutting eyes that didn't work anyway, and awaiting further instruction. "Tell me what you can hear. Identify it if you can, and describe it if you can't." Biting my lip, I started to listen, opening my mind to the sounds I had been stubbornly ignoring all day long. There's a breeze right now, stirring the trees. Sasuke is practicing tree walking. No, he's falling out of his tree and using language that would get him thrown out of most bars. Ouch! "Where is he?" Kakashi-sensei asked, and I pulled an odd face. "How the hell should I know what way I'm facing?" "He's that way, though," I added, pointing a little to the left. "About 30, 40 meters away. Not much by way of animal life. Most of it fled the noisy children. Although there's a pair of birds, smallish, probably about the size of a pigeon, maybe 150 meters that away." I pointed behind me. Inari just slammed his bedroom door again, and the breeze is picking up, I think, that funny hissing sound. I think that's the grass. I think that skittering sound about 100 meters that way might be a mouse. Pretty dumb mouse. That's a cat over there. And there's a flight of maybe a dozen birds going over. I glanced up, forgetting that my eyes were closed. Geese, I think. And there's an owl maybe 50 feet from Sasuke that might be thinking about moving. "Can you hear the ocean?" "Sensei," I said patiently, "maybe you don't know this, but wave is an island. That means it's a small landmass that's totally surrounded by water. That means the ocean is everywhere. It's a little faint that way. I might just be getting echoes from there and there, but I know it's about 300 meters that way. Oh, and Tsunami will call us in for dinner soon." Right on cue, the young woman called, her voice made slightly tinny by distance. "It's dinner time. Come and get it." I grinned and bounced to my feet, looking forward to food after wading through an annoying exercise and then dealing with my sensei turning weird on me again. But Kakashi sensei asked me one last question before I could escape. "How did you know she would be calling us in?" Uncomfortably, I smiled. I heard her setting the table. I responded and ran for the house. Kakashi's log. Sakura's control is above average, even for a kunoichi, possibly looking to some Ijutsu or Jinjutsu training for her in future. Her stamina, however, is atrocious. I had a word to her about dieting, but I don't think it got through. Darn hard-headed genin. I am now remembering why I didn't want to do this in this first place. Sasuke did about as well as predicted and is now improving steadily. However, he doesn't seem to be concentrating as well as he should, He appears to keep half an eye on Naruto most of the time. How long has this gone on for and why? Needs further investigation. It makes no sense. He usually treats Naruto with utter contempt. He keeps pausing to tell Naruto off for not doing better. Naruto didn't appear to care much, either ignoring him or swearing at him. I may need to discourage this behavior. Based on their temperaments, it could get violent. Naruto is still particularly wary of this exercise, although his lack of aptitude perhaps proves it to be a justified wariness. Note, is he actually afraid of heights? He's been rather jumpy since we left Konoha, and it seems to be getting worse. He snapped at his teammates earlier, although admittedly they were asking for it. He did seem to calm down a little as he practiced, but his chakra control is appalling. He fell and knocked himself out earlier. I also tested his hearing this afternoon, and I was right. He's hypersensitive to, as far as I can tell, all sound. He can hear almost everything within a 300-meter radius on a relatively calm day, down to plates clanking in an indoor kitchen at least a quarter of a kilometer away and a mouse at several hundred feet. I don't think he knows this is unusual. He kept giving me funny looks while I was testing him. At this level of sensitivity, I wouldn't consider it strange for particular sounds to cause him pain or to be overly distracting, but I haven't noted anything aside from the ocean to cause him to reek. Ink splashed over the page, and I winced, dodging back from splatter. Oops. Sorry, Sensei, I hope that wasn't important, but anyway, did I pass? Pass. My teacher sounded bemused. Naruto, it's not a test, it's exactly possible to fail. Did I pass? I repeated, tapping my plate. He sighed heavily. Yeah, you pass. Your ears are hypersensitive. Now go away. What test? Sasuke asked, his words slightly jumbled by whatever he had stuffed in his mouth at the time. I blinked at him, absently twirling my chopsticks in my hand and then dropping one of them. Damn. Sensei went a bit weird earlier when I was training, said he was testing me for something. What does hypersensitive mean? Geh. Idiot. Sasuke's fingers drummed rapidly against the table. It means your hearing is generally far sharper than normal, and you're overly aware of sounds most of us never pay attention to. Some sounds that are normal to us would be painful to you. I think pitch has something to do with it as well, but I'm not exactly an expert in this area. Wow, Sasuke, I didn't know any of that. That's amazing. I flinched and clapped my hands over my ears, wishing briefly that I'd had the sense to sit further away from my squeal-prone fangirl of a teammate. Ah, Sakura, maybe you should tone it down a little, Sensei commented, his voice dampened by my protective hands. What? Why? What's wrong, Sensei? It was a testament to her observation skills, or lack thereof. I growled mentally that Sakura didn't notice her teammate tried to escape her increasingly strident voice. Sasuke's feet tapped mine under the table as he shifted down the bench away from her. Make that teammates. I think your voice is hurting him, Kakashi-sensei was explaining, and I cringed, waiting for her to swap me and tell me off, at top volume, for being melodramatic. Instead, there was a muffled murmur that I couldn't understand, and impulsively I pried one hand loose to listen, ready to clamp it back down at any second when she started shouting. I was surprised to hear a soft whisper. Does my voice actually hurt? Warily, I nodded, still ready to duck at a second's notice. Not all the time, I amended after a moment's thought. Just when you get excited or loud, your voice changes and that hurts. Sakura let out a squeak and began to babble frantically. Oh, I'm sorry, really. I didn't know I really hurt you. Oh man, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. She was getting gradually more and more high-pitched, and I winced. It's Sakura. It's fine. Just don't shriek or raise your voice. Just normal talking is fine. My female teammate was near hysterical with apologies to my total bemusement, but Sensei eventually managed to get her to calm down. Tsunami's kid, Inari, I think his name was, suddenly slammed one fist down on the table, understandably getting everyone's attention. I don't know why you're bothering, he snarled, but I'd heard scarier academy students. If you stand up to Gatu, you'll only get yourselves killed. No one survives defying him. I tipped my head curiously at Sasuke, who audibly shrugged before voicing the idle question. So you don't think we can do it? You think we should just forget the mission and go home? The kid made a noise that was a weird cross between a sneer and a choke that I'd never heard before. Better than ending up dead. I leaned back slightly, already losing interest in the argument, and nearly ruined my dignity by falling off my chair. You're pretty cynical for a kid, Sasuke observed, tapping my shin lightly under the table, and a faint tinge of disdainful amusement translated, nearly as bad as you. I surreptitiously stuck out my tongue at the Uchiha as Sakura commented, "Yeah, Sasuke-kun's right. Don't you believe in heroes, Inari?" Another choking sound, although I recognized that this time hot, thick, can't-breathe the kid was struggling with tears. "Heroes don't exist," the brat snapped. "They're just ordinary people, and they die like everybody else, like you will unless you give up." He bolted up the stairs. The seventh one still creaked and slammed a door. As an awkward, tense silence descended on the room, I heard sandaled feet clapping against the wood upstairs. Tsunami let out a ragged sigh. "I'm sorry about The conversation died even before I silently escaped outside. I'd only get an hour or so before Sasuke dragged me back in, but that would still be an hour of undisturbed training that I sorely needed. A low, growling chuckle echoed. I frowned, mostly undisturbed. Kakashi-sensei sighed behind me, and I heard the soft squidge, barely audible even through the still open door, as he started writing again. Why wasn't this in his medical file? If he had been properly tested, this would be in there, and it's definitely serious enough for someone to have noticed. May need further investigation. 1, 2, 3 CRAK thump. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 CRAK thump. Ow, I grumbled as I rolled with my momentum and stood up. I'm getting way too good at that. Dew had soaked eagerly into my jacket from its contact with the grass, and I shrugged it off to heap at the base of a tree. Sneaking out early for some pre-dawn training had been difficult and was almost guaranteed to land me in trouble, but was depressingly necessary. My chakra control was terrible. It would take me ages to get this, and I need to spend every spare moment I had practicing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 CRAK thud. 1, 2 thud. 1, 2, 3, 4 bang thud. Stupid chakra. I lay flat on my back for several seconds, gasping and wondering if I was just doing it wrong. That had happened before. I'd get the wrong idea on how a jutsu was done and stubbornly forge ahead until someone figured it out and corrected me, or I got the damn thing to work my way. The bizarre noises Sasuke made when he figured out why it took me so long to learn hinge. But I was pretty sure I was on the right track this time. The right track just happened to be a dead end. A faint whisper made me frown and lift my head off the ground. Was that breathing I could hear? I might have passed it off as a random animal, except for the fact that anything with sense had run away from the racket I was making, so it was either something really hungry, which was bad, or human, which might be even worse. "Who's there?" I said calmly as I stood up and glanced around reflexively, not letting my voice quiver with the thought of who might be out there. Sasuke would only sigh at my dawn training, but I didn't know the rest of my team well enough to guarantee their reactions. The lack of response made my stomach twitch nervously, and I took a couple of deep breaths. All right then, if you're going to be difficult. The chakra I reached for came much more clearly than usual. I sensed the slow dullness of trees, grassy ripples, and the quick beat of a flitting bird with the sharp clarity of the corners of a page, unlike the usual hazy mess. I don't know why. I was exhausted. This should be downright impossible to manage at all. But since I could feel out that chakra source now, I wasn't going to pay common sense any attention whatsoever. It's awfully early to be out. A feminine, soft, quiet, curious? Female about my age, maybe friendly voice remarked from the human chakra source. I didn't think anyone else would be around. I blinked slightly at the unfamiliar voice, settling my weight back on my heels. I thought the same thing. Guess we were both wrong. She laughed softly, a light chuckle, not quite a giggle, as she knelt nearby. Her chakra wasn't hidden like I had first assumed, just so quiet, almost passive, that until I pinpointed her voice, it blended into the background. Or maybe I was just tired, Who knew? Are you a ninja? She asked curiously, her clothing shifting with faint rustles. She was probably looking at the destruction my chakra had been wreaking on the nearby trees. Uh-huh, I said cheerfully, tapping the metal plate of my Hittite with one finger. Very faint sound of slipping hair, her head tipping. Is that why you're awake, with the sun barely up? Yep, I laughed sheepishly, brushing hair away from my face. I'm pretty much the only one out here this early, 'cause I need the practice. Out of my team, my chakra control. Wait, you do know what chakra is, right? I remember to ask. Not all civilians knew. But I heard her nod quickly and grinned as I continued. Well, my chakra control is kind of pathetic, really, so I need to train a hell of a lot more to keep up with the others. It sounds difficult, the girl said softly. I shrugged. That's life. I responded quietly, glancing away. If you have to fight for every step, then so be it. That's an admirable streak of determination, the girl commented. Was she fiddling with the grass? I heard her fingers pluck something up, the plant's roots tearing through the damp ground. If you don't mind me asking, what keeps you fighting so strong? It was my turn to tip my head to the side, this time in confusion. What do you mean? Do you have any precious people? She asked dreamily. Who do you fight for? I blinked. Precious people? The people who you fight for, she replied. The people who are your reason for fighting, even when it looks like there's no point. Slowly I frowned. Well, duh, Sasuke and Ida. Wait, not that last one, but definitely Sasuke. And, well, I always fought for him before too, right? Does that mean he counts? Nissan would have counted before. I squashed the thought and nodded at the girl, trying to smile, but probably failing, the memory she'd inadvertently dredged up, making it harder than usual. Yeah, Ido, he whispered. Naruto. Hey, Naruto, where the hell are you? I couldn't help the grin as I tossed over my shoulder, coming, Sasuke, before turning back to the girl. It was nice meeting you. Maybe we'll see each other again someday. She giggled again. It was nice meeting you too, Naruto. I wish you luck in your training. It wasn't until I caught up to Sasuke and was halfway back to the house for breakfast that I realized I'd forgotten to ask her name. I was terrified. I'd been afraid many times, many more than I could clearly remember, but I had never been so scared as I was right now. A foot brushed past me, and I scrambled away from it with a choked back yelp, cracking my head against a wall I hadn't known was there. I knelt in the center of the shrieking noise with frightened tears coursing down my face, hands clinging to my throbbing head, and as something else rushed past me, I bit back a scream and ran, barely thinking to hope whatever few shreds of luck I had would keep me from running headfirst into a fence. Something grazed my arm, and I stumbled, my balance long gone. I was so dizzy, falling to the ground with a thump, feeling cold, hard sidewalk under my cheek. I was gasping, every breath like a blast of cold against my throat. My head still burned fiercely, and I didn't think it was from the knock I'd gotten when I found that wall. My chest ached, and I dragged in another breath, shuddering with the effort as hot water wet my cheeks. I don't understand. Ice-cold pain and red-hot fear. I felt a glimmer of something, gasped, shot to my feet, and bolted again, the sharp edge of something catching my arm, but I didn't care. I just ran, tears streaming down my face as my chest twisted painfully. It hurt, and my head hurt, and I was so scared and hurt and confused, and I didn't have anywhere to go. Stumbling to a halt, I sank to my knees and curled up in a ball, chill wind whispering over my skin as I huddled miserably with my back to something uncaringly hard and quietly sobbed. Who are you? I jerked back in shock and fear, not knowing someone had come close, so close to where I was huddled against something that felt like a tree. At least that's what I thought it was. I gulped and did my best to glare where the voice had come from, but if nothing else, the voice was small and young like mine, so its owner couldn't be very much bigger than me. If he tried to grab me, I'd beat the stuffing out of him. And why are you here? I swallowed reflexively, dashing my sleeve over my eyes. He or she didn't sound upset, just curious. Where am I? The Uchiha compound, the other child replied matter-of-factly. The Uchiha compound? Wow, how would I manage that? The other child, at least I hoped it was a child, stayed silent, apparently waiting for an answer. I had never gotten a good response by telling someone my name, so I avoided that question, consciously or not. I have never remembered. I, I don't know. I was running, and I just ended up here. Maybe it was disinterest, maybe some form of childish intuition, but he didn't ask me what I was running from. He just sat there and stared at me. At least that's what I assumed he was doing. It's what I'd done in his place. I sat still, struggling not to start crying again. I wasn't sure how long we'd been quiet for before my companion said, sounding a little hesitant, "My mom made cookies this morning. Do you want some?" I looked up, startled at being offered food, although my stomach growled hopefully. I hadn't eaten since I bit my lip, hadn't been able to find my way back. I didn't even know how long it had been. I couldn't tell anymore. The sun never rose. The sun never set. It had gotten very cold once since the day I swallowed. It was cold at night. Had it been that long? When you stop and think about it, the strongest friendships are formed by food. Warmth, peace, and the feeling of a full stomach. You've been hurt. This was someone else. Bigger, stronger. And his voice was different, still sounding young, but so much older, so much more that I drew back warily, wanting to be ready to escape. "I'm Fina." My voice sounded hollow even to me. How could I do this? What could I do? Should I even do anything? Everything had been turned upside down, the ache in my chest rising in a piercing wave, and I didn't know what I was meant to do anymore. The first child, I was more and more sure it was a young boy, chirped happily. "That's my big brother. He's the best." Meeting the Uchiha brothers, I think, saved my life. "Who, me? I am Suzuki. Nice to meet ya, Naruto." I would never have made it this far without them. Safety, knowing that someone cared. Tachi and I was probably the main reason no one ever found me out. I mean, a village full of ninja, a blind child. How hard would it be for them to spot it? But they never did. The door slid open abruptly, and I jumped, almost falling off Sasuke's mattress, only to be gently pressed down to the floor by a broad hand, guided under the bed by Tachi and I. Tachi and what's? Say, be still. A faint creak as he sat on the bed. I flattened myself against the floor without question and went silent. "Itachi." I went stiff, frozen with horror. We hadn't known Fugaku was home. "Itachi, where ah?" Itachi shifted. The bed creaked as his weight moved a little more overhead of me. "Itachi, I had not finished." Sasuke interrupted with a peal of laughter and some violent squirming. Tachi and I was tickling him. "Aniki, stop it." "Itachi." Fugaku sounded, what was the word? Frustrated. "Yes, father." That seemed to be Tachi and I's favorite sentence whenever he had to talk to his dad. "Itachi, I meant what I said before," Fugaku said warningly, and Itachi shifted slightly above me in the slight pause. "Sasuke is not to play with him. Do you understand me?" "I comprehend your words, father." I heard Tachi and I say neutrally and frowned internally. What did that one mean? Tachi and I always used real big words when he talked to his dad. Good. The door slid open again. "Mark my words, Itachi, that boy will prove dangerous." And then the door slid shut. I couldn't hear Fugaku's footsteps. I never could, but I assumed he was moving away. I heard Tachi murmur to Sasuke, "Oh my, a blind 4-year-old. Whatever shall we do if we meet him in a dark alley?" Sasuke giggled, and I let out a relieved breath of laughter, Itachi chuckling softly along. For a long time, they were the sole reason I kept breathing. Again, I bit my lip, staring intently into the blackness that would never go away, and the sudden chank made a flinch judder through me before I quickly hurled my weapon in the direction of the sound. There was no replying sound, and I scowled, crossing my arms and ducking my head to hide my miserable expression. I was never going to get this. Again. Chank. I didn't move. What was the point? This was stupid. Why'd I ever thought I could do it? I said again, "Naruto-kun." "Chank." I flashed him a bitter scowl and threw. "Chank." I stiffened with shock, staring blindly at the tree I had just heard the answering sound of Kanai meeting wood from. Not one of Itachi's throws, the ones meant to give me a reference, but mine. I'd hit the tree. Whooping, Sasuke nearly bowled me over, and I quickly scrambled away from him. He was gabbling excitedly and almost cheering. He was so happy, and it didn't make much sense to me at all. Sasuke was much better than I was. Even at 6, he was a good marksman. Even Tachi and I said so. Grudgingly, if we bugged him for an hour. He sure didn't have to throw 50 times to hit the target, just once. But I felt an insane grin stretching my own face all the same because I'd done it. Maybe I could do this, after all. Tachi and I wasn't just Sasuke's big brother. He was mine too. Youch. The spoon keeps tipping. You gotta hold it steady. How can I do that if I can't even see it? Tachi and I broke up the impending squabble easily. Naruto, you need to feel the edges of your spoon and hold it horizontally from the ground. That will stop you from spilling the soup. 4-year-old understanding stuttered to a halt. Unwind. A sigh. Warm hands over mine, carefully steering my spoonful of soup towards my mouth. Hold it like that. Keep it level. Ow. Doesn't food go in your mouth? Now, Tudo be nice. Both of them were my best friends, even if the rest of the Uchiha clan hated me. They were always on my side. I think maybe that's why it hurt so much when he turned against us. It's real quiet out here tonight, Sasuke said nervously, his voice just a little tight with anxiety. I was already on edge, the breeze tugging at my clothing and bringing with it a feeling of inescapable uneasiness that brought a sour taste to the back of my mouth. It took me too long to place the ghost of a memory the wind played with, and I swallowed, the scent bittering in my next frightened breath. Sook, I smell blood. Then darkness. Cold. The smell of blood so thick and choking I'd never forget the scent again. Adrenaline flaring, sharp breaths burning, screams I never wanted to hear, and the shocked, ice-cold pain of something torn apart. I don't understand. Itachi and I saying, why did you do it? Run, Sasuke. I jerked upright with a stifled cry of pain. It took me a few minutes of frantic tugs to extricate my wrist from the tangled blankets, and my struggles had wound the sheets around my legs in a smothering cocoon that was easier to wriggle out of than unwind. Eventually, I escaped my bed linen and slipped onto the porch, cool night breeze rapidly chilling the sweat on my skin. I was trembling and gasping, air damp and cold against the back of my throat. The rough solidness of wood under my feet and palms was locking me back in the present, and the painful memories back in their box. Coarse, splintery ridges contours of pressure. The wind stopped tasting of blood. My ears stopped ringing with screams. I shuddered and crumpled against the post on the corner, leaning against it for support as I fought to stop the shaking. Just a dream. Just a dream. Don't lie to yourself, you little fool. I shuddered again, mind ringing with the remembered cutting words, and almost missed the soft scrape of the door behind me opening again. Naruto. I relaxed once more, closing my eyes and looking away from where he had just slipped outside. Swallowing past the lump in my throat, I gasped another breath, the pain in my chest slowly loosening, but didn't otherwise respond. Rudo, you okay? I sighed quietly. Just a bad dream. He didn't say anything, but I could sense the question anyway, and glanced back in the direction of the door with a tired half-smile. It's all right, Sook. Just memories that don't seem to want to stay that way. He didn't say anything further, just moved up to stand beside me on the porch, the wind teasing at our hair. I was calmer now, calm enough that I didn't jump when his fingers lightly brushed my exposed forearm, instead readjusting my weight so that I was leaned on his shoulder instead of the corner Y post. I don't understand. For all he was an Uchiha, Itachi had been part of my family too. Tachi ni. Despite the common sense that told me he'd never be back to the same older brother I'd known. Why? Why did you do it? I missed him point 8, through the fire. As Sasuke, I panted, eyes flickering around the chakra-enclosed space, trying to get my senses to get a grip on my surroundings, and feeling freezing air wafting off the chakra that I could only sense as a wall of blurred energy. I, I can't. It's solid. The sounds bounce. It's all a blur. Just stay close to me, he gasped out, stepping closer, his footsteps echoing against the stone and making my unsteady perception waver uncertainly. I couldn't pin down where I was or where our enemy was, couldn't even tell how big the dome was. It was disconcerting, more even than stepping blindly onto a road I didn't know, and I moved until I stood close at Sasuke's heels, straining my ears to try and hear something, anything, that would help. How had things gotten so bad this quickly? One minute, it was a fairly normal day, albeit weird, thanks to Sensei pulling us from tree climbing to help guard Tazuna. And the next, there was shot cold mist everywhere, sticky blood slicking the floor, Zabuza at Kakashi Sensei's heels, and another random ninja on me and Sasuke's. Just stick close, my friend repeated, his clothing shifting as he moved lower to the ground, me copying him straight away. We're gonna be okay. Naruto, I promise. We'll be okay. Just hang in there. His fingers brushed faintly against each other as he formed hand seals, and his chakra began to flare out. Gukeiku no Jutsu. Heat exploded all around the dome, and I immediately guessed at its size from the range of the fire that I could feel, getting something about 15 to 20 meters across, but I couldn't tell how far up it went, or how thick the outer wall was. There was a hiss of steam, water, boiled off from the splashes on the bridge, and Sasuke gasped slightly. That won't work, said a vaguely feminine voice. Kind of familiar, actually, but I had more important things to worry about. These mirrors won't melt under that kind of firepower. What? I whispered, frowning as my mind connected everything I had heard. Melt? Hiss, water, mirrors, ice. That explains the cold. Mirrors soft ice. Sasuke had tried to melt them, but they were the walls. They were shielded and bolstered with the chakra that was blocking my full senses. They wouldn't melt from just Kakakyu. I cried out as pain suddenly rippled across my front, the force of the blow. No blows mini ow fuck that hurt, sending me flying backwards and landing flat on the ground. Sasuke slamming down next to me a half second later. What the fuck was that? I gasped out, shaking my head violently. I had barely caught that, the tiniest waver of chakra before I was sent flying. Where is he? Sasuke growled, pulling himself to his feet. The real body, where's he hiding? It's useless to try to keep up with me with your eyes, the voice said, coming from everywhere at once, like a whole lot of clones, all speaking at the same time, but this was too sharp and precise for clones. They were always a little out of beat. What was going on? I won't be caught so easily. What should we do? I asked, standing up slowly and turning my head blindly, trying to get a lock on a chakra source that wavered slightly, like it was moving, but was too solid to be. It was honestly like he was coming from everywhere at once. Sasuke swallowed, gasping nervously. Just stay close to me, he ordered. We'll be okay. Naruto, don't worry. I gasped in a breath, the cold searing my mouth and nose and throat and chest, and so loud, rasping over my tongue, and my heart was thundering. And where was Sasuke? The chakra around me was echoing, shifting a wall of white noise, cold loud. Can't see, can't hear what's going on, Sasuke. Where are you? Naruto, move. I heard him shout, and reflexively threw myself to the side. Flashes of chakra and flashes of energy and flashes of hot and cold, so deep and harsh and freezing it burned sharper than fire, and pricks of force that exploded in shocking bursts of pain as I crashed heavily to the concrete floor of the bridge. Hot liquid was starting to soak my jacket, but I barely registered it, throwing myself away in response to another of Sasuke's shouts. Clinking, deflecting, and then blood rushed through my ears as adrenaline took over and everything smashed together in a frenzy of unfamiliar sound. I heard vague swearing, drop to the floor, tiny prickles of pain that vanished almost instantly, try to scramble to my feet, try to hear everything echoing and rippling, and that chakra signature's annoying, insubstantial wavering. I do not want to fight you. That makes two of us, I thought, a little hysterically, finally getting my own feet under me again and backing away from where I thought I'd heard the voice coming from. But with all the echoes, it was so hard to tell. I couldn't hear Sasuke. Where are you? I don't. I do not wish to kill you, the voice continued, hauntingly familiar, but I shoved it away in favor of dodging the next flurry of attacks. Yanking a few of the needles from where they'd landed, Sanbon that explained the pricks. It is difficult for me to be a shinobi. I do not want to kill you, and I do not want to be killed by you. Sasuke brushed against my arm, and I almost collapsed with relief, or was that blood loss, and slipped into place a half step behind him as we circled the walls, radiating sheer cold. My friend was keeping our opponent busy. I could hear them exchanging words, no weaponry, thank God, though I was too preoccupied to pay attention, while I searched frantically for a gap in the coldness, a weakness or fault that we could escape through. I had just determined that there were no slips in the wall of icy chakra when Senbon skittered near my feet, and I sprang away reflexively, spinning to face where they had come from. But just a split second later, there was a flicker from behind me, and I dropped to the floor, skidding to the side and regaining my feet as rapidly as I could, scrambling away and struggling to keep my bearings. I'd lost Sasuke again, and everything was flashing and flickering with chakra and splashes of ice-cold water. Impressive. Sasuke hissed sharply from just in front of me, and I latched onto the sound, my mind swirling and focusing, and suddenly I could hear again, the world clearing fast. Impressive? My friend snarled. You're beating us around like so much driftwood, and that's supposed to be impressive? Ah, Sasuke's temper was beginning to kick in. He was usually quiet, up until you pissed him off. I had discovered this inclination at the tender age of 4 years, 2 months, and have never forgotten it. You are surviving. This in itself is no small feat. Sasuke snarled again. But further, the blonde one, you have done well to come this far in your condition. I have never before seen a successful ninja who could not see. My heart stopped. Sasuke's warm chakra and body heat moved closer to me in response, while I sucked in a horrified, shocked breath. 8 years, 8 long, difficult years, and no one had ever figured out except for this one person. Sasuke and his brother, I told them, but this person, this enemy, figured out all on his own, and that scared me to hell. It was hard to see at first, our opponent continued, but now, it is clear to me. You move like a child in the dark, only half sure that you're not about to stumble upon a piece of furniture. You rely on senses that my demonic mirrors technique scrambles. You are an amazing person to have survived this far. But now, I fear I cannot allow this to continue. I must protect the person I hold dear. Sasuke's sleeve brushed my arm, the cold ice that had formed along it making my skin prickle. Please don't hold it against me. He is the only reason I fight. I fight for the sake of his dream, because I want to make that dream a reality. His dream is my own, and for the sake of that dream, I will kill my heart and become a true shinobi. If I must, I will kill you. Oh fuck, I muttered, and then bolted on Sasuke's heels, zigzagging closer and away in a mad attempt to throw off the ice user. Stabbing pain in my back and shoulders told me it wasn't working, but it wasn't as frequent as before, even as I slipped and skidded on half-melted ice and very nearly lost my balance. Then I really did lose my balance as someone screamed. Was that Sakura? Sasuke murmured from above and to the left of where I was sprawled on the ground. It sounded like Inari's mother. Actually, I said, lifting my head. Nah, it's just echoing funny. Sensei left shadow clones to watch the house. You told me. It's gotta be Sakura. A smattering of needle pricks across my shoulder blades reminded me that sitting still and gossiping wasn't smart. I heaved myself upright, wondering how much more of this we could take. Sasuke was doing something now. I didn't know what. He was shouting. There was heat. His chakra was surging. Oh, he was breathing fire again. I felt panic climbing up my throat as I realized how out of touch I was, how the mirrors and the revelation that this person knew my secret was affecting me. It was just like several days earlier, when I had gotten lost in the sound of the ocean. Only 100,000 times worse, because this time as I floundered, I could still perceive enough to know that Sasuke and I were in great danger, that Sasuke was getting hurt. Something connected solidly with my shoulder, and I went flying to the left, landing hard and rolling several times. Sasuke gave a grunt that hid pain, and, with another wave of crackling heat and flickering chakra, shot off another stream of fire. From the direction the noises were coming in, I guessed he was standing directly where I had been. It took a moment for my scrambled mind to connect the dots, and I pulled myself together and focused just on doing that, clinging to the single lifeline I had keeping me from slipping into the suffocating darkness that always lingered around me. My breath caught when I realized Sasuke had shoved me aside, out of the way of an attack, and had taken the blow himself as a consequence. I could hear the echoing voice of our enemy, hear him speaking to Sasuke, something about precious people, and for some reason, the phrase tugged at a string in my memory. I shook the feeling aside. It was unimportant. I focused on my senses, closing my eyes uselessly to give me a sort of psychological aid, a trick I had learned a long time ago from a teenager I had thought of as a brother. Okay, I was on my stomach on the wet ground, the wooden planks of the half-finished bridge cold underneath me. Sasuke was off to my right and a little behind me, fending off an attack that seemed to come from all sides at once, though whether that was true or I just couldn't pinpoint its origin, I had no idea. To my left. Well, to my left, I could sense a wall of some kind, blocking airflow and radiating cold, the ice, part of the ice dome the enemy had created. I was near the edge of the dome. No one's eyes were on me. I could get out. Not taking a single second to think it through further, I acted on the impulse, jerking my legs up underneath me and dashing for the small gap I knew there had to be right there because there was a slight breeze and air didn't flow through ice. If I managed to slip out of this bastard's ring of icy doom, I might be able to attack from outside, or at least drag Sensei's arse over here to rescue us. Wasn't that his job anyway? I had barely gone 2 steps before something collided solidly with my stomach and carried me backwards a few yards. Someone moving fast had got me a good one in the gut. The someone disappeared, but not before I caught a whiff of the gentle scent of soap and herbs hanging around the attacker. I was so shocked, I went limp and forgot to line up a landing. "Don't think I have forgotten you, little one," the feminine voice of our tormentor said. "There is no escape from this place." I heard Sasuke skid through a puddle on the ground just in time to throw up his arms and catch me, and we both tumbled over in a tangled heap as he was unable to absorb the shock of my fall. "Idiot!" he shouted, probably more out of fear and habit than any real urge to insult me. "You moron, dope." I wasn't listening. I was too busy staring sightlessly up in the vague direction of where I last knew our enemy to be. "You," I gasped. "The girl from the woods." "What?" Sasuke hissed sharply. Oh yeah, I hadn't told him about her. Whoops. But the girl just chuckled. Was it just me, or did she sound sad? "I am male, little one, Shino," he said gently. "But yes, I met you in the woods. My name is Haku. How did you recognize me?" "You smell," I grumbled, shoving Sasuke's arm off my midriff and clambering to my feet. "What the hell is your deal? You seem nice enough then." There was a long pause before Haku answered softly. "I am sorry," he said, his words heavy in the frigid air. "I must end this now. My precious person is in danger. Forgive me." Sasuke gave a wordless shout. I was once again shoved aside. Air whizzed as if something was slicing through it, like a kunai, only much smaller, slicker, faster. Several quiet think noises of something sharp and slim striking flesh with a deadly accuracy. Sasuke's breath exploded from him in a surprised whoosh, leaving his lungs empty, and I strained to hear the gasp inwards that would refill them, only to panic when I couldn't. There was a much heavier thump, and my mind pieced together that Sasuke had collapsed. And then my world ended. Where Sasuke had been only a moment ago, there was nothing, just void, 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 No heart thumping noisily in his chest. No breath that he had learned to quiet for me when I complained of his breathing keeping me up at nights. No movement I could hear. I could smell blood faintly through the mist and felt my own heart stop, the darkness swirling around me, fire moving in my gut in response to my waning control. I stumbled a few steps and sank down on my knees with a low moan, for now forgetting that I was in a battle, for now forgetting that I was probably an inch from death myself, forgetting that Sensei and Sakura were still out there. Nothing else mattered right then. I buried my hands in Sasuke's shirt, fumbling a little as I underestimated where he was lying, feeling desperately for any sign of life. There was nothing. He was gone. With a whimper, I buried my face in his chest, vaguely aware of something thin and long pricking me at various spots. Sunburn, maybe? Had he been killed by a fucking needle? Haku was speaking. "Is this the first time you have lost a comrade in battle?" he asked gently. He probably said more, but I didn't hear it. There was a roaring in my ears, drowning him out. The pain in my chest, the knowledge that I'd lost my only link to the world too hard to accept, and I swam backwards, using the darkness as a blanket now to hide under, swathing myself in it. Sasuke hadn't just been my best friend, my brother. He'd been my eyes, my hope, and my crutch. How was I going to keep limping on without him? In the back of my mind, further than I could retreat, I felt an angry presence pushing forward, and I turned into it blindly, fiery energy licking my face and hands, wanting it all, wanting the pain to just stop. The raging fire swirled and danced and spun tightly around me, and the fury of the barely controlled storm shielded the silence. "QB, I can't. QB, don't. Let me handle this, little human." Then the feeling of an immense, vehement inferno rushed through my very blood as I lost control. I have no idea what happened next. All I knew was a rush of fire, fire that burned, but at the same time felt good, fire that drained away the anger, that filled me up and like a drug consumed me. It took away the ache in my chest, distracted me from it. When I next became aware, I was sitting on the bridge, the wind whistling around me, tugging at my hair. Not on the ice dome, then. Something was sticking to my skin, something liquid but viscous and tangy with a coppery smell hanging about it. It took me a moment to place the smell, and a wave of nausea flooded me when I realized that it was blood soaking my shirt through and drenching my arms, my chest, even dripping down my face from my hair. As far as I could tell, I was sitting in a pool of the stuff, but I wasn't injured at all, and Sasuke, he hadn't been hurt like this. As I thought the name of my best friend, my gut clenched horribly. Sasuke. Blindly, I began to cast about, trying to find some landmark, some indicator of where I was. I had to find him. I was on the bridge still, I was sure of that. There was no mistaking the sound of the ocean below, the feel of the slick wood beneath me. I stood carefully, testing every limb and muscle for damage before I trusted my weight to it, and looked around, my broken eyes mimicking a scanning glance out of sheer habit. I listened as hard as I could. No echoing whispers, no women screaming, no insults being thrown. I registered the sound of people, possibly a battle, a distance away, still on the bridge, and guessed that Sensei was there. If he was roughly where he had been before my blackout, I was too. Roughly. So all I had to do was find Dobe. I froze. The word was tense, standoffish, with none of the usual warmth and affection attached to it, but there was no mistaking it. "S. Sasuke," I stuttered, disbelieving. But you're dead. Haku K killed you." Paralyzed me, Sasuke's voice came again, and this time I used it to begin the process of locating him, turning towards the noise and taking a tentative step forward. He was only a few meters away. Sunban can, if used properly, induce a state that mimics death. Remember, dope? I paused, confused by the venom in his tone. "What's wrong?" I asked, bewildered. When he next spoke, I could tell from his tone that if I was close enough, if I touched his face, I would find a wry twist on his lips. "You don't know, do you?" he said. "You can't remember the last 5, 10 minutes, can you?" I wanted to deny it. Something in his tone warned me to deny it, but I couldn't lie. not to Sasuke. No, I admitted, taking a step towards my friend. You just went absolutely nuts, Sasuke growled. You were completely out of control. I bit my lip, stepping forwards again. A rustle of clothes indicated that Sasuke had stepped backwards, and hurt flashed through me. It must have shown on my face because Sasuke sighed heavily and moved forwards again, sandals thumping softly on the wooden walkway. I felt his hand on my shoulder, a tentative, gentle force, and I choked on a sob and reached out to grab hold of him, the gravity of what had happened finally sinking in. For a long moment, Sasuke let me cling to him, even though he was probably disgusted with the blood passing from my body to his. I thought you had learned to avoid these insane moments, he said eventually. I took a shuddering breath and promptly hid in his shoulder. I lost control. I'm sorry, I said. I'm sorry. You were... Sook, you were dead and I just... Fuck Sook, whose blood is this? What'd I do? You didn't hurt anyone but the bastard trying to kill us, Sasuke assured me. Kakashi killed the other one, Zabuza. Then a bunch of losers turned up, but one look at you scattered them pretty well. I cringed. Sensei? Sakura? I whispered, very afraid of the answer. I felt the muscles through Sasuke's body twitch as he shrugged. Sensei looked like he noticed something. Sakura was dragging the bridge builder away. Probably didn't see or sense anything, he said. Then something gave, something softened, and he brought one arm up to hug me back roughly. I'm glad you're okay, he said, very quietly. Then, louder, you're really back in control now, right? I considered, shoving at the ever-present demon in my mindscape, making sure he was buried as well as I could manage, and nodded. Sasuke grunted. Good, he said. Keep it that way. Dobe. The word was what pushed me over the edge. Suddenly, I was back to normal. I drew away from my friend and swept my hand over my eyes quickly before grinning in his direction. Gone was the caustic sting behind the insult. Returned was the affectionate meaning it usually held. Everything was okay between us. The stupid demon's stupid outing hadn't damaged anything. Team, Kakashi's log. We had our first large-scale fight today. Everyone did very well. Sakura protected the client like the genin were all supposed to do, and I took on Zabuza. He is dead now. The boys scuffled with Zabuza's protege, a child by the name, according to Naruto, of Haku, around the kid's age. He is dead, too, but I didn't kill him. Neither boy will tell me what happened, but I know that Kyuubi, or at least his chakra, was involved. I could sense it the moment it appeared. For a moment, I was afraid Kyuubi had been released. When I saw Naruto a few minutes later, I thought the demon had taken control. Naruto's eyes were bright red, and he looked feral, somehow, animal. He killed Haku. After the fight, he was covered in blood, but seemed to have no notion of how it got there. He complained of being a little nauseous, but otherwise felt fine. He acted normal, laughing, teasing Sasuke. Nothing seemed to have changed. When I questioned him about the fight, he was able to explain in detail the first portion of his battle, until Sasuke was rendered unconscious. After that, he claims to have no memory of how the fight concluded or what happened to his enemy. I do not think he remembers his first kill. Kami, I hope I'm right. Sasuke was a little battered, but the battle was well worth it for him, as he has activated his Sharingan. I'll have to spend some time teaching him how to use it properly when we return home. Sasuke didn't seem to notice anything different or wrong with Naruto during the fight. Sakura was well out of a direct line of sight of Naruto, so she was none the wiser, but I have no way of knowing if Sasuke saw or sensed the demonic chakra, or if he was unconscious the entire time. I will have to watch him and make sure he is pulled aside and either fed a part-truth or a deflecting story if he shows any signs that he saw Naruto in his state of less than perfect control. Tomorrow we head home. I want to start Sakura on some chakra-building exercises. She has good control, but abysmal stores. Kind of the polar opposite to Naruto. Actually, I'm frightened for Naruto. If this gets to the council, there is no telling what they could do to Naruto. And B, have to forget to include it in my official report. If the seal is failing. And B, have Jiraiya, check the seal over if QB were to escape. And B, have Jiraiya check the seal over really, really well. I wonder what Minato-sensei would do. It was somewhat of a relief to be sitting with my back against the railing of the wooden bridge, the quiet rippling of the stream under the planks a soft whisper compared to the all-encompassing roar of the ocean. The bird calls fluttering through the wind were all familiar ones again, none of the unexpected keens and whoops that had ground on my nerves while we were away. It was good to be home. The rest of my team, minus our teacher, of course, was waiting in the morning sunshine, the light warm on my face as it cleared the ridge. I was a little bored, but listening to Sakura desperately trying to gather the courage to ask Sasuke out on a date was amusing. She'd managed to stammer her way through half an overture when Sensei appeared, and in the rush of air, I nearly missed Sasuke's sigh of relief. "Good morning," Kakashi-sensei chirped, and I found myself mentally comparing his voice to the birds twittering in a shrub nearby. "You're late," Sakura snarled, sounding furious at being interrupted. I shuffled into a deeper slouch, uninterested in our teacher's excuse. I heard something about a bookstore and immediately stopped listening. They were well known, our teacher's bad reading habits. I started listening when Sasuke's foot tapped my railing. I don't know what I'd do without him. He was always the one who kicked me awake in class. We've been far too close. I have never understood your propensity for dwelling on what could have been. It did not happen. Cease considering it. I didn't have time to spare the suggestion more than an eye roll before all my attention focused on what my teacher was saying. "Sakura, you're going to be helping out at the hospital today. The boys are working on something else, so you'll have to have a quick talk to the head doctor to get an idea of what they need you for." She made a startled sound of protest, and Sensei, I swear he gets weirder every day, said, "Shoo, shoo, shoo." I couldn't help choking with laughter and nearly fell off the bridge as Sakura walked hesitantly away, pausing every few seconds like she wasn't sure if she'd get called back or not. Sasuke's hand on my collar stopped me from getting extremely wet. "Geh, you're such an idiot. Be more careful." Already Sakura's absence was obvious, a combination of the loss of her now familiar chakra and the quiet following her usual racket. "So what y'all want us for, Sensei?" I asked cheerfully. "Boys only mission or something." "Or something," Sensei agreed in a too light voice, and I sat up a bit straighter, suspicious. "What kind of something?" Sasuke asked from above me, moving a little closer. "The fun kind, of course." "Crap," we chorused gloomily. Kakashi didn't seem to notice our distinct lack of enthusiasm. If he did, he was doing a very good job of ignoring it. "Sasuke, the mother of the Hanasaki triplets, wants to go to the markets today without the children. You need to watch the three of them for a few hours." I shuddered and stood up, dusting myself off. The Hanasaki triplets were little brats, although at the very least it was unlikely to turn into another wave. A resignation from Sasuke gave his agreement to that thought. At least it's not wave, and I stifled a grin, turning towards the Konoha streets. I didn't get far. "Now, Naruto, where are you off to?" Kakashi-sensei asked lightly, and I froze, a ball of ice forming in my stomach. Sasuke had stopped moving too, and he stepped a little closer to me. No matter what Sensei threw at us, we knew there was safety in numbers. Sensei shifted, and there was the dry rustle of paper on paper. "Naruto, you need to run messages to a few people." He passed me a handful of envelopes, 3 of which I promptly dropped, still not fully comprehending what he was asking of us. "But, Sensei," I said slowly, collecting the envelopes that had escaped. He ignored me entirely. "Well, you both have your assignments. Hop to it." He was splitting us up? "Come on, no time to waste," he urged, clapping a hand on my shoulder and making me flinch as he pushed me away from my friend. "Your messages are getting cold. Sasuke's charges are escaping." I twisted around in his grip instantly, trying to check on the Uchiha, and was shoved firmly in the back, making me stumble and nearly drop the letters again. "Come on, Naruto, get moving," he said sternly. I glared in his direction before breaking into a trot. The sooner I started, the sooner I'd finish. My heart was thundering in my ears, blood pulsing disturbingly in the fingers clenched around the paper notes, and I realized dimly that I was shaking a split second before I tripped over the curb. Okay, I need to calm down, I thought, gasping for air. Sasuke might be stuck on his own with the triplets of doom, but I've got absolutely no reason to panic. Oh, what the hell am I doing? Who the hell are these letters for, anyway? Damn, Sensei. He's probably trying to save on postage. It took me several seconds and more than one pass of my sensitive fingers to decipher Kakashi Sensei's calligraphy. Mado Guy. Isn't that? Anya, Squad Nine's teacher, I remember now. I shuddered again and then sighed. The easiest way to find him would be to listen. Like I told my team on that weird blindfolded mission, Rock Lee was bad. His teacher was worse. Tracking him down was far from hard. Although as I fumbled through the trees, I know this area. Damn it. I felt a stabbing pain developing in my head, spreading from my eardrums. For heaven's sake, why is he so noisy? He was running Squad 9 through a series of number drills. I had no idea what said drills entailed, but currently they were running laps as their teacher gave a speech on hard work and the flames of youth. I revised my opinion of Kakashi Sensei slightly. He was weird, but at least not clinically so like this nutcase. Mado Sensei, I called to get his attention, only to cringe and cover my ears as he turned towards me. Good morning, young shinobi. You are one of my eternal rival Kakashi students, are you not? How may I help you this fine morning? My eyes were watering. Despite my attempt at protection, a driving ache rang straight through my ears and drove twin spikes of pain through either side of my head. It took me a few seconds to swallow the agonized whine in the back of my throat to choke out. Please, Mado Sensei, not so loud, it hurts. I tried for an apologetic grin. My apologies, young genin. I was relieved to hear a normal volume of voice from him and cautiously pried my hands from my ears, swiping surreptitiously at my eyes. I'm most sorry that my voice was causing you pain, he continued seriously. Such behavior is most unyouthful. My headache was fading already, and I managed a better imitation of a smile this time. It's okay, sir. It's just me. Sensei says my hearing's hypersensitive, so loud noises really hurt. I would still apologize for causing you pain. It was not my intention. Now, for what do you require my assistance? I sighed quietly, so many big words, and explained, Sensei has me running messages, and your name was the first one I could read. I held out the paper envelope. The paper almost sleek against my fingers in a way envelopes usually weren't. Handmade or just good quality? Thank you, young shinobi, Guy said seriously as he took the letter, and I relaxed minutely, putting both hands back on my little pile. I can see you have other duties to complete, so I will keep you no longer, young shinobi. Good luck on your quest for my eternal rival Kakashi. He'd started getting a bit loud at the end, making me thankful I'd been backing away the whole time. I bobbed my head in a quick bow, trying for respectful, before escaping back into the forest, the sound of guys shouting starting up again as he encouraged his genin. Okay, one down. That wasn't so bad. I could do this. I could do this. Ow, I grumbled, rubbing my cheek from where I had just walked into a tree. Okay, next envelope. What the hell does this say? Sensei's handwriting was still nearly impossible to decipher. Seriously, I will never again complain about textbooks, but I managed to figure out eventually. At least I hoped I had. Inazuka-tsum. Kiba's mom, right? I frowned to myself, stumbling inelegantly over a tree root and swearing crossly as I trotted back towards town. She'd be at the clan compound, right? Unless she's on a mission or something. I felt a flash of worry. Would I have to hover around with her letter until she showed up again? It was bad security to just leave a message floating around, but shoved it aside. I'd deal with that if and when it came to it. Even outside the high stone and chain link walls, it was all too easy to smell that this was distinctly dog territory, and it made the hair on the back of my neck prickle. The weight at the back of my mind shifted and flickered but didn't come forward. The noise inside of the dog's barking was near about deafening. The Inuzuka and me have never really gotten along. I totally blamed the furball. It was fairly easy to get someone's attention. With the dogs going mad, it was fairly obvious there was someone at the gates, and only a little harder to convince the grumpy-sounding Chunin I got hold of that I'd only give the message to Tsum herself. The matriarch of the Inuzuka clan wasn't as bad as some people seem to think, a little rough around the edges, sure, but that was the whole clan in a nutshell. She didn't like me much, I knew, but she didn't actively dislike me either. The message was met with a grunt and a gruff. Now scram already. The dogs were giving me a headache, so I was all too happy to scram. The next name I managed to translate was one I only knew vaguely, Hagane Kotetsu. I think he's usually on desk duty or something. What's his buddy's name? Izumo? Maybe he'll be at the mission desk. He wasn't, but the Chunin who was organizing the forms for what sounded like a potential Barank mission told me the pair was on duty at the South Gate again, which at least meant I had no trouble finding them. From there, Kotetsu was an easy question away, and I was down a third envelope. Tell Kakashi I think he's a bastard for sending a genin around with these messages, Kotetsu said breezily, handing me a slip of smooth scrap paper as I turned to go back into the village. Great. Delegated to Messenger Bird. That's a great way to feel needed. Next translatable name on the list is Asuma-sensei from Squad 10. Okay, I know for sure that they're in village somewhere, because if they weren't, Sakura would have complained about Ino's team getting to leave the village for a mission before us this morning instead of trying to ask Sasuke out. Sucks to be him. Which training ground does Team 10 use? I couldn't remember, but then again, my team tended to bounce around whatever was available anyway. Unless Asuma-sensei was much more organized than Kakashi-sensei, the same thing was probably happening for them. I eventually tracked them down pretty much next to the academy. I hadn't even known there was a training ground that close. The difference between Shikamaru's team and Guy's, or even my own, for that matter, was a marked decrease in noise levels. Chuji was munching on an ever-present bag of chips and doing something with his chakra that I couldn't describe, while Ino was lounging against a nearby tree. I had no idea what she was doing. Shikamaru and the target of my search were sitting on the grass. From the occasional soft clacks of wood on wood, they were playing either Shugi or Go. Asuma-sensei, I eventually piped up to get his attention, when it seemed he was too focused on the game to acknowledge the human-sized messenger bird hovering a few feet away. I have a message from Kakashi-sensei. HM? Oh, thank you, Naruto, he said distractedly, taking the note with one hand and moving a piece with the other. Shikamaru just paused for a few seconds, thinking out his next move, and then clacked another piece into place. Asuma grumbled something under his breath, and the paper rustled. I envy you, Shiku, I commented, waiting for the return message Asuma-sensei was scratching out with a pen. Your team is so much quieter than mine. I winced as Ino suddenly barked something at Chuji, and Shikamaru shifted his weight. I don't see how yours could be much worse, he drawled. I have Ino. I grinned. I have Sakura and the person she likes to squeal over. Trust me, you got it easy. Thanks, Naruto. Asuma handed me another little folded slip of paper. Take this back to Kakashi for me, would you? He moved another piece, then swore under his breath at Shika's counter. I grinned again and shuffled my envelopes, looking for the next readable one. Yamanaka Inoichi. Wow, I guess it's true that ninja run in families. Hey, Ino, would you happen to know where your dad is today? I said aloud, tipping my head to look at the girl absently. Ino shifted on the grass, probably a little startled at being addressed. He's either at Shikamaru's or at work, she replied eventually. Okay, where's work? I pressed. This time of day, he probably wouldn't be at Shika's house yet. If he wasn't at work, then I knew where the Nara house was. Ino shrugged. The T&I department. I don't know where it is, though. Oh, that's okay, I know. I nodded cheerfully and ran off. Wanted to just get this stupid mission over with. What exactly is in these notes that they're being sent to torture and intelligence? Suddenly, I'm a little worried. Finding T, and I was like I told Ino, quite easy. Okay, so it would be hard to find for most people, but, well, actually, I have no idea why I know where it is. It's sure as hell not a place I frequent. Wait, Tachi and I used to get sent here a lot. Me and Sasuke followed him at least once against explicit orders, of course, but he must have known we were there. Arg, this thinking is making my head hurt. Where the hell is the door? Getting in was a whole other story. I had to stand through 3 pat-downs, a chakra check, and 2 intentions checks. Mind you, the receptionist sounded nearly as bored and annoyed as I did, which made me feel a little more vindicated in being pissed off by the procedure. Plus, the receptionist, no doubt eager to be rid of the annoying genin who wasn't even a threat, was all too happy to point me towards Ino's dad, who was working through a pile of reports when I knocked. Messenger, I explained, trying not to sound too exasperated. He mumbled something in response as he read Kakashi-sensei's letter, writing furiously with the hand, not holding the paper, and his mind clearly on something else. Thanks, was mumbled distractedly, and I scarpered, make a silent vow to never get conned into a desk job. It looked like utter hell. Even a mission desk had to be better than that. I checked the envelopes I still held, the paper slightly crumpled from being clutched for so long. Okay, and this next one is, Shiranui. Jerma? Man, Sensei's handwriting is really bad. Wait, no, I think it's Gima. Who the hell is that? I couldn't recall ever meeting or hearing of someone by the name, but since I still wasn't entirely sure whether or not I was reading it right, I decided to just skip it and flip the envelope to the back of the considerably diminished pile. There were only 2 other messages, and I'd one of them with considerable trepidation. I didn't know much about Yuhi Kurenai, except that she was a Jinjutsu master, one of the newer Jounin, and the 3rd Jounin sensei for this year. Hey, wasn't that Niji dude's cousin in this team? However, Hinata was infinitely less annoying than Niji or Sakura, come to think of it, and the wildcard Kiba was apparently having a staring contest with Shino's sunglasses. Hey, that's just what I picked up from Kurenai telling Hinata not to worry, that Kiba wasn't actually going to attack him, and that Shino was probably asleep. It wasn't like I had any visual cues to help. Yuhi Zenzai, I asked, feeling oddly shy. She moved, a kind of loose grace in her chakra that caught my attention briefly. Yes, Naruto. Has Kakashi forgotten about the messenger bird system again? She added kindly. I grinned sheepishly in response and dropped my eyes. Jinjutsu users tended to be a lot more observant than their counterparts, and offered her the letter, then waited in semi-awkward silence as she made an odd noise, or maybe it was Hinata squeaking like that, and quickly penned a reply. Would you mind taking this back to Kakashi for me? She asked, not actually handing me the paper until I nodded. Man, women are weird. All the other people just shove their replies at me and order me to take him back. Kiba and Shino hadn't moved the whole time I was there, and I had the sneaking suspicion that Hinata had been on the verge of fainting again. Seriously, she must be anemic or something. Happens all the time. In spite of all this, I came away with the odd feeling that Squad 8 was the most normal of our year. The only other envelope I had happily proclaimed Ibiki in Sensei's appalling calligraphy, and I groaned. Wonderful. Back to T and I guess. This time, the receptionist took one look at me and my pathetic handful of envelopes and waved me through, mumbling something uncomplimentary under his breath. I couldn't help but roll my eyes, wondering if they had any other form of checking who people are other than that first check, because otherwise that guy just let a potential security risk into a place that handles a lot of dangerous prisoners and intelligence. Okay, Ibiki, I really hope he's not on shift at the moment. I mumbled, shuddering at the thought of the smell of the lower sections. Not that I'd ever been down there, but I'd been around enough people who work there to know the smell that clung to them had to be 100 times worse. The too familiar weight in the back of my mind perked up a little at the remembered stench of terror and pain, and I shoved it back with an eye roll. It took me nearly 10 minutes to track down the head of T&I, and a further 20 to actually find the office he was, apparently, doing paperwork in. I heard very little ink or pen scratching when I went in, as opposed to Anoichi. Message from Kakashi-sensei. I announced in a bored tone, all too happy to hand over the second-to-last note on my pile, leaving me with the one I either didn't know or couldn't read. As Abiki pocketed his note with a rustle of paper and cloth, I had a flash of inspiration, fingering the unintelligible note. Since I'm down here, would you happen to know who Shiranui Genma is? I asked hopefully, and got a grunt that could have constituted either surprise or derision. Yeah, I know him. Oh yes, but not where he is. He was quick to add. Some of my elation must have shown a bit too clearly. Sorry, kid. He sounded more amused than sorry, and I left the creepy HQ for the second time that day, with no idea where to find him, but at least fairly sure that Gunma existed. I spent hours trekking over the village looking for Gunma, but everyone I asked either ignored me, didn't know who he was, or didn't know where he was. Honestly, Ibiki had been the most helpful, and when the head of torture is being the most helpful, you know, there's something up. My head ached, and I had no idea why the furball wasn't fixing whatever the hell the problem was, which only made me grumpier. Eventually, I gave up on ever finding this Gama character and stormed back to the little red bridge, intending to just throw the damn letter in the stream if Sensei wasn't there. Fortunately for village security, my teacher was leaning against the railings lazily, and I heard him shift, probably to look at me, as I got closer, and I scowled at him. How did you go, Naruto? Who the hell is Genma? I snapped by way of reply, my temper made worse by the unmitigated thudding of my head. I've been all over the damn village, and I can't find the guy, so if it's really that important, take the damn letter to him yourself. For all I know, you just made him up to annoy me. Hey, said another voice, belonging to the other person I'd sensed on the bridge. His chakra was vaguely familiar, but clearly not someone's I actually knew, so I had ignored him up until now. Kakashi-sensei was grinning. I just knew it. Naruto, I'd like you to meet an old friend of mine, Shiranui Genma. Be nice to him. He just got in from a mission. Genma, this is Naruto, one of my genin. He's been delivering messages today. Speaking of, I grumbled, thrusting the last envelope at this Genma dude. Take the damn thing. And you get these. I turned and shoved the return messages I had picked up at my teacher, who started to go through them leisurely. Oh, what did you get? Genma asked, his voice laughing. Note from Isuma, note from Kotetsu, challenge from Guy, paper bomb. Naruto,